We've been having this monthly discussion since a long period of time. Last time I couldn't come. Yeah. So economy, there were 2 months that were pending. October and November we didn't take. So I've taken some topics of October also this month. Okay, so possibly because next month also, if I'm coming, then I'll be taking that October learning that we'll discuss. Okay. Right. The first topic that we are going to discuss, not very important in terms of the very fact or the news about Nobel Prize, because every year you know that Nobel Prizes are being given. People will be honored by this award. Gone are the days when UPSC will be asking who received who was awarded Nobel Prize, for what were they given. Around 2011, they are not asking. But this year, at least you need to know the areas for which they have been awarded and just brush up our basics. This year, 3 of the economists have been given Nobel Prize. In fact, if you look at the history of Nobel Prize for economics was not conceived by Alfred Nobel. It is his foundation that took the decision of awarding economists also in after the year 1968 something. On the year economics award. Okay. So this year, if you see, there are 3 of them: Ben Bernanke, Douglas Diamond, and Dybvig. Both of them, so we see price share, but combined, why have they been awarded? For him, a separate paper he has given, a research paper for which he has been given this award. These 2 combined have brought forth a paper in the year 1973. He also, Ben Bernanke is in fact very famous because he is an economist that people might have known, because he was the former Fed chief, RBI governor Mari, Munnal George Bush and the time period. He was the Federal Reserve chief. Right, today we have George something on the Allen someone else is there. I forgot his name. So Ben Bernanke, he was holding on to this post for nearly 8 years. So he is known not just as an economist but as an administrator also. Okay. So why he was not awarded this? Because he was the Fed chief. Okay, so Nobel Prize is beyond politics. It will award only intellectually any kind of paper that is having an effect of radical transformation in the sphere of knowledge. Only that will be given the Nobel Prize. Okay, so why was he awarded? And all of this, see, not scattered. See, every time a Nobel Prize is given, it will not be given for 3 different people just for the sake of giving. It's not like that. These 3 have contributed to change our understanding about bank crisis. Why bank crisis occur? How to stop or prevent a bank crisis? They have contributed. So it's something, so today whatever we know about bank run. We know about money multiplication. We know about deposit insurance. We know about why we should protect our banks. All this kind of knowledge is something that's been given to us, but this is not something, this has been given to us on a platter. But people didn't know about it, because in 1929, when there was a Great Depression, we didn't have this kind of regulation or supervisory oversight. Now we have put this in place because of the lessons that we have learned, isn't it? So around 1970s, when there was a time of stagflation, when the economy is undergoing a turmoil, these 3 people have contributed, at least in a kind of a paper in times in their thesis, about how we should change our notion in dealing with bank crisis. Okay, so what this Diamond-Dybvig model of economics, there is a particular model called as the Diamond-Dybvig model. For example, this is sharply in contrast to, so if you see, what does this model suggest? It suggests that bank run. What is a bank run? What is a bank run? There was a previous year question which specifically asked about 4 statements and asked which of the following are true regarding bank run. I've been UPSC or a previous year question, not in recent years, but some 4-5 years ago ஒரு கொஸ்டின் வந்திருக்கு. பேங்க் ரன் என்ன? நோ, சொல்லுங்க. பேங்க் ரன் அப்படின்னா what is the idea of a bank run? What is the concept? As a concept, what does bank run mean? Bank run தான் இருக்குலே biggest risk of a bank, isn't it? Run on a bank ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்கல்ல. Run on a bank means every bank today operates with the confidence that not all will come and withdraw their deposit at a single point of time. If that be the case, we have no answer for them. Let's imagine that in every particular branch, people just go to withdraw their money. Do you think that there is enough supply for them? Even if we try to source as much as we can, we will not be able to will not have enough to meet their needs because of the concept of money multiplication. All the money that we have in our deposits are not real money. They are just accounting balances. That's why there is a huge difference between M0 and M3. M0 is the real money that you can find in your hands. But M3 includes our demand deposits, our fixed deposits, all that money. That money is not having any physical form. It is just there in our balances. But we are not concerned about it and we keep withdrawing it whenever we require. On demand, we do it, isn't it? But if you look at the business of a bank, the bank business itself is very vulnerable, isn't it? Vulnerable to crisis. But why we need a role of a bank is because if we look at the problem of economy in India, and not in India, on the whole, if you see, everyone, we wish to save. We need savings. We need investments also, isn't it? Let's say if we are a normal household, we will wish to save. If we are a business entity, we will need money for investments. So these are contradictory needs. How do we supply this? This is where the intermediaries come, the bank comes. But if you look at the nature of banks, we deposit banks. This is a kind of a liquid demand that we pose on it. Anytime I ask for a liquid money, you have to give it to me. But if you look at how that liquid demand has been translated, or let's say this liability, liquid liability for a bank, majority of that is converted in the form of loans. Loans, are they liquid? Can a particular bank recover loan whenever they need? No. Will you pay? Let's say you have taken a loan for 20 years, a home loan. Suddenly the government asks, the bank asks that we are on a crisis, please repay. So if you look at the very nature of bank, it does business in extreme ways. On one hand, it creates liabilities that are very liquid in nature. On the other hand, it is having illiquid assets. So this is a probability of a failure. If people lose confidence, if they panic and try to withdraw, then it will lead to a bank run. So this is a concept that everyone, bank run Maria, and the bank run, see, bank run, the moment we try to identify or we get to know the information that a particular bank is on the verge of failure, has done some kind of mismanagement, their NPS have gone beyond control, people will try to safeguard their money. That panic will lead to bank run, isn't it? So everyone knew about what a bank run is. And let's say a particular bank has undergone a stage of bank run. So money has depleted. And what will happen to the overall economy? The money supply will shrink. Monetary supply will shrink. This is what the idea is. But they are giving the proposal that bank run is not just something that will affect a particular financial system. It can be deep rooted, and also how they differ from other models. For example, Milton Friedman or ஒரு economist இருக்கார். He and Marsh, they together put a proposal that economy operates in cycle. We all know, isn't it? We all agree that economy operates in cycle, in a boom and a bust cycle. Okay, so mania, panic, crash. There will be a manic phase where everything will be growing so much. Then there will be a little bit of panic phase. Then there will be a crash phase. So this people have given as a hypothesis. And overall, if we observe a pattern, then this is how it is happening. So bank failures are mostly likely to occur in the time of a burst phase. So it coincides with the health of the economy. That's what everyone was predicting. That, let's say, in a manic phase, will a bank fail? Possibly not. So this is coincidental. This is something that we can all agree with. But what they differ, this Diamond and Dybvig, is that the very nature of a banking business is so volatile that even if the economy is performing well, there is a risk of bank run occurring. And therefore, we need not put safety measures only when things are spiraling up. At all point of time, we need some sort of confidence measures among depositors. So how do we do that? Through deposit insurance. Okay. If we have to protect a particular bank from running into failure, then we need to put additional measures. One such measure that they advocated was deposit insurance. Today, we have the concept of deposit insurance that has been institutionalized in India. But 30, 40 years ago, we didn't have the concept where there was no supporters for that kind of a system, isn't it? But now everyone agrees. இந்த மாதிரி இது கொண்டு வரணும்னு சொன்னதுக்கு ஒரு முக்கியமான 2 persons தான் the Diamond and Dybvig. That's why bank run, liquidity crisis and deposit insurance. இந்த மூணு கான்செப்ட்ஸையும் of course அவங்களோட thesis-லாம் I have not gone through. There is no need for us to go and read that also. அவ்வளவு பெரிய works they have done. Okay, but they have thrown light on these crucial factors for which they have been awarded Nobel this year. Okay, so bank run அப்படின்றதெல்லாம் basic, so that you should have known. Deposit insurance, as a consequence, we also have established in India, and we also in 2021 we brought an amendment to the Deposit Insurance Act. We'll speak a little bit about that also. Okay, so this is what short dated claims against long dated assets, that is liquid liabilities versus illiquid assets. That's what their problem is. Okay, so they argue that deposit insurance is an alternative approach to manage bank runs rather than using the suspension of convertibility. So what does this mean? If you take the case of 1929, in USA, when there was a Great Depression, almost everyone wanted to withdraw their funds. There was not money. If we allow that to happen, then every bank will go into bank run. அதனால ஸ்டாப் பண்றதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னு சொன்னா, there was an immediate order from the government that every bank has to go on leave. சரி, லீவ் போட்டுருங்க 1 week, ரைட், ஷட்டரை க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிட்டு பின்னாடி கேட்டு வழியா போயிருங்க. Literally that happened. Okay, so அந்த மாதிரிலாம், see, only if you stop people from converting whatever form they want, you can at least stop a bank run. But that's not a good alternative. We have to shift towards better approaches like deposit insurance. Okay, so that's what this Diamond Dybvig model is. So both of them have been awarded for this particular thing. Now let's just speak about deposit insurance in India. That process in India has been institutionalized in the form of a corporation called as DICGC. Earlier in 1961, we established this. அதில் டெபாசிட் இன்சூரன்ஸ் கார்பரேஷன் அப்படின்னு மட்டும்தான் ஒன்று இருந்துச்சு. Then over a period of time, 10 years later, we had another body called as a credit guarantee institution. What is credit guarantee? These are two things. For example, when a bank is undertaking business, we as depositors, we need a safety for which our deposits may be insured. In order to cover the risk of a bank also, sometimes the credit that they have given to others will also be guaranteed. For example, government comes with a lot of schemes. Today, even right now when we are speaking, there is emergency credit line guarantee scheme. For MSME, there is a credit guarantee scheme, which means we are trying to push credit towards that sector with the promise that if they fail to pay back, at least I will give you my guarantee. So that brings a confidence. So around 1970s, when we tried to achieve financial inclusion and when we're trying to persuade banks to give loans to the weaker sections, to the farmers, to the rural areas, we undertook this concept of credit guarantees. So we had separate bodies for this, both were subsidiaries of RBI. So through an act, we merged them and finally gave shape in the form of the DICGC, Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation of India. Right. So under this, we will be knowing what happened recently. This deposit insurance is mandatory for all account holders, all ordinary account holders. Okay. Not meant for whom? This is not meant for current account holders. Understand? A business entity will be putting a lot of money. It's a business entity. For them, they will not be giving deposit insurance. For ordinary individual holders, it is compulsory. So there are exceptions, but generally we will speak of deposits. So all those depositors in Sonale, it implies the individuals, isn't it? So depositors should be protected. So all depositors mainly are protected. It is mandatory for the banks to pay the premium for every account holder. For every account holder that has come and opened a bank account, we need not pay premium. Who will pay premium to the insurance corporation? The bank will pay. In case it fails, the bank will not be in a position to give us, and therefore the insurance amount will be credited to us by this particular company. Okay, so this was all fair and good. In 1992, we amended this act to say that 1 lakh, up to 1 lakh will be insured under this deposit insurance. Up to 1 lakh will be insured. Second, right, up to 1 lakh will be insured. Then in 2021, that is not 2021, அதுக்கு முன்னாடியே 2020 we increased this cover up to 5 lakh. A maximum of 5 lakh is today insured under this particular agency. Okay, so maximum the minimum கிடையாது. Okay, many people are asking class எடுக்கிறப்ப 5 ரூபா வச்சிருந்தாலும் 5 லட்சம் கொடுப்பாங்களா? அப்படிலாம் கிடையாது. Right, if you have 5 rupees as deposit, you will be given 5 rupees. Right, if you have 10 lakh, you will be given only up to 5 lakhs. Okay, so that has been increased, and this is because of the crisis that happened in the Punjab and Maharashtra Corporation Bank. அதுல நடந்த ஒரு cooperative bankல நடந்த ஒரு சின்ன crisis. It was on the verge of failure, and many were not able to withdraw their funds, and they were having hardships because of this. And then only people were able to understand that there is a concept of deposit insurance, that they will be given funds if at all they fail. But how long can they wait? Let's say in order to protect bank run from happening, the adequate measures will be put in place. Let's say in this specific case, the RBI froze the accounts of all account holders and only put a limit saying that every account holder per day can maximum withdraw 1,000 rupees, 2,000 rupees. Beyond that, they cannot. Okay, only then we can put appropriate measures for its revival. But just look at the people who are doing main business with this bank. Let's say there is a business entity which is having current account with this bank. Per day only 1,000. எங்க போறது? அப்புறம் வெயிட் பண்ணுமா, இது என்னைக்கு ஃபெயில் ஆகும், நம்மளுக்கு எப்ப 5 லட்சம் கிடைக்கும்? Okay, so this is where this issue became quite serious, and because of the expanding nature of Indian economy also, these are all due to happen. And so it was a wake-up call for us to amend the DICGC and give more protection. So this amendment was already done. The amount was 5 lakh. That is no issue. Now in 2021 we amended it. That is what we did in 2021 Amendment Act. So under this 2021 Amendment Act, we introduced something called as interim payments. Interim payments means prior to this amendment, the clause or the act provided for the insurance only upon the liquidation of a bank. And the bank fail ஆகி பேங்கால பிசினஸே பண்ண முடியாதுன்னு இழுத்து மூடினதுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் என்ன கிடைக்கும்? you will be given your money. Complete failure, it is insolvent, it has no scope of running business. When that stage, that certificate is given only, DICGC will release funds. Okay, but how long will that take? If it takes 1 year for this process to happen, then we can't wait for that long. So அதுக்கு என்ன பண்றது அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, அதுதான் interim payments அப்படின்னு introduce பண்ணாங்க. That is, even if a moratorium is put in place or a freeze is put in place on a particular bank, then there also the depositors are entitled to receive money from the DICGC. Okay, so it will trigger. Let's say today the RBI brings a particular bank and imposes any monetary conditions or constraints or moratorium on that, then all the deposit holders now will have a claim. They can ask the deposit insurance to give them money. Okay, so they will transfer that money in that interim period, and if at all this bank is beyond redemption, then it is something that they have to give. Or let's say the bank has been revived and is now operating. The 5 lakh that they have given to that, or whatever amount of insurance they have given, they will take from this bank. எப்படி பண்ணிக்கலாம்னு சொல்லிட்டு last year we allowed. That is what is in this Amendment Act 2021. So interim payments be allowed. Interim payments timeline also we defined that 90 days. Within 90 days, every deposit holder should be given these funds. Okay, and the other thing on the part of banks and this insurance corporation, there was a change in the premium. For example, prior to this, for every account holder, a maximum of, let's say if he is insured up to 5 lakh, some 0.2% premium needs to be paid. Maximum that will be the premium that a bank needs to pay to that particular corporation. Now, things have changed after this amendment, that we have removed the ceiling, lower floor and also ceiling we have removed, and made it discretion for the banks to pay any amount of premium they want based on the risk profile of that particular bank account. Okay, let's say any amount of, let's say an agricultural account, a farmer account, let's say, is having some sort of risk. An industrial person is having some risk. Based on that, we can know what is about to fail, isn't it? Accordingly, they will be paying more or they'll be paying less. So DICGC can receive more or less. So it's up to them. They can agree any amount of money they want. So that has been changed. So these are the 3 major amendments that we brought into our deposit insurance corporation. So where will it be applicable? Anything that has a bank attached to it today will be given this cover. Anything. Payment bank, yes, they also will be covered. Local area bank, they will be covered. Small finance bank, they'll be covered. But whether this protection is available for NBFCs, for non-banking financial companies, there is a lot of non-banking financial companies out there. Will they be protected? Will the depositors of that particular NBFC be protected under DICGC? No, they're not being given this protection. Okay, in fact, Diamond Dipwig model is important, that they even asked that not only for bank, every financial intermediary needs to be given some sort of deposit insurance, is what was their paper. But I think in today's economy of scale, it's very hard to do that. But if they want, they can enter into a contract with some insurance company with that model, that in case I fail, you'll have to pay. Credit swaps are there, failing swaps are there, lots of the other kind of business apart from this is also happening. Okay, right. So everything, foreign banks also included. Foreign banks will also be covered under this DICGC. Okay, anything which has a bank, to be precise, it should be a bank that is being licensed by the RBI, not a name that we are giving. Digital bank, neo bank, avungalukku bank in per irukku. It's not like that. It should be a license that has been given by the RBI, then they'll be given this protection. Okay, right. So this is regarding this bank run and how we have to protect, how deposit insurance should be done இருந்துச்சு. இந்தியால என்ன இருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி பார்த்துட்டோம். So what did Ben Bernanke, he also wrote this paper around 1970s, 1973. இந்த டைம்ல தான் அவர் எழுதியிருக்காரு இந்த பேப்பரை. What did he do? He undertook a study of the effects of the Great Depression. And he concluded that one of the reasons why recession was so prolonged in USA is because of the critical failure of intermediaries. So he is giving spotlight into the financial intermediaries and giving priority, or let's say bringing back the focus or the importance of finance for macroeconomics. You cannot divorce or you cannot distance finance with that of macroeconomics. There is a lot of macroeconomic activity happening that's not too related to, let's say, finance. For example, today, agriculture need not be dependent on finance. But by bringing finance, what kind of transformation we are able to bring? Credit கொடுக்கறதுனா என்னமோ நடக்குது. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி இந்த பர்டிகுலர் இதை வந்து இட் ஷுட் பி சென்ட்ரல் டு எவ்ரி ஃபார்ம் ஆஃப் டிஸ்கஷன் தட் வி ஹேவ் இன் தி மேக்ரோ எக்கானமி அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஃபினான்ஸுக்கு இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவர் சொல்லிட்டார். ஸோ பேங்க் கிரைசிஸ் அப்படின்றது வரக்கூடாது. இஃப் இட் கம்ஸ் இட் வில் ஹாவ் அ ப்ரொலாங்ட் எஃபெக்ட். இட் வில் டீப்பன் தி எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் ரிசெஷன் அப்படின்னு, எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் கிரேட் டிப்ரெஷன், எஃபெக்ட்ஸ் ஆஃப் அ பேங்க் கிரைசிஸ் எந்த அளவுக்கு கிரிட்டிக்கலா எல்லாத்தையும் அஃபெக்ட் பண்ணுன்ற அளவுக்கு அவர் பேப்பர். So both three have contributed to expanding our knowledge regarding bank crisis. That's why they've been awarded Nobel Prize this year. Okay. Right. So it is in this wake that today we have different concepts. For example, we have this deposit insurance. We have the regulatory role of RBI. And apart from that, there is a role called as a lender of the last resort, isn't it? This is also to avoid banks from failing. So which of this is a previous year question in the year 2020, they've asked this question. Which of the following is correct regarding central banks function as the lender of the last resort? You have to look at 1, 2, 3 and answer which is correct. 3. Okay. Cancel 3. Look at the first statement, Anu. We gave a role to the RBI that it will be the lender of the last resort. What does this role mean? That's the question. Lending to industries, lending to trade. Have you ever seen or have you ever come across such an instance where RBI has given loan to any company? No, that is not at all a function. That's not a function that it should have, isn't it? No. For NBFC, for example, being the apex regulator, if it fails, it will come in and it will try to do something. But the question here is, lending to trade and industry bodies when they fail to borrow, is this a right definition of lender of last resort? No. So you have to rule out 1. Okay. So 2, specifically providing liquidity to banks whenever they need. So அவங்களுக்கு காசு இல்லைன்னா எப்பனாலும் போகலாம். This is something you always find, isn't it? Lending to government to finance budgetary deficit. Budgetary deficit, it should not be done. Since 1990s, we are not doing. Even if it is undertaking this role, it is doing it on the capacity of banker to the government. Apni no role irukke. It is fulfilling that particular role, not the lender of the last resort. Okay. Right. The other news that was there during this month of discussion is that the SDF balance will be part of the HQLA. So what does it mean? So now SDF is special drawing rights. Standing deposit facility. Right. HQLA enna high quality liquid assets. Okay. So in the month of November, the RBI decided that any amount of balances that the bank is having as part of SDF holdings. SDF now, what does it mean? What is SDF? Standing deposit facility na ennadu? Is it a part of RBI's monetary policy today? Yes. சரியா? So repo rate, reverse repo rate, மேல என்ன இருக்கும்? Right. Bank rate and marginal standing facility rate are pegged together. So this is how the corridor of the monetary policy is. Okay. So repo rate will be 6.5. Then this will be 6.75. And this will be 6.25. This should be the case. But since the last 2 years, things have changed and we have sidelined this reverse repo. Reverse repo on the COVID time, we dropped it so much to a range of 3.35. Okay, so till January, or let's say till April வரைக்குமே, April 2021, 2022 வரைக்குமே, if you see the repo rate, it was 4. If you look at the reverse repo rate, it was 3.35. Okay, so now 2 years has been where since our unorthodox method of trying to change monetary policy. Now we have to reverse it and we have to normalize it. So in the path of normalization, the RBI introduced something called as standing deposit facility and made it the floor rate of the corridor. So floor rate of the corridor என்னன்னா இதுதான் வந்து interest rate corridor னு சொல்லுவோம் எப்பவுமே. சரியா? The floor is reverse repo. April 2022 வரைக்குல இருந்து RBI என்ன டிசைட் பண்றாங்க? This floor will be replaced by something called as standing deposit facility, which means as a function, at least both of them should be the same because it is lower than repo rate. So what is standing deposit facility? What is reverse repo? Reverse repo is a way of the banks parking their liquidity surplus with the RBI. So I have so much of liquidity, I will put my money with you, for which the RBI needs to pay them collateral. Have to surrender them collateral. ஒரு பத்திரத்தை கொடுத்துடணும். சரியா? பத்திரத்தையும் கொடுத்து என்ன கொடுக்கணும்? வட்டியும் பே பண்ணணும். So this is what was happening. Okay, reverse repo. And whenever we had situations of liquidity surplus in the market, even during COVID, there was a liquidity surplus in the market. Banks were having so much money that it could not find enough people or enough industries to give its loan to. Therefore, it was sitting on a surplus and was trying to deposit with the RBI. That is why, to discourage them, the RBI dropped it very low to 3.35. Okay, so now things have normalized. Now, at this situation, if at all there is a liquidity surplus with them, in a particular month, they may have liquidity surplus. They need to park. While parking, the issue, the long-standing issue of the RBI was it was depleting its stock of securities. Okay. In order to avoid that, we introduced something called a standing deposit facility, where the banks can park their surplus with the RBI, but the RBI is not required to provide them any collateral or securities. This is called as SDF. This particular type of operation is called as the standing deposit facility. It is now for an overnight basis. Okay, overnight basis means 1 day. For 1 day, they can park their money with the RBI and they say what? Interest. So the RBI will not be paying them will not be surrendering any kind of collateral. So with this, it can manage the government security that it is having. Okay, so that's what the SDF is. So under this SDF, what will happen if at all they are having a liquidity surplus? The banks will put their money within the SDF, isn't it? Now coming to this particular point. SDF balance will be part of high quality liquid assets. Why do we say this? What is the requirement of the SDF balance being designated as high quality liquid assets? It is mainly for the banks to comply with something called as liquidity coverage ratio. Liquidity coverage ratio is a ratio that was introduced after the Basel III. India also has adopted Basel III, and therefore our banks are also required to maintain LCR. What is LCR and how much should it be? Liquidity coverage ratio ஓட definition என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, it is the ratio of high quality liquid assets over the near term, or let's say near term liquidity outflows. Near term liquidity outflows. அதாவது in a particular month, let's say this near term is often taken to be a 1 month duration. So at this instance, today is March, let's say. In the month of March, I'm expecting that in the month of April, there is going to be some amount of liquidity outflows. How liquidity outflows will happen? ஏன் நடக்குது? Bank business அப்படி அப்பனால நடக்கலாம். In the month of November, usually outflows will be very huge because of the festive season. எல்லாரும் போய் liquid cash எடுத்துக்கிட்டே இருப்பான். அப்போ அந்த பர்டிகுலர் மந்த்ல நிறைய வரும், நிறைய அவுட்ஃப்ளோஸ் வரும்னு உங்களுக்கு தெரியுது. You anticipate it. Are you prepared right now to meet that liquidity? அதான் the ratio. To check that adequacy only, we have this ratio. That is, let's say next month, the bank is expecting 1 crore to be withdrawn from ATMs. Right now, in the month of March, the high quality liquid assets, you need not have 1 crore as cash with you, but you should have liquid assets that is worth some amount, isn't it? How much do you have? Let's say if I have 50 lakhs. What are liquid assets for a bank? What are liquid assets for a bank? எதுதான liquid assets? Loan தான் இருக்கலே பெரிய asset. Loan is not a liquid asset at all. So அதை include பண்ண முடியாது. What is then? Deposits are the liability of a bank. They are not assets of a bank. Understand? Very good. Another government securities. Because they've invested that, anytime they can sell. That's a liquid asset. If they have gold with them, that also can be considered as a liquid asset. In fact, whatever we see as part of SLR, SLR என்னதுப்பா? SLR liquid assets வச்சிருக்கணும்ன்றத statutory liquidity ratio they should maintain. So let's say the government securities, the bank is having some sort of security which they need to maintain as SLR. Okay, so that they are having. That will be very huge. The amount will be very huge. Okay, because it's a percentage of the total deposit. ஒட்டுமொத்த டெபாசிட்லயே 18% நீங்க இப்படி வச்சிருக்கணும். பட் நெக்ஸ்ட் மந்த்ன்றது உங்களுக்கு அவங்களோட பிசினஸ்ல பாக்குறப்ப கம்மியா தான் இருக்கும் லிக்விடிட்டி. பட் அதை மேனேஜ் பண்றதுக்கு இப்போ கையில லிக்விடா அசெட்ஸ் இருக்கானா, யூ ஷுட் நாட் இன்க்ளூட் வாட்? ஹைலி லிக்விட் அசெட்ஸ் ஹியர் டஸ் நாட் இன்க்ளூட் யுவர் SLR. SLR செக்யூரிட்டிலாம் ஆட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு எனக்கு. You can never break it. Only when there is a crisis you can take that amount. அதனால இந்த liquidity manage பண்றதுக்கு beyond SLR you need some liquid assets. அப்ப excess SLR securities னு இருக்கும். That is part of your high quality liquid assets. You will have excess cash more than the CRR requirement. CRR னா என்ன? Cash reserve ratio, that cash should be maintained. Beyond CRR, if you are having cash, that will be considered as part of your high quality liquid assets. Okay. Similarly, deposits made as part of SDF will now also be included as highly liquid asset. You can use that for calculating this ratio அப்படின்னு அலோவ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். புரியுதா? முன்னாடி ரிவர்ஸ் ரெப்போல போட்டதை reverse repo, whatever deposits the bank has had, should not be considered as highly liquid asset. But now in SDF, it's normally an overnight borrowing. So RBI has allowed that for the calculation purpose, you can also include that. For example, let's say if this is the case, what is the percentage ratio law? 50%. This bank has failed because the liquidity coverage ratio minimum for a bank is 100%. RBI's mandate today, requirement on a bank is that it should have at least 100% LCR, which means if you expect 1 crore to go out from your banking system next month, you should have at least 1 crore with you right now as highly liquid assets. Upon the highly liquid assets, sometimes because the bank feel that if they put a deposit in the SDF, sometimes this shortfall நடக்குது cash. சரியா? அதனால அவங்க கேட்டுக்கிட்டே இருந்தாங்க. RBI என்ன சொல்லிருச்சுன்னா, from now onwards you can also include SDF as part of your highly liquid asset for maintaining the LCR ratio. புரியுதா? Okay. So this is what the LCR or the liquidity coverage ratio is, which was brought in as part of the Basel III framework. Okay, so highly liquid asset includes cash, including the cash reserve that are excess of CRR. Do not think that SLR security அதெல்லாம் வந்து அப்படின்லாம் இல்லை. அதெல்லாம் கன்சிடர் பண்ணிட்டா நம்ம எல்லா டைமும் பேங்க் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணலாம் 100%. Okay, so beyond that, whatever they are having, that should be qualified as highly liquid assets, HLA. Okay, so this is something that the RBI took in recent times. And now in the month of November, December, there was a news that Centre's fertilizer subsidy has doubled, and they had taken a supplementary grant for that. The extra வேணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு cabinet has asked for a supplementary grant, which has been which the parliament might approve. Okay, so அதுக்கு இப்போ பாத்தீங்கன்னா, so prior to this, let's say எடுத்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா, this was the budget estimate that for this year the government, for the sake of fertilizer subsidy, will spend close to 1.3. But if you see in the month of November itself, the government is claiming that its fertilizer subsidy is likely to shoot up and is going to reach up to 2.25 lakh crores. கிட்டத்தட்ட டபுள் ஆன மாதிரி கணக்குன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஸோ ஏன் அப்படி நடக்குது? Why is fertilizer subsidy increasing? It's mainly because of the geopolitical ramifications. We are a country which is dependent on ammonia, which is dependent on urea, which is dependent on phosphate. For almost every grade of fertilizer that we use today, we are dependent on foreign countries, and especially our dependence is on the basis of this Russia. Because Russia, why is Russia a crucial player here? It is the second largest producer of ammonia. Russia is the second largest producer of ammonia. Even though we do not have direct exposure to Russia. For example, India also exports ammonia. India also exports urea. India is not, see, Russia is not the largest exporter for India. Okay. But still, Saudi Arabia, China, Ukraine, there are many things. The entire supply chain itself has been undergoing some sort of failures because of the crisis that is happening in this. For example, Belarus, in the Mari, Eastern Europe, on the side, even though they are not directly in conflict in the Russia-Ukraine, because of the blockage of ports. நம்மளுக்கு வந்து இந்த ஒடேசா போர்ட் மூலமா தான் கிட்டத்தட்ட நிறைய டன்னேஜ் வருது. அது பிளாக் ஆயிருக்கு. All of this is happening, and global supply chain has disrupted, and therefore we are not able to access cheap sources of our inputs for our fertilizers. And also China, which was one of, we have been importing a lot from China. China also, because of its domestic policies, has been cutting down its supply. It has been imposing export duties. நம்ம வாங்க முடியாத மாதிரி பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கு. All this has led to shrinkage of supply shortages, and it has also led to the price increase. Okay, so that's what has led to this offshoot. For example, if you look at the amount of subsidy, ஒரு DAP fertilizer, that today, if you look at one bag of DAP, it is 2,650 the market price, but the government is selling it at 1,350 in market. You can receive it. Nearly half it is being subsidized. Look at the case of urea. Urea the highest within fertilizers, the highest amount of subsidy goes towards urea. So urea the subsidy which was around 2,400 for bag. The price today should be around 2,700, factoring all the costs. But today, how much the farmer is procuring? 266 rupee per bag. Okay, so a huge burden amount to increase, but we cannot increase the price of this. Citing global factors, citing price pressures, we cannot pass the burden of global price pressures to our farmers, and therefore the government is absorbing. This has led to an acute increase in the fertilizer subsidy, for which a supplementary grant is being required right now. Okay, so this is regarding fertilizers. If you look at the subsidy component, one, the highest subsidy is given for food in recent years. I'm saying Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana. Yeah, so one is for food subsidy, the second is for fertilizer subsidy, and third only we have the subsidy. There is subsidy. Petroleum, diesel, in the Mariana, fuel products kind of subsidy. For example, we have stopped kerosene altogether. Some 3-4 years ago, we were subsidizing kerosene and we were giving it because it was a fuel for many of the households. Now, because of the environmental reasons and to make people shift towards LPG, the government has been subsidizing LPG rather than petrol and diesel. Okay, so fuel subsidized பண்றாங்க. LPG subsidy also was an important component, and therefore if you look at the subsidy burden of government, food subsidy was high, fertilizer subsidy was high, then fuel subsidy was also high. In recent years, the fuel subsidy has been cut down, mainly because of the rationalization policy, where it has been silently withdrawing the kerosene subsidy. Second, it has withdrawn LPG subsidy even before you know. Yeah. உஜ்வாலால அந்த 5 கிலோ மட்டும் தான் கொடுக்குறாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஃபில் பண்றதுக்கு சப்சிடி எல்லாம் கிடையாது. Okay, so normally if you just ask your parents or people who are having the cylinder collections, சரியா, இந்த லாஸ்ட் 1 yearல எத்தனை டைம் உங்களுக்கு டிபிடி வந்திருக்குன்னு செக் பண்ணி பாருங்க. முன்னாடிலாம் மாசம் வரும். Immediately on we receiving our cylinder, immediately we will receive a message that 250 rupees has been credited. Now the government has been withdrawing it. இந்த மாதிரி LPG சப்சிடியும் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமா குறைக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. That's why fuel subsidy it has cut down. Because it has cut down fuel subsidy, when there was a COVID pandemic, it was able to nearly increase the food subsidy by 2.5 times. Around 80,000 crores இருந்தது 2.5 lakh crore வரைக்கும் இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணோம் food subsidy. Okay, there was more than we gave National Food Security Act also. Under that act also we gave them PDS. Beyond that also, under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, we gave free food to almost 80 crore beneficiaries of Sudan. So that will be a huge number. Okay, so look at the pricing of, or let's say, component of fertilizer subsidy in Pakrappa. How are we giving? Not all fertilizers are given the same amount. There is differences in the subsidy policy of the government. We have different grades of fertilizer. One is the urea grade, and that is having a different subsidy scheme. Urea subsidy scheme. Nutrient-based subsidy scheme. Okay, so this is to cut down any kind of wastages and also to rationalize and optimize the use of fertilizers. Okay, irrational use of fertilizers இருக்கக்கூடாதுங்கிறதுக்காக நியூட்ரியன்ட்ல P grade nutrient அதிகமானது கொடுத்தா மேபி இட் கேன் பி சீப்பர் அண்ட் தேர்ஃபோர் farmers will get it more. So அந்த மாதிரி grade wise subsidy we started to give since 2015 called as the nutrient based subsidy. Even in that nutrient based subsidy, in order to, let's say, nutrient based subsidy, we were trying, through this scheme we cut down our subsidy burden on different grades of urea, sorry, other apart from urea, whatever we have, NPK and the in the nutrient based. For urea we didn't bring such kind of grade. Okay, so what we did was, in order to also stop kind of leakages, urea அப்படின்றத எடுத்து, if you look at the ground case, there are many examples of the urea being utilized for industrial purposes, taking urea at the authorized shop for a cheap rate at a subsidized cost and using it for industrial purposes. இந்த மாதிரிலாம் நிறைய நடந்துட்டு இருந்ததுனால, ஸோ இது என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, either we have to bring some grade or some quality, something like that. Government came out with something called as neem coated urea. Okay, so if you see the policies of fertilizing, the fertilizer subsidy policy, for urea we have a different scheme, for NBS we have a different scheme. So for every grade there will be different sorts of subsidies that are given. So direct benefit transfer also we have been implementing. So this, under this DBT, who will be given money? Industries கொடுப்பாங்க, not for farmers. Understand? மற்றதுக்கெல்லாம் யாருக்கு? Farmers போகும். Farmers need to pay, even for PDS today, farmers need to pay the cost. 20 ரூபா பே பண்ணுவாங்க. 19 rupees will be credited to their bank account. So they need to float. But if you see here, if we are making this DBT as a burden to farmers, saying that you pay 2,400 rupees per kg per bag, I will pay you 2,400 as credit, na agriculture system collapse down. Therefore, we have not implemented for the on the farmers side. We are giving direct benefit transfer to companies which are selling this, to industries. For example, we have a very important corporation, cooperative, which is having a name in this fertilizers. Another கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா இந்த கம்பெனி? IFFCO Tokyo. If you see any urea bag, just look at the brand name, you will get to know, right? IFFCO Tokyo அப்படின்னு இருக்கும். சரியா? Indian Fertilizer Farmers Cooperation, something like that. It's a cooperative society, just like Avin, just like Amul. This is a cooperative society. So they have a huge production in fertilizers. Okay, so this is also a very good successful model of cooperatives. Rare examples of successful cooperatives you will have. Adlo or example in the IFFCO Tokyo. Okay, right. So let's say this IFFCO Tokyo is a company which has produced this amount of, let's say 50 bags of urea and is giving to a particular shop. The shopkeeper will produce the bill, and the bill, if it is given to the government will give direct benefit amount. Let's say 2,700 is the cost, but in market they are paying it for, they're selling it for 266. So 2,300 rupee or 2,400 rupee is a subsidy. It should be transferred directly to that particular dealer, to that particular industry. That's the DBT. So through these are all schemes where we are trying to cut down our subsidy burden. But beyond that, there are global factors which have increased our subsidy in this recent year. Right. What are the steps taken to address this fertilizer shortfall? One, integrated fertilizer monitoring system. This is a dashboard that the central government has established, where states, districts, and everyone will be put on board, and they'll be able to track the amount of fertilizers, where it has come, எங்க போயிருக்கு, இதெல்லாம் வந்து பார்க்கறதுக்கான ஒரு டேஷ்போர்ட் தான் integrated fertilizer monitoring system, IFMS. For P&K grade of fertilizers, replacing the restricted license Now the government has been issuing open and general license. What is the benefit of this open and general license? Once you get this OGL certificate, the importers, or let's say the manufacturers of TNK, can anytime import this kind of fertilizers from the overseas market. In the license you need not notify to the government. நீங்க என்ன பண்ணலாம், based on the market signals, if you want to buy right now itself, thinking that right now is the time, if we wait for 2 more months it will become costly, இப்பவே வாங்கி நம்ம ஸ்டோர் பண்ணிக்கணும்னு ஒரு டெசிஷன் எடுக்கிறாங்கன்னா நீங்க பண்ணிக்கலாம். அதான் இந்த ஓப்பன் அண்ட் ஜெனரல் லைசன்ஸ். It's an unrestricted license that has been given for the manufacturers of PNK fertilizers and importers. Okay, now nano urea அப்படின்ற ஒரு கான்செப்ட். Recently, last year, you'll also have to focus a little bit on the science of it. Nano urea. I think we have been also discussing it. Discuss test. So I guess you know about the science of it. Okay, I'll not go too much into it. Nano urea the recent steps. One nation, one fertilizers, under which a single brand will be created under the Pradhan Mantri Bharatiya Jan Urvarak Pariyojana. The brand will be displayed. It will be kind of certificate, or let's say it will bring credibility. Why should we go for this one nation, one fertilizer? It is to cut down the choice dilemma of a farmer. Any farmer goes to a shop, fertilizer shop, he is given so much of options saying that this company you buy, this company you buy. Right. So if we are bringing this one nation, one fertilizer, we are able to bridge the disparity between different companies, and we can also allow them, let's say, give them a credible choice, saying that if you just take this bag, it will be better for you because this is sealed, or this is a brand which is being provided by the government of India itself. That is called as one nation, one fertilizer. So this can bring down freight subsidy by at least 5%, estimates are saying. Right. Out of 2,000 rupee, 5% is a huge amount. Then or 100 200 பெரிய amount தானே. So we can cut down like that. Choice dilemma can be resolved. One stop shop அப்படின்னு ஒரு கான்செப்ட் வர last year we announced. So where Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samriddhi Kendras. So now we have licensed shops in villages, in towns and all. We have shops which have to sell, isn't it? So now government will set up its own shop and sell fertilizers. And what they will sell? Mainly this brand they will sell. This Pradhan Mantri PBJP brand of fertilizers they'll be selling. Okay, so these are certain steps taken to, one, lower the subsidy burden for the government, to also minimize the cost for the farmers, and to also ensure smooth supply of fertilizers. Okay. So see this question, the previous year question with reference to chemical fertilizers in India, consider the following statements. At present, the retail price of chemical fertilizers is market driven and not administered by the government. Okay. So petrol prices today are not administered by the government but are driven by market. Correct or wrong? நான் இப்ப சொல்றது, petrol prices are, let's say, is this statement right or wrong? Yes. Today petrol is completely market driven. Okay. Maybe market driven now, it does not mean that the government is not fixing the price, but if the price goes up, it can cut down its share of excise, it can try to lower its burden. People think that whenever government intervenes, it is called as administered price. Wrong. Administered means the price is determined by the market, by the government, not by the market force. That's administered mechanism. For example, MSP, it's an administered mechanism. Okay, so one definitely you can remove these. So now immediately the probability goes from 25% and 50%. Now you can choose anything. பெரும்பாலும் என்னது both of this, if you are well versed in your science you can go. பெரும்பாலும் see, it will be a child's guess. Mostly you can't say இதுக்கு, say there is only one option, 2 or 2 and 3, because you need not be worried about this statement. Whatever it is, it should be there. So the only thing is here, sulfur, which is a raw material for phosphoric acid fertilizer, is a byproduct of oil refineries. This is statement. Okay, you read it once or twice. Maybe there could be one doubt, so that no, it may not be in oil refineries. Oil refineries give out many other products except for sulfur. அப்படிலாம் வரலாம். But என்னன்னா, if you have such doubt, give the benefit to this question. Consider it to be right. Because anyhow you are going to make 2 தான். Double you have to make choice. அங்க என்ன பண்ணணும்னா, don't rely on your critical thinking. என்ன பண்ணணும்? Give the benefit of doubt to that question and consider it to be the true statement. Okay, it will work out in many instances, provided you eliminate the correct option. Okay, நீங்க படிக்கிறப்பவே 3 eliminate பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி வந்தீங்கன்னா கெஸும் பண்ண முடியாது, எதுவும் பண்ண முடியாது. So India Infrastructure Project Development Fund அப்படின்னு ரீசன்ட்ல IIPDF அப்படின்னு IIPDF was announced by the Ministry of Finance. It notified a scheme called as the Scheme for Financial Support for Project Development Expenses of PPP Project அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு scheme, under which it has brought a fund called as IIPDF. What is this particular fund and what do we try to achieve through this fund? அப்படின்னா, see this actually, if you look at the roots of this fund, it was when Chidambaram was the finance minister, he proposed it in one of his budget that in order to bring more PPP projects, we need to announce a fund. He didn't name this fund, he just gave a seed idea for this. So on the basis of this year, we have established this fund. What does this fund do? So பெரும்பாலும் நீங்க எடுத்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா, see here, for providing necessary support to the PSA. So what are PSAs also? Both in the center and state governments, and extending financial assistance in meeting the cost of transaction advisors and consultants engaged in the development of PPP projects. Okay, so these are two things. So look at this. PSA enna project sponsoring authorities. Take the case of any PPP project. Both the private and the public are coming together. Who will be the sponsor of this project? Usually, in a PPP project, who will be the sponsor of the project? Private. See, who will undertake the initiative? யார் அதிகமான ரோல் எடுத்துப்பா பெரும்பாலும்னா பப்ளிக். It's the central government or the state government who will be the principal project sponsor. They will be sponsoring it in sense. அவங்க தான் வந்து அதை கூப்பிடுவாங்க, இன்வைட் பண்ணுவாங்க. Then how, based on the BOT model or TOT model or hybrid annuity model, the execution will be done in a different way. But let's say the primary sponsor of this model is in fact the government. Okay, right. No. I'm not. Let's say, let's start this process. How financing should be done depends on how these two players come together to an agreement. What type of PPP they will undertake, that will determine the financial share. They can take anything. For example, even if the government EPC model, when the government will not have much of the financial burden, the private will have. But whatever it is, that particular project has been sponsored by the government only. Okay, so here when I say project sponsoring authorities, it mainly speaks about the government. Government, in order to, let's say, fund a particular project, will in fact establish a special purpose vehicle for that. Special purpose vehicle. For example, look at if you take the case of Chennai Metro project. It's a PPP project. for which we have established a body called as CMRL. Likewise, any project be there, we will be establishing a bodies and it will be a kind of a special purpose vehicle. So this special purpose vehicle can be the sponsoring agent or some other entity could be the sponsoring agent, whatever it is. The hiccups that we find in bringing new private projects, if you see, there will be a sponsor. He has to engage with a private. It has to engage with the private and the terms and conditions will all be done. In order to build the confidence of this private sector, before making them come into agreement, there needs to be a report about the feasibility of the project. Isn't it? Because if you see most of the cases, the viability of the project has been so long. How financially viable it is. That is how it will attract the private. So who will undertake the study? Consultants will undertake the study. So if this sponsor will give some amount of money or it itself will undertake the study, and let's say for the study itself will cost 5 crores or 10 crores. They will undertake the study, detailed project they will provide. Then only things will proceed. In most of the cases, we are not even able to find consulting agencies for it. Okay, because the consultant itself needs to be paid. If the project falls out, they are not paying. Let's say the consultant எல்லாம் கொடுத்துட்டாரு. The agreement is that after the proposal is kick-starting, I'll pay you அப்படின்ற மாதிரி terms போடுறாங்க. The project never takes off. This is one of the issues that we are able to find. So in the initiation stage, problem இருக்கு அப்படின்றதுக்காக this consulting team or in the sponsoring companies, we will give us initial fund. Let them undertake the project. And if the project is successful, they will repay that money. If the project is not undertaking, then it's our burden. But at least some activity will be taking place, isn't it? So that is what is the aim of this particular fund. This fund aims at providing necessary support to the PSA, especially in the center and state government. That's why you cannot find here word called as private. The sponsoring agents are mainly the central government or the state government. And also, if at all there is any fee required for the technical support or consulting support, that will also be provided under this particular fund. For that specific purpose, we have created a fund called as India Infrastructure Project Development Fund. 150 crores the government has contributed towards it. For every project sponsor, 5 crores will be granted. It's not actually called a grant because grant is not there. Here, they are provided. Before anything is on paper, we are providing the money. If at all it's a success, they'll have to repay. Okay, so this will be a rolling fund. It will be funding the project implementation of many things. Of course, it's a very small fund, if you see, or 5 crores. But what are we trying to address? Addressing the problem of the initiation of the project. The very start of the project, hiccups varakuradandradhukaga or scheme in the IIPDF. It's basically a fund. Okay, so through this, we will be able to create a shelf of bankable and viable PPP projects. Okay, which is in fact very essential if we want to modernize an infrastructure. And for that also, we have very ambitious plans in the form of national infrastructure pipeline, monetization pipeline. Okay. This is in addition to the VGF. Understand, this VGF is meant for the private entity. Viability gap funding. What is viability gap funding? For example, for practical sake, let's say that we have a project called as UDAN for airways, isn't it? Where compulsorily they'll have to give up 25% of seats for UDAN purpose. For RCS purpose, 25% of seats a particular tier on the flight operator has to give up. Let's say the route that they have taken, is between, let's say, through Agartala to Imphal. Agartala எங்க இருக்கு, இம்பால் எங்க இருக்குன்னு தெரியாது நம்மளுக்கு. Let's say Agartala to Imphal, out of which it has to be blocked for this low cost. Not many are coming. They also cannot fill. அப்ப என்ன பண்றது? The financial viability will be decreasing, isn't it? If you are not able to, if it is becoming too burdensome for up to a point where there is no viability in your business, or let's say there is a gap for meeting that viability. 100 lakhs, 100 crores only I've earned in this last 5 years, for which I have to incur so much of expenditure. Only if I get 110, it will be viable. So now that gap will be funded by the government of India. That's called as viability gap funding. So viability gap funding has been a very important discussion, especially when it comes to PPP projects. Because only when you have a guarantee of the VGF funding, many players are willing to undertake that risk. Okay, so that is separate. For that, we have separate funding mechanisms. But this IIPDF is for the initiation of this project. Okay, that fund we launched in the month of December. Okay. Ministry of, it's a fund, so basically it will be launched by whom? Ministry of Finance launch பண்ணிருக்காங்க. Okay, because it's related to PPP, அதுன்றனால வேற ஏதாவது நினைச்சிட வேண்டாம். Right. Increasing cess, and why are the states opposing? Increasing cess, and why are the states opposing this? Okay, so look at this. This particular headline speaks about how, in the matter of last 5 years, the amount of cess and the surcharge collected has shot up to 133% or nearly doubled. Yeah. In the cess கூட்டுறதுனால, why states are having problem? Why states are having problem when the center is increasing its cess? பட்ஜெட் குள்ளலாம் வரும், எதுக்குள்ள வராது? Extra budgetரிலயும் வரும், அதெல்லாம் வராது. It will be part of the budget only. The proceeds of cess and surcharge will also go into the consolidated fund of India. But the problem here is that it is not part of the divisible pool of taxes. Divisible pool of taxes அப்படின்னு ஒரு கான்செப்ட் இருக்கு. What is it? The amount of taxes or the revenue collected and how much should be shared into the divisible amountல இருந்து தான் கொடுக்கணும். For example, if you see Article 269, 270, 271 தான் இந்த financial instruments எல்லாம் கொடுத்திருப்பாங்க. In 271 only we have the inclusion of cess and surcharge. In 270 we have this article about how what should be shared அப்படின்லாம் இருக்கு. What income should be shared from the center to the states அப்படின்லாம் இருக்கு. So income here includes, for example, if you see, central government only has the power to impose personal income tax. Income tax பண்றது powers யாருக்கு இருக்கு? Only for the central government. Okay, so this central government is having these powers, personal tax. This should be shared அப்படின்னு Article 270 ல இருக்கும். In the last line they have written that it does not include the corporation tax. செஸ்ஸுக்கு Article 271 ல இருக்கு, அது ஷேர்டே கிடையாது. ஷேரபிள் இன்கம்ல எது இதெல்லாம் ஷேர் பண்ணணும்? பர்சனல் இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் கேன் பி ஷேர்ட், எக்ஸைஸ் கேன் பி ஷேர்ட், இந்த மாதிரிலாம் இருக்கு. கஸ்டம்ஸ் நீட் நாட் பி ஷேர்ட், இப்பெல்லாம் தனியாக கொடுத்து வச்சுப்பாங்க. ஸோ இதுல கார்பரேஷன் இன்கம், கார்பரேட்ஸோட இன்கம் நீட் நாட் பி ஷேர்ட், அண்ட் பிலோ தட் விச் வில் பி ரிட்டன் that this can be changed. All the provisions notwithstanding, anything can be divided on the recommendation of the Finance Commission. Okay. So earlier, before the 12th Finance Commission, we didn't get a share from this corporation tax. Only personal income tax and excise duties will be shared to the states. They will not be sharing other taxes. It is the 12th Finance Commission, sorry, 11th Finance Commission that made it very clear that all the pool taxes it should not be divided on this basis. Every tax that the center collects needs to be divided. சொல்லி அவங்க வந்து அந்த 32% எல்லாம் போட்டாங்க. Then we increased it to the 14th Finance Commissionல 42% increase பண்ணோம். 15th Finance Commissionல how much? 41% of what அப்படின்னு ஒன்று வருதுல, of the total consolidated fundனா no, of the divisible pool. What is the divisible pool அப்படின்னா cess and surcharge are not included in the divisible pool, right? Because it is separate under Article 270, right? Ipo when the government reduces the tax, for example, last year there was an instance where the government reduced certain customs and excise duty on import. Customs குறைச்சாங்க. குறைச்சிட்டு because there will be a revenue shortfall, they increased a particular cess called as, they imposed something called as the agriculture infrastructure development cess. The cause could be noble, that this cess is collected for funding agriculture infrastructure, right? But what about federal principles? What about fiscal federalism? Right? If you are reducing this customs and excise, then obviously the share of the state also goes down. But now when you are increasing the cess, you are not bound by any law, nor the constitution, or anything to give a share. So இதனால தான் ஸ்டேட்ஸ் என்ன சொல்றாங்க, in the pre-budget meeting, many of the states, including தமிழ்நாடு வந்து என்ன ஃபிஸ்கல்ல என்ன அப்போஸ் பண்ணாலும் என்ன இருக்கும், அதுல நம்ம வாய்ஸ் இருக்கும் அங்க இல்லையா? So we oppose the states that you should at least now stop increasing resort to cess. அதையா குறைங்க அப்படின்னு சொன்னோம், right? Right. See, if you see, actually speaking, 41% அப்படின்றதான மொத்தமா இருக்கணும். So they are giving it out of the divisible pool that the government has accepted. And if you see the number, then 41%. But if you see the total share, total taxes, cess, surcharge, எல்லாத்தையும் எடுத்து how much is given to the states ன்னு எடுத்து பார்த்தோம்னா only 30% or 31% is given. Out of the divisible pool, 40 is given. But out of the total share, only 31 is given. This means that slowly the government is increasing what? The share of non-divisible pool. Yeah, so that's the cess அப்படின்றதுக்கு பின்னாடி இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த politics. Okay, you get it right? So cess and surcharge collections la, why cess has increased so much அப்படின்றதுக்கு பின்னாடி we have certain justification by the center, but that is being opposed by the state on the basis that it will lead to revenue shortfall for the states. Okay, this is in fact true. Last year in the AADC போட்டதனால மட்டுமே கிட்டத்தட்ட ஸ்டேட்ஸ்க்கு ஒரு 3000 crores shortfall. Okay, right, kindly go through these articles because you might know article up to 51A. Beyond that, we are least bothered about any article. Okay, most of the economic relations or the tax relations are bound by constitutional articles. It's not just a convention or not budgetary principle. Okay, so 271 தான் உங்களுக்கு சஸ் கொடுக்க வேணாம்னு ப்ரொவைடே பண்ணிருக்கு. So the next thing that we will discuss is regarding NAA, National Anti-Profiteering Authority. So what is this authority and why it is being replaced by the Competition Commission of India? So what was this body doing? This body was derived in the Central GST Act. Right. So post the introduction of the GST, we had something called as the NAA, National Anti-Profiteering Authority அப்படின்னு ஒரு பாடியை கொண்டு வரோம். What does this body do? What is the mandate of this body அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, the name என்னது anti profiteering. Anti profiteeringனா அவங்க என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, what profiteering will they try to stop அப்படின்னா, ஜிஎஸ்டிக்கு அப்புறம் என்ன நடக்க போகுது அப்படின்னா பாருங்க, what is the main advantage of GST? ஜிஎஸ்டிக்கும் முன்னாடி உள்ள ரெஜிமுக்கும் என்ன, what is the biggest advantage of GST? Cascading effect. How are we reducing the cascading effect? Billing system. Then very good. Another other by making this as a value added system, isn't it? By designing this GST as a value added tax, we are only imposing tax on the value, not on the whole quantum of or the price. முன்னாடி என்ன நடக்கும்னா சேல்ஸ் டாக்ஸ்ல 100 ரூபி அப்படின்னா இந்த 100 ரூபியில டாக்ஸ், then it is being value added and turned into 150 rupee, then again 150 la tax varum, which means there is already a hidden component of tax. That tax is again taxed. This was leading to a lot of problems and it was leading to the cascading effect. So ultimately, if it is going through repeated cycles and ending up with the customer la அந்த hidden basket of tax நீங்க எடுத்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா அவ்வளோ டாக்ஸ் இருக்கும். அதை எப்படி ரிமூவ் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னா only through value addition method. வேல்யூ ஆடட் டாக்ஸ்ன்ற ஒரு மெத்தட் வச்சு தான் இதை குறைக்க முடியும். how are we going to do அப்படின்றதுக்கு இதுல இன்புட் டாக்ஸ் கிரெடிட்னு ஒரு சிஸ்டம் இருக்கு, ஐடிசி. என்னது இன்புட் டாக்ஸ் கிரெடிட். ஹவுன்னு எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, let me just give you an example. Say 1000 rupee or let's say 10,000 rupee, a product is manufactured and being sold, and the percentage of tax is 18% combined. The center will have 9%, state will have 9%. Okay. So this particular seller, let's say it's a trader who has brought it for 10,000 rupee and now he is selling it for 17,000. Let's say 18,000 rupee, 17,500 rupees, something like that. Okay, calculation easy போடுவோம். 20,000 rupee. Okay. So from 10K, right, from 10K it has become 20K. So he would have paid on the bill, how much he has paid? 18,000 or 9 inga pay பண்ணிருக்காரு. Now he has added another 10,000 rupee to it. இந்த 20,000 இங்க செல் பண்றாங்க. Let's say you are the customer. Okay. So Kirti தான் customer. So 20,000 when you are buying, how much will you pay? Let's say here also the tax is 18%. How much have you paid? 20,000 la 18K. அப்படிதானே? 18%னா எவ்வளவு வருது? இது அப்படியே டபுள் ஆகும், அப்படிதானே? 9 18,000, இங்க ஒரு 18,000 இல்லையா? சரி, 1,800 1,800. Okay, 1,800 you have paid. Let's say நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுவீங்கன்னா, you have paid how much? 1,800. See, if we look at the whole here 900 rupee tax, 900 rupee tax. அப்போ ஒட்டுமொத்தம் எவ்வளவு டாக்ஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணிக்கீங்க? 1,800. Here again 1,800 1,800. So 3 times you have collected 1,800. Plus 5,400 கலெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தா 20,000 பொருளுக்கு இதுக்கு எதுக்கு பிசினஸ் பண்ணணும்? ஓகே, so this is what is called as cascading. நடந்துகிட்டே இருக்கும். இது எப்படி அரெஸ்ட் பண்றோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, the total amount of taxes collected by the center should be on the basis of value, should not be on the basis of the quantum. அப்ப என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, this particular seller, how much he needs to pay, how much has he collected from you? 3,600 he has collected, but he will not pay 3,600 to the center. He will claim that while I received a product, which was worth 10,000. I paid a tax. Bill 9,000 I paid to the center, 9,000 I paid to the state. So I will claim that as my input tax. The credit I use பண்ண போறேன், and I will adjust it against my liability. So how much will I pay? Balance போயிட்டு எவ்வளவு இருக்கும்? 1,800 only I will pay. So in reality, how much has gone to the center? How much has gone as taxes? 3,600 தான். அதாவது இவர் அவரோட இன்புட் சைட்ல எவ்வளவு பே பண்ணிருக்காரு? 1,800 பே பண்ணிருக்காரு. கலெக்ட் பண்ணதுல எவ்வளவு பே பண்ணிருப்பாரு? 1,800, isn't it? In the entire chain, how much is the end value created? End value எவ்வளோ? இங்க 10, 15 எதானாலும் மாறி இருக்கலாம். End value எவ்வளோ? 20. 20ல 18% 3,600 தானே. So you are not taxing on every part, you are taxing the value added only. If you have taxed every transaction, it would be 1,800, 3,600 here, 1,800 here. If there was another cycle before it, அங்கேயும் ஒரு tax இப்படி மாறிக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். So அதை அரெஸ்ட் பண்றதுக்கு தான் இந்த இன்புட் tax credit. So we are trying to devise this through this system so that the end beneficiary or the middle, the intermediaries could benefit. What if எல்லாத்துக்கும் தான், எங்க நடந்தாலும் தான். அங்க என்ன நடக்கும்னா, இப்போ இதை நீங்க பிரிச்சு பிரிச்சு கொடுக்குறீங்களா, இன்ட்ரா ஸ்டேட்ல நடந்தா எங்க போகும்னு சொன்னா சென்டருக்கு மட்டும் போகும் மொத்தமா. சரியா? அதான் தவிர அதுல அட்ஜஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்கு. லெட்ஸ் நாட் கோ இன்டு தட் ஃபார்முலா. ஓகே. So it's this is happening. What if a particular seller, because he has been utilized to this previous regime, new regime has been brought, he can make use of the system and still not reduce the burden for the end customer. அந்த மாதிரி input tax credit claim பண்ணிட்டு, if that particular seller has not reduced the price for the customer, that is called as profiteering. So there was enough scope for profiteering after the GST was implemented. Therefore, when we implemented GST, we brought this body called as National Anti-Profiteering Authority. So any kind of invoice-ல ஏதாவது ஒன்று சிக்கல் உங்களுக்கு அதிகமாக போட்டிருக்கான், என்கிட்ட வாங்கினா பே பண்ணன்ற மாதிரி ஒன்று இருந்தாலும், or if the tax authorities find that he has claimed input tax but not paid on the other hand, இந்த மாதிரி எது நடந்தாலும் அவங்க மேல ஆக்ஷன்ஸ் எடுக்கிறதுக்கான ஒரு அத்தாரிட்டி தான் NAA. This had only tenure of 2 years because we thought that only for 2 years there will be scope for profiteering, and beyond that அதெல்லாம் எதுவும் நடக்காதுன்னு நினைச்சோம். Then we increased the scope to another 2 years. The term ended in the month of December, and the government has notified that with this we are stopping it, and the roles that are taken by the NAA, if at all there is issues related to CCI, anti-profiteering, that will be taken up by the Competition Commission of India. அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. Okay, right. So GST-ல, in fact, NAA is a statutory authority. It's not any resolution-ல ஏதோ வந்தது கிடையாது. GST Act-லயே இருக்கு. But still, we have replaced it. So what is the issue in the merger அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, you see completely different bodies. CCI-க்கும் tax-க்கும் சம்பந்தமே இல்லை. They are just a watchdog for improving competition or in the mergers acquisitions. இதுல ஏதாவது நடந்தா மட்டும்தான் பார்க்கறதுக்கான ஸ்கோப் இருக்கு அவங்களுக்கு. ஸோ அவங்கள்ட்ட போய் இந்த வேலையை கொடுத்தா எப்படி இருக்கு? They only have two. இந்த கமிஷன் தான், காம்படிஷன் கமிஷன்ன்றது பெரிய 40 பேர் இருப்பாங்க நினைச்சீங்கன்னா 2 பேர் தான் இருக்காங்க இன்னும். ரைட். இந்த 2 பேர்ல யாருக்கும் டாக்ஸை பத்தி தெரியாதான். ரைட். ஒருத்தர் ஃபாரின் லால எக்ஸ்பர்ட், இன்னொருத்தர் கம்பெனி லால எக்ஸ்பர்ட். இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய இஷ்யூஸ் இருன்றப்ப ஸ்டில் தேர் ஆர் மெனி கேசஸ் பெண்டிங். என்பிஏஏலயே நிறைய, NAA-ல நிறைய பெண்டிங் கேசஸ் இருக்கு. How we are going to resolve it, we do not know. But still these are administrative issues. The center has decided that it will be merged with CCI. Okay. It's not a tribunal. Of course, it's having quasi-judicial functions. அதுக்கு மேல கூட அத்தாரிட்டி எல்லாம் இருக்கு. GST ட்ரிபியூனல்லாம் இருக்கு. அது வந்து என்னன்னா, ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஜிஎஸ்டி நீங்க பே பண்ணல அப்படின்னு நடந்தா, ஆன்டி ப்ராஃபிட்டியரிங்கிறது இட் இஸ் டு ஸ்டாப் certain traders or GST payers from benefiting from the GST but not transmitting it to the customer. அந்த மாதிரி ஈடுபட்டா மட்டும்தான் அவங்க வந்து ஃபினான்சியல் லாஸோ இல்ல யூ ஹவ் நாட் பெய்ட் ஜிஎஸ்டி they cannot ask those questions. They can, for example, you have done like this, I have a report, you have to come to me, you have to provide evidence அப்படிலாம் சொல்லுவாங்களே தவிர மற்றபடி அவ்வளோ பெரிய பாடிலாம் கிடையாது. எது? ஆமா, இதுவும் அப்படிதான். என்ஏவும் அப்படிதான். சோ மூட்டை வந்து நம்ம இனிஷியலா கொடுத்துருந்தோம். பட் இஃப் யூ சி தே டோன்ட் ஹாவ் எனஃப் டீத். ரெண்டு பாடிக்குமே அப்படிதான். சிசிஏயும் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா ஜஸ்ட் வாட்ச் டாக் அவ்வளவுதானே தவிர, ஆனா என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா இட்ஸ் வாட்ச் டாக் தட் ஹஸ் பீன் டைட் டு இட்ஸ் லீஷ். அவ்வளவுதான், ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியாது. நின்ற இடத்துல இருந்து என்ன பண்ணலாம், குலைச்சிட்டு இருக்கலாம், அவ்வளவுதான். ஓகே. So SEBI and GST network are included under the account aggregator framework. So this is good news for this AAS system. This account aggregator system since 2021, the RBI has been launching this as a separate category of NBFC, or a new category of NBFC called as account aggregator. Right. So what can this account aggregator do? I think many of you would have forgotten. We'll just அது. ஆனா எதுக்கு இதை பத்தி டிஸ்கஸ் பண்றோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, SEBI also has become partner in this AAA. GST network has also become part of this network. Okay. So this is the account aggregator. So what is this account aggregator? This is an intermediary that will bring together many players on one side, other financial users on the other side. For example, we have the term called as FIU, financial information users. அப்படின்னு FIPs ஒருத்தங்க இருக்காங்க, financial information providers. So who are the providers who can give financial information regarding our profile? Banks can give, NBFCs can give, any kind of intermediaries can give. So only they can give. So mutual fund, banks, insurance providers, tax platforms, so anyone can be part of it. SEBI now has become part of it because it is having a host of data regarding our, நீங்க வந்து மியூச்சுவல் ஃபண்ட்ல நீங்க ஏதாவது ஓபன் பண்றீங்கன்னா SEBI will have information. It will have information regarding your stock profile. எதுல எவ்வளவு ஹோல்ட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க, என்ன டெபாசிட்ரிஸ்ல எவ்வளவு வச்சிருக்கீங்க, all those information it will have. Okay, so அதுவும் அதுல இருக்கு. So that has come. GST network, there's a huge database. So that is also, it has reinforced this particular AA platform by becoming members or part of this financial information providers. So account aggregators will now request any data from these providers and give it to other users. So who are the users? Wealth managers, advisors, fiscal financial managers. நீங்களும் நானுமே இதுல யூசர் தான், ஃபினான்ஷியல் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் யூசர். we are the users, we are the intermediaries here. நம்மளோட டேட்டா தான் கொடுப்பாங்க. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், you want to apply for a loan today. ஏதோ ஒரு NBFCல ஒரு லோன் வாங்குறீங்க. a bank can be both a user as well as a provider. It wants to know the status of your bank account. Now you have another bank account. It wants to know the status. Right now it is not having any such power. அதெல்லாம் சோர்ஸ் பண்றதுக்கு ஒரு அக்ரிகேட்டர்னு ஒருத்தவங்க இருப்பாங்க. பிகாஸ் a person is having so much of exposure to different streams of financial sectors. இது எல்லாத்தையுமே எடுத்து சிங்கிளா எடுத்து கொடுக்கறதுக்கான ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் தான் அக்கவுண்ட் அக்ரிகேட்டர். So anyone can take this license and source that data on requirement only, for which the consent of the user of the person is required. Without you giving consent, this account aggregator cannot use your data. Yeah. So you can think that this is similar to the KYC that we have, isn't it? KYC ன்றது என்ன, நம்ம டேட்டாவை கொடுக்குறோம், அவங்களே ஃபெச் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்க, ஆதார்ல இருந்து டேட்டா எடுக்கிறாங்க. ஸோ அதெல்லாம் என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, சென்சிட்டிவ் டேட்டாவை அவங்களால எடுக்க முடியாது. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், இன் KYC what you may give, possibly you can give your name, your PAN card ID, your Aadhaar card. Beyond that, what information you are disclosing, right? But a bank, or let's say as an NBFC who wants to give you loan, I need to know the information of whether you have defaulted in the recent months, whether your salary account is in fact your salary account is salary being credited to that. அது எனக்கு தெரியணும்ல. அந்த மாதிரி சென்சிட்டிவ் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்லாம் சோர்ஸ் பண்றதுக்கு தான் இந்த அக்கௌண்ட் அக்ரிகேட்டர். ஓகே, ஸோ இது வந்து இட் வில் பி a கேம் சேஞ்சர் இன் செக்யூரிங் தி ஃபினான்ஷியல் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ஆஃப் போத் தி கஸ்டமர்ஸ் as well as தி இன்டர்மீடியரிஸ் தான் ஆர்பிஐயோட கிளைம். ஓகே, ஸோ இட் இஸ் ஸ்லோலி ஹேப்பனிங் அண்ட் அன்ராவலிங். லெட்ஸ் see how this proceeds. ஓகே, ஸோ ஒரு மொத்தமே ஒரு 8 பேருக்கு தான் இப்போ லைசன்ஸ் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க as அக்கௌண்ட் அக்ரிகேட்டர். The more people get used to it, it will make sense. So இதெல்லாம் என்னென்ன features of AA account aggregator should be data blind. Should be data blind. அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, let's say I've applied for an account aggregator. I have information from mutual fund organizations. Through that, I'm going to pass that information to the NBFC, for which I have taken your consent. As an intermediary or as the aggregator, I have no authority to see the details. The entire network is framed in such a way that I can just pass or relay this information. I cannot see what is in that. Only these two parties can. It is data blind. It can only share. It cannot see what is in the data. Okay. So different from KYC because it allows for a string of financial transaction to be shared. So registering with AA is fully voluntary. No one can force you. If you want, you can. Okay. For example, how will they persuade you? If you want a quick loan, come to this account aggregator and வாங்க. இனிமேல் அப்படிதான் நடக்கும். If you want a quick loan, spot loan வேணுமா? If you register with an account aggregator, it will make things easy for us. Then you have no way. You have to go through the account aggregator. இப்படிதான் நடக்கும் கொஞ்ச நாள்ல. Now 3-4 years, this will be the reality. Okay. As long as consent is given, it will be shared and it can be withdrawn at any time. Once you withdraw, the NBFC or the company with which you have a relationship, they can also break your relationship if they want. சரியா? நீங்க கொடுக்குற வரைக்கும் தான் அவங்க கூட உனக்கு லோன் கொடுப்பேன், அதுக்கப்புறம் நிறுத்திக்கலாம்னா நிறுத்திக்கலாம். So customers are they part of AA? Yes, of course we are also part of AA. Is there a fee to become part of this? No, it depends. Some have open applications, mobile applications, account aggregators இருக்காங்க. They charge nothing. Some are charging. இந்த மாதிரி எதுனாலும் நடக்கும். Okay, this is just a nascent stage. Things are yet to develop. இந்த மாசம் தான் GST நெட்வொர்க்கே உள்ள வந்து கொடுக்குறேன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஆரம்பிச்சதுல இருந்து கிட்டத்தட்ட இப்போ ஒரு 14-15 banks have been part of this AA. NBFCs are slowly coming on board. Okay, this is how things will change. Right. So recently, when we were discussing about the food subsidy, we spoke about how the highest subsidy for the government is food subsidy, and how in recent years it doubled. Now, 2-3 years has been passed. Now has a time come for the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana to cease. Okay. So the government has taken the decision that we will no longer continue this scheme beyond 2023. Okay. So up to December 31, this scheme will continue. Beyond that, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana will not continue. But in the recent years, the Food Corporation of India has piled up so much of buffer. Beyond the buffer, it has stocked up because it had to supply for this Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana and also for the NFSA. So அதனால என்ன டிஸ்டன்ஸ் எடுத்திருக்காங்கன்னா, after this discontinuation, the government has also made a very radical decision that in the next year, for all the national food security or NFSA beneficiaries, இந்த PDS beneficiaries இருக்காங்களே, எல்லாருக்கும் free of cost the government is going to give. In the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, only for some below poverty line க்கு மட்டும் என்ன கொடுப்பாங்க? Free rice was given. For all of the others, normal subsidized grains were given. This year, for this whole year, the government has decided that no such categorization. For all the beneficiaries of the NFSA, currently they will be given rice 3 kg, wheat 2 kg கொடுத்துட்டு இருப்பாங்களே. இனிமேல் இந்த 1 இயருக்கு யாருக்குமே என்ன கிடையாது, காசு கிடையாது, 0 rupee. Completely the burden the government will take. So in a way, it has subsumed the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana within the National Food Security Act. In the National Food Security Act, the Section 1 provides that the center government at any point of time can notify any price changes. It might be a central sector scheme, but என்ன பண்ணலாம், அவங்க notify பண்ணலாம். So under that powers only, the central government has notified that for this 1 year, from January 1 to December 31, 2023, there will be no charge for any amount of food that they will be providing under the National Food Security Act. Okay, so for that, 2 lakh crores extra burden varum இந்த வருஷம். So a little bit, just go and read about the National Food Security Act also. So repeatedly, ஒரு சைக்கிள்ல ரெக்கர் பண்ற மாதிரி கேள்வி வந்துகிட்டே இருக்கும். இந்த நேஷனல் ஃபுட் செக்யூரிட்டி, ஃபுட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்ல இருந்து ஏதாவது ஒரு கேள்வி இன் டேர்ம்ஸ் ஆஃப் த கவர்மெண்ட் இன்டர்வீனிங் த ஃபார்ம் ஆஃப் ப்ரைசஸ், சப்ளை கொடுக்கறது, எம்எஸ்பி கொடுக்கறது, ஏதாவது ஒன்று வந்துகிட்டே இருக்கும். நீங்க எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும். எவ்ரி இயர் there will be some questions regarding sovereign green bonds. So what are the sovereign green bond? So if you see you can see here, this is one of the data which was shown in the economic survey of this year. என்ன சொல்லியிருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, சாவரின் கிரீன் பாண்ட்ல யார் அதிகமா கொடுத்துருக்கா, யுனைடெட் கிங்டம். இந்தியான்றது ஒண்ணுமே இல்லை, பிகாஸ் we have not issued sovereign green bonds. So sovereign green bondனா green bonds issued by the government. சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் தான் இஷ்யூ பண்ணுவாங்க. அது இந்த வருஷத்துல இருந்து இஷ்யூ பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். எப்படி இஷ்யூ பண்ண போறோம் அப்படின்றதுக்கான ஃப்ரேம் ஒர்க்லாம் வந்துச்சு. In the month of January and in the month of February, in 2 phases, auctions were conducted for this particular sovereign green bonds. Okay, so பாருங்க, this sovereign green bond, is it a short term bond or long term bond? Logically it should be long term. Short term la போட்டு அது எதுக்கு? Okay, so whether it will be given at a discount or whether it will be given as a premium. டிஸ்கவுண்ட்ன்றது எதுல வரணும், எந்த மாதிரி ஃபினான்ஷியல் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட்ஸை டிஸ்கவுண்ட்ல ட்ரேட் பண்ணுவாங்க. வெரி குட். ட்ரெஷரி பில் ஷார்ட் டேர்ம்ல தான் டிஸ்கவுண்ட் போடணும், லாங் டேர்ம்ல எதுக்கு டிஸ்கவுண்ட் பண்ணணும் நம்ம? ஓகே, இல்ல என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா ப்ரீமியம்ல ட்ரேட் ஆகும். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், யூஸ்வலி பாண்ட்ஸ்ல, லாங் டேர்ம் பாண்ட்ஸ்ல டிஸ்கவுண்ட் இருக்காது, இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ரேட் இருக்கும். இதுல இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் ரேட் இருக்கும், பட் ப்ரீமியம்ல ட்ரேட் ஆகும். அப்படின்னா, since this is a green bond, there are many obligations for CSR, for green climate funds to invest in this particular areas. அதனால கண்டிப்பா அதுக்கு டிமாண்ட் வரும்ன்றதுனால 1000 ரூபாய் இருக்குன்னா 1050 ரூபாய்க்கு கூட விற்கலாம். the value of that bond 1000 இருக்குன்னா 1000 தான் அதோட ஃபேஸ் வேல்யூன்னு வச்சுக்கோமே, it can be sold at 1050 also, 1100 also. So the chances of sovereign green bond trading at a premium is high. There is no chance of it being sold at a discount. சரி, இந்த மாதிரி தான் பிளான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஓகே, so right now we have just normally issued it as a form of a long term government security. Long term government security மாதிரி கொடுத்துருக்கோம். What is the advantage of issuing sovereign green bond? Now, one, we are having specific capital investments for that sake. ரெண்டாவது என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு இந்த மாதிரி கிரீன் ஃபண்ட்ஸ் ஒரு கிரீன் ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸை ஃபண்ட் பண்றதுக்கு sometimes it might quote a lesser interest compared to others. இப்போ நார்மல் பாண்ட் போடுறோம், பெருசா மார்க்கெட் கண்டிஷன்ஸை பொறுத்து நம்ம போட வேண்டியது இருக்கும். ஆக்ஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் மேலேயும் போகலாம், கீழேயும் போகலாம். ஆனா இங்க என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, இது ஒரு ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டி, ESG ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டி இருக்கிறதுனால there are many companies or financial entities also wanting to invest in this. ஸோ அதுல நம்ம போட்டோம்னா வட்டி என்ன பண்ணலாம், குறைச்சே கொடுக்கலாம். ஸோ இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் பர்டன் ஃபார் த கவர்மெண்ட் கேன் ஆல்சோ கம் டவுன். ஸோ இந்த காரணத்துக்காக சாவரன் கிரீன் பாண்ட் ஒரு இஷ்யூவை டெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஸோ ஹோப்ஃபுல்லி இந்த நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர் ஆல்சோ there will be recurring issuance of sovereign green bonds. Okay, so whether this is eligible for SLR, அடுத்த கேள்வி. Investments in sovereign green bond, can be used or declared as part of SLR. பண்ணலாமா பண்ண முடியாதா? Anything governmentனாலே என்னது பண்ணணும். That only is logical because it is liquid, it can be sold at any point of time. அதனால they have also been given the status that they are eligible for SLR. அப்போ என்ன இருக்கும்? SLR எலிஜிபிள்னா banks will automatically want to buy this because they need to hold a part as SLR. ஸோ இதுக்கான டிமாண்டை ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக கிரியேட் பண்றோம். NRI இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ஸை ஆட்டோமேட்டிக் ரூட்ல கொண்டு வந்துட்டோம். NRI investments will be automatic. That is no need to take their prior approval of RBI. அதெல்லாம் தேவையில்லை. அவங்க எப்பனாலும் என்ன பண்ணிக்கலாம்? Sovereign green bondல they can come, they can auction, they can take the bond, invest in the bond. இதெல்லாம் ரீசெண்டா நடந்தது. If at all there are any changes in the upcoming issues of sovereign green bond, we will notify. Okay. இதுப்பா இதுலையா இல்ல இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்றது இல்லையா இல்ல வர்ற இதுலையா வர்ற ரிட்டர்ன்ஸ் சொல்றேன் ஈல்ட்ஸா பெரும்பாலும் என்னதுன்னா இதுல வர்ற ஈல்டு எல்லாமே வந்து டாக்ஸ் காம்பனன்ட் தான். இட் வில் பி டாக்ஸ்ட். ஆனா வந்து என்னன்னா இது வந்து எப்படி ட்ரேட் பண்ண போறோம், இஎஸ்ஜி ஸ்டாக் என்னது சோஷியல் ஸ்டாக் எக்ஸ்சேஞ்சில் பண்ண போறோமா அப்படின்றது இன்னும் நிறைய கைட்லைன்ஸ் இருக்கு. நவ் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன்ஸ்க்கும் பேங்க்ஸுக்கு மட்டும் இந்த ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃபேஸ்ல ஆப்ஷன் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. இன்னும் ரீட்டைல் பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸை ஓப்பன் பண்ணி இன்னும் வெளியிலேருந்து நிறைய வந்துச்சுன்னா தென் அந்த மாதிரி இதெல்லாம் பண்ணலாம். ஓகே. ஏன்னா இப்போ ஒரு இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் பேங்க் அதில் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணி அவங்களுக்கு என்ன டாக்ஸ் அதில் நம்மள மாதிரி பர்சனலாக போடுறவங்களுக்கு தான் அதில் எக்ஸம்ஷன் இருக்கா, டாக்ஸ் வருமா வராதான்ற ஒரு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்கணும் தானே. ஓகே, ஸோ வில் சி, வில் வெயிட் ஃபார் திஸ் மார்க்கெட் டு மெச்சூர். Issues related to the RBI dividend or surplus. Recently, there was a news that this year, because of the high interest cost, the RBI will only transfer less to the government. ரொம்ப கம்மியாக தான் கவர்மெண்ட் கொடுக்க போகிறோம் சர்ப்ளஸ். அது என்ன ஆர்பிஐ சர்ப்ளஸ்னா, ஆர்பிஐ ஏன் டிவிடெண்டாக கவர்மெண்ட்டை கொடுக்கணும்? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஆல், தி ஓனர் ஆஃப் தி ஆர்பிஐ இஸ் த கவர்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா. தேர்ஃபோர், RBI itself is a company. Being the shareholder, any amount of profit generated by RBI has to rightfully go to the government of India. But there has been certain issues regarding the share of this surplus. Because if you see, it is not an ordinary company which just works on profit. Profit aiming authority கிடையாது இது RBI. How does it earn profit? எப்படி வருது ஒரு கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு ப்ராஃபிட்? நீங்க எடுத்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, see here, I've just given you here a chart. So look at the amount of surplus that has been transferred to the government by RBI. பாருங்க, ஃபினான்ஷியல் இயர் 16 வரைக்கும் நல்லா போயிட்டு இருந்துச்சா, 60-70,000 crore இருந்துச்சு. டப் அண்ட் ட்ராப் ஆச்சு. தென் இந்த நெக்ஸ்ட் இயர் யூ கேன் ஃபைண்ட் எங்க வரைக்கும் போயிருக்குன்னு பாருங்க. திஸ் 1,70,000 crore-ன்றது இட்ஸ் a very very huge number. ஒரே ஒரு கம்பெனில இருந்து கவர்மெண்ட்டுக்கு அவ்வளவு வருதுன்னா எவ்வளவு ஃபண்ட் பண்ணலாம் பாருங்க. சரியா? அதனாலதான் உங்கள்ட்ட இருந்து கேட்டுட்டே இருப்போம், நீ எப்ப எனக்கு RBI சர்ப்ளஸ் தர அப்படின்ட்டு. ஓகே. ஆனா அதுக்கப்புறம் குறைஞ்சிருச்சு. அப்புறம் கொஞ்சம் குறைஞ்சி இந்த வருஷமும் குறையுது, அடுத்த வருஷமும் குறையுது அப்படின்ற மாதிரி சொல்றாங்க. ஏன் இது குறையுது அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் ஹை இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் காஸ்ட். ஹை இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் காஸ்ட்டுக்கும் இந்த சர்ப்ளஸ்க்கு என்ன சம்பந்தம் அப்படின்னு பார்க்கலாம். சி, உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சதை சொல்லுங்க. வாட் ஆர் த RBI சோர்சஸ் டு ஏர்ன் ப்ராஃபிட்? ப்ராஃபிட்டுக்கு எதெல்லாம் வச்சு சம்பாதிக்கும் RBI? பிரிண்டிங். வெரி குட். பிரிண்டிங், செயினோராஜ் காஸ்ட் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஓகே. வேற how does it earn? தெரியலையா? கவர்மெண்ட் செக்யூரிட்டி இஷ்யூ பண்றாங்க. கவர்மெண்ட் செக்யூரிட்டி இஷ்யூ பண்றதுனால ஒன்றும் வராது. ஆபரேஷன்ஸ், அதாவது மானிட்டரி ஆபரேஷன்ஸ்லயே என்ன பண்ணுதுன்னா, ரெப்போ ரேட் அதிகமாகவும் ரிவர்ஸ் ரெப்போ ரேட் கம்மியாகும். அப்படின்னாலே கண்டிப்பா அதுக்கு ப்ராஃபிட் வரணும், அப்படிதானே? So of course it's earning interest through repo rate. So that's the main important factor in which it is earning income. அதை தாண்டி forex absorption அப்படின்னு வந்து, for example, now in the market it had to absorb dollars. வச்சுக்கிட்டே இருப்பாங்க, திடீர்னு அடுத்த வருஷம் டாலரோட ரேட் அதிகமாயிரும். கோல்டு வச்சுட்டே இருப்பாங்க, கோல்டோட வேல்யூ கூடும். இதெல்லாம் வந்து ரீவேல்யூவேஷன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ரீவேல்யூவேஷன். சரியா? இந்த மாதிரி printing, monetary operations, through all of this RBI may have a profit generated in a particular year. This profit has to be given to the government of India, rightfully speaking, but it will not send all. It will not transfer the entire amount. It will keep some portion with itself. How much does it keep? It was given to its discretion because RBI is a crucial decision maker. அதனால என்ன அப்படின்னு சொன்னா, let's say next year கோவிட் மாதிரி வந்துருச்சு, ரொம்ப லோவா நான் கொடுக்கணும், நிறைய நம்ம கொடுக்க வேண்டியது இருக்கு, ஐம் ஆப்ரேட்டிங் அட் அ லாஸ்னா, அது அப்சார்ப் பண்றது பணம் இருக்கணும்ல. பணத்தெல்லாம் ப்ராஃபிட் வாங்கி உங்கள்கிட்ட கொடுத்துட்டு என்ன வருது? என்ன பண்றது? ஒன்றும் பண்ண முடியாது. ஓகே, ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ப்ராஃபிட் ஷேரிங்ல வாட் வில் ஹேப்பன் இஸ் some percentage it will retain for contingency. இதுக்கு பேர் contingency reserve அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. How much it will keep? Let's say out of 100%, 100 rupee profit, it will store away 28%. 30% will store. This was becoming a problem for the government of India. It was saying that you are unnecessarily saying risk and storing away your money without transferring it to me. So there needs to be a formula which has to be decided. It should not be based on your discretion. This year I may feel that 30% let me keep. Next year you may feel 50% I may keep. அப்படிலாம் இருக்கக்கூடாது. So capital framework என்ன decide பண்ணிட்டு, that was one of the reasons why some 3 years ago உர்ஜித் பட்டேல்னு ஒரு கவர்னர் ரிசைன் பண்ணிட்டு போனாரு. அது காரணம், இது ஒரு காரணம். 2 பேரும் சண்டை போட்டுக்கிட்டாங்க, நீ எனக்கு கொடுக்குறியா இல்லையா அப்படின்னு. சரிங்களா, நீங்க ரொம்ப ஓவரா வச்சுக்கிறீங்க காசு அப்படின்னு தான் சொல்லி, இல்லைன்னு சொல்லி அப்ப ஒரு கமிட்டியை போட்டு டிசைட் பண்ணுவோம்னு சொல்லிட்டு போட்டதுதான் பிமல் ஜலான் கமிட்டி அப்படின்னு ஒரு கமிட்டி. So பிமல் ஜலான் கமிட்டி gave a formula as to how much should be shared to the central government. அதான் எக்கனாமிக் கேபிட்டல் ஃப்ரேம்வொர்க் கமிட்டின்னு சொல்றது. He decided that at least 18% should be kept, remaining should be transferred to the center. அப்படி சொன்னதுனால தான் அந்த வருஷம் டக்குன்னு பீக் ஆயிருக்கும். அதுக்கப்புறம் தொடர்ச்சியா கோவிட்னால ஆர்பிஐக்கு ப்ராஃபிட் வரல. லாஸ்ட் இயர் மானிட்டரி ஆபரேஷன்ஸ்ல நீங்க எடுத்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஃபாரெக்ஸ் அப்படியே ஸ்லைட் ஆயிடுச்சு. $650 billion இருந்து $500 billion வந்துச்சு. கையில காசுல இருந்தான்னு அர்த்தம் அவ்வளோ. ஸோ அதெல்லாம் வெளியே போயிடுச்சு. மார்க்கெட்ல போன வருஷம் ஃபுல்லாவே என்ன ஆபரேஷன்ஸ் அதிகமா பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்கன்னா எஸ்டிஎஃப் ஆபரேஷன்ஸ். எஸ்டிஎஃப்ல என்ன கொடுக்கணும், யார் காசு கொடுக்கணும் இப்பதானே பார்த்தோம். RBI needs to pay money to pay interest to banks. இந்த மாதிரி பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறதுனால high interest rate and high costs will lead to lower profit for RBI and therefore there will be only less sharing. Okay, some other things also I've included. I think it's time. அடுத்த பசங்க வெளியே வந்து வெயிட் பண்றாங்க போல. ஓகே, ஸோ இதுல வந்து அடுத்து இந்த அதானியில என்டர்பிரைஸ்ல என்னென்ன இஷ்யூஸ் என்னென்ன பார்க்கணும் அப்படின்றதெல்லாம் நோட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்கேன். I'll send the slides also if possible. So if something is very important, then we will discuss in the next session. Okay, thank you.
Very good afternoon, friends. Okay, or shall I say good evening? Maybe your choice. We can say very good evening, friends. Okay. ரொம்ப டல்லா இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கீங்களே. You guys are looking so dull or so out of energy. Is it the lunch effect? Okay. Class ஆரம்பிக்கிட்டோம். Lunch at a triple effect மாறும் பாருங்க. Okay. So as per the schedule, today, the next 2 hours, we will have a discussion on the important updates in the science and technology and environment for the month of Jan, Feb and March. For your ready reference, you would be already received a PDF version of the class slides in your mail that you have given to us. Probably if you want, you can open your mail, download that PDF, use it as a reference when the class is going on, and any extra point which is given during the lecture, you can take only those as a class notes. Rather than taking everything given on the slides, you can save some time, right? Okay. So with that, let's get into our discussion. Okay, first topic. We'll try to see some important updates in the field of biotechnology first. First is about age determination techniques that are widely used, particularly by the forensic department. Because not only in terms of identifying the age of those victims who are unknown, probably disaster victims or those who are homeless, not only for that, particularly in terms of those child who are in conflict with the law. In terms of Delhi gang rape case, there was one minor who was involved. And also recently there was also a Kathua rape case that a minor was involved. There was an issue surrounding that. Some section of the people were saying he was an adult, so he should be tried under adult law. Well, he and the family members claim that he is a child. So there was a need to conduct scientific studies about how to determine the age of a person. So that's the reason it came in the news. You understand the context, right? So அந்த கான்டெக்ட்ல ஏஜ் டிட்டர்மைன் பண்றதுக்கு என்னென்ன scientific மெத்தட் இருக்கு அப்படின்றத பார்க்கலாம். First one and the most widely used is bone density, or generally called as understanding the bone density. So understanding the bone density not through X-ray but through MRI scan. இந்த இடத்துல ஸ்லிப் வைக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. Because நம்ம bone scan ன்னு சொல்லிட்டாலே மைண்ட்ல வர்றது X-ray தான். But this is not through X-ray but through bone MRI scan. So bone MRI scan can reveal with the highest accuracy, about 99% accuracy, whether the person was older than 17 years or not. So this is considered to be the most accurate method of determining the age of the person. Okay. But there are a lot of points that comes into the picture when we take this. In terms of the growth pattern between humans and the animals, which is the animal closest to humans? We generally say monkey, but someone said that very clearly. Who told that? Chimpanzees. So in terms of our comparison with the animal world, chimpanzees are considered to be more closer to the humans. Even though we are closer to chimpanzees evolutionarily, the growth pattern that chimpanzees exhibit and the humans exhibit are different. நம்ம chimpanzees இருந்து வந்தாலும் chimpanzees எப்போ adult போறாங்க, நம்ம humans எப்போ adult stage போறாங்கன்றது வேற வேற. They are not the same. For example, chimpanzees are known to attain the growth of the adult stage from 6.5 years itself. Well, chimpanzees grow to adult stage from 6.5 years. 6 வருஷத்துலயே அவங்க adult stage போறாங்க. But it will take at least from the beginning of the 12 years to enter into adulthood. நம்ம teenage சொல்றோம் தெரியுமா? It starts from 12. So that's a first difference I would like to point out. Second is, there are also called as growth plates. There are certain bones in our human body contains what is called as growth plates. The growth plate matures in a human until up to 20 years of age. Growth plates, which is actually seen in your shoulder bone. Growth plates found in the shoulder bone, it continues to grow up to 20 years of age, but after your 20 years, it stops growing. So, ஒரு ஹியூமனோட ஒரு அன்னோன் ஹியூமனோட ஏஜ் கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு போன் அனாலிசிஸ் இஸ் தி கைண்ட் ஆஃப் அ கோல்டன் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட். Either we can talk in terms of bone density, in terms of comparison, human growth is different from the nearest animal friend, and in terms of certain bone aspects like bone plates, it matures until up to 20 years and after that it stops. It is the first and the golden standard. The next is telomeres of chromosomes. We all know that human cells, and in the nucleus of the human cells, we have a human cell, and the nucleus of the human cells, we have what is called as chromosomes. And an adult human cell contains how many chromosomes? 23. அப்படி பாத்தீங்கன்னா உங்க பாதி மனுஷன் தான். 23 பேர்னு சொன்னாதான் முழு மனுஷன், பாதி மனுஷன் தான். So 23 pairs means 46 chromosomes. Usually we put the chromosome structure like this, correct? something like this we put, this end of the chromosome is called as telomeres. So what is telomeres? Telomeres are the ends of the chromosome. Telomeres are the ends. ஒரு chromosome எப்படி போடுறோம்னா யூசுவலா telomeres எப்படி chromosomes இப்படி போடலாம் நம்ம. This end region of the chromosome is called as telomeres. And the telomeres are implicated in many aspects. One, the telomere, imagine like your hair. The more you age, the telomere length shortens. So shortening of the telomere is an indication of aging process. That's a second method of determining age. Shortening of the telomeres. But in the shortening of the telomeres ன்னு சொல்லணும் தெரியுமா? இப்போ telomere length நீங்க இப்பதான் ஒரு 10 years இருக்கீங்கன்னா இப்போ இதுதான் குரோமோசோம் வைங்க, இதுதான் telomere region. If this is the normal telomere region at your birth, and after 20-25 years, it will be reduced only to this. It shortens. Gradually it shortens. So telomere shortening is an indication of age, which also means aging is associated with the shortening of telomeres. நம்ம ஏன் வயசாகிறோம்? வயசாக தசையில சுருக்கம் வருது, our abilities decreases. It is also considered to be associated with shortening of the telomeres. So shortening of the telomeres is associated with the aging process. நம்ம வயசாகிறதுக்கு ஒரு காரணமா சொல்றாங்க. One, second, it is also associated with the cancers. The more shortening happens, the more cancer can also known to form. So telomere அப்படின்றதுல இந்த நிறைய ஃபங்க்ஷன் இருக்கு. ரெண்டு ஃபங்க்ஷன் முக்கியமா சொல்லியிருக்கேன். ஒன்னு cancer, tumor formation, and second aging process. So this telomeres also can be used to determine the age of the individual. அப்படி பார்க்கும்போது என்ன, ஒரு சாம்பிள் எடுத்து பார்க்கறோம். If they have a large telomere, it means they are young. If they have a shortened telomere, it means they are adult. They are kind of very old. The third one, analyzing T cell. Analyzing T cell. That's a third method we can use. What T cell actually is? T cell is actually a part of immune system. T cell is actually a part of immune system responsible for cell signaling. முக்கியமான விஷயம் செல் சிக்னலிங். சார், நம்ம இம்யூன் சிஸ்டம்னாலே பொதுவா நமக்கு மைண்ட்ல வர்றது என்னன்னா ஆன்டிபாடின்ற ஒரு வார்த்தை. தப்பு பண்ணிடாதீங்க. ஆன்டிபாடின்றது பி செல்ன்ற இன்னொரு செல்லோட சம்பந்தப்பட்டது. டி செல் மீன்ஸ் செல் சிக்னலிங். ஸோ டி செல், இந்த டி செல் பாத்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ நம்ம இப்போ டேக் ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், நீங்க பிறக்கும் பொழுது you are very fresh. Nothing that you are exposed to the world. All the T cells in your body are fresh. But every time a new disease comes, your T cell adapts and resists it and helps in clearing them. A new disease comes, it once again develops itself, resists the new disease and clears them. இது ஒவ்வொரு தடவை உங்களுக்கு கோல்டு வரும்போதும் ஒவ்வொரு தடவை இந்த டிசீஸ் வரும்போதும் this is what happens. This is what called as T cell genetic reassortment. It's called as T cell genetic reassortment. இது எப்படி உங்களுக்கு சிம்பிளா எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணலாம்னா, உங்க உடம்புல இருக்கிறது ஒரு செட் ஆஃப் டி செல்ஸ் தான், செட் ஆஃப் பி செல்ஸ் தான். ஆனா 100 million டிஃபரெண்ட் பாக்டீரியா உங்க உடம்புல வந்தாலும் அந்த 100 million டிஃபரெண்ட் பாக்டீரியாவை ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்ணி டிஃபரெண்டா எலிமினேட் பண்ற எபிலிட்டி நம்ம இம்யூன் சிஸ்டத்துக்கு இருக்கு. அது என்னன்னா, திஸ் இஸ் பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் திஸ் வாட் இஸ் கால்ட் ஜெனடிக் ரீஅசார்ட்மெண்ட். இப்போ லெட்ஸ் சே ஒரு டி செல் எடுத்து பாக்குறீங்க, ஜெனடிக் அசார்ட்மெண்ட்டே நடக்கல, அப்ப என்ன அர்த்தம்? they are very young. If the genetic assortment has happened very better and very long, it means they are long for life. They have been exposed to the disease agent for long abindrathu. So that's the next method, analyzing T cell, particularly T cell genetic reassortment. That's the next method. And the next method for determining age, which we all been associated with, wisdom teeth. But what is actually wisdom teeth? We have 3 molar teeth. கடவாய் பல்லுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. நம்மளுக்கு 3 கடவாய் பல்லு இருக்கு. அதுல third one is what called as wisdom teeth. The third molar teeth is called as wisdom teeth, And that third one is the last to come. That usually comes between 17 to 25 years. But also know, some of you may not have it. It doesn't mean that you are not wise. அப்படி அர்த்தம் கிடையாது. Some persons it may not erupt at all. Okay. So the eruption of the wisdom teeth is not mandatory in all humans. But if it erupts, it usually comes between 17 to 25 years. அப்ப யாருக்காவது wisdom teeth இருந்ததுன்னா இல்ல வர மாதிரி இருந்ததுன்னா we can be very sure that they are above 17 years wisdom teeth. And the last and the most important in the topic is what is called as epigenetic clock. Epigenetic clock. Let's talk about this epigenetic clock. Okay, epigenetic na enna adha patti oru brief ah paakalam. We know what the word genetic means, right? Genetic means genes. Genes means something which is inherited from one generation to the next generation. Idha nama genetic nu solrom. Ipo our fathers, our mothers mutations, their genetic diseases, we get that and we pass it to our next generation. Idha dhan genetics அப்படின்றது பொதுவான அர்த்தம். And when I say mutations, when I say genetic diseases, it is because of what? For example, நம்ம DNA, நம்ம ஃபாதர் மதரோட DNA இருக்கு, GAA something DNA இருக்கு, இல்ல ஏதோ ஒரு சேஞ்ச் வரதுன்னு மியூட்டேஷன் சொல்றோம். We call that as a mutation, right? What is mutation? A change in base pair. A change in base pair of DNA is called as mutation. இதுதான் நம்மளுக்கு தெரிஞ்ச மியூட்டேஷன் அப்படின்றதோட அர்த்தம். இது சேஞ்ச் வரும்போது என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா the whole genes character changes. இதுதான் நம்ம மியூட்டேஷன் ஜெனடிக் டிசீஸோட பேஸ். கரெக்டா? இப்போ எபிஜெனடிக்ஸ்னா என்னன்னா, எபி மீன்ஸ் அவுட்டர். This is something very unique and very different. For example, let us say the same one, GAATTC. Let's say this sequence is the same. It doesn't undergo any change, but there is a change in gene expression. இது எப்படின்னா, this is something very difficult to understand. Sir, இது இப்படி இருக்கு, இதுல இது ஏன்றது மாறினா இல்ல வேற ஏதாவது மாறினா சேஞ்ச் ஆகலாம். ஆனா எதுவுமே மாறாம எப்படி சார் சேஞ்ச் ஆகும்? சேஞ்ச் இன் ஜீன் எக்ஸ்பிரஷன், they say there is no change in basis, but other changes, chemical changes, certain chemical changes to the basis creates structural modification. இது என்னன்னா, இந்த GAATs ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் நான் சொல்லியிருக்கேன். இது அப்படியே தான் இருக்கும், இதுல எந்த மாற்றமும் ஒரு மியூட்டேஷனே நடக்காதுங்க. மியூட்டேஷனே நடக்காம ஃபாதருடைய சில கேரக்டர்ஸ் நமக்கு வருதுன்னா அதுதான் எபிஜெனடிக்ஸ். ஸோ எபிஜெனடிக்ஸ் மீன்ஸ் inheritance of characters from one generation to the next, okay, without any involvement of base pairs, without any involvement of the base pairs. That is called as epigenetics. Base involve ஆகாம ஒரு 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 ஜெனடிக் கேரக்டர் ஒரு ஜெனரேஷன்ல இருந்து இன்னொரு ஜெனரேஷன் வர்றது we call it as epigenetics. The next question comes, sir, epigenetics, sir, இதனுடைய ரோல் என்ன சார்? வாட் இஸ் த ரோல் ஆஃப் எபிஜெனடிக்ஸ்? ஜெனரலி சேயிங் எபிஜெனடிக்ஸோட ரோல் எங்கெங்க வருதுன்னா, 1, ரெகுலேஷன் ஆஃப் ஜீன் எக்ஸ்பிரஷன். ரெகுலேஷன் ஆஃப் ஜீன் எக்ஸ்பிரஷன். ஐ அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட். இது இன்னும் கிளியரா சொல்லணும் அப்படின்னா ஐ ஹாவ் டு கோ மோர் டீப்பர், விச் இஸ் நாட் ரெலவென்ட் ஃபார் அவர் யூபிஎஸ்சி. இப்போ நான் சொன்ன வரைக்கும் புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டா போதும், இதுக்கு மேல தேவையில்லை. So I'm stopping here consciously. But what is the role of epigenetics? That is important. Okay, first one, regulation of gene expression. Second, involvement of certain pathogenesis, involvement in certain metabolic disorders, such as diabetes. Scientists have found epigenetics க்கும் diabetes க்கும் சில சம்பந்தம் இருக்குன்னு சொல்றாங்க. Diabetes, like diabetes. Third, நம்மளுக்கு பொதுவா கேன்சர்ன்றது எப்படி தெரியும்னா, இதுல ஏதாவது சேஞ்ச் வந்தா கேன்சர்னு தெரியும். இதுல சேஞ்ச் வர வேணாம், இந்த எக்ஸ்டர்னல் ஸ்ட்ரக்சரல் சேஞ்ச் வந்தாலே கேன்சர் வர வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. தேர்ட், கேன்சர். Cancer. So this is what generally called as epigenetics. Okay, but epigenetics அப்படின்றது எப்படி நடக்கும் அப்படின்னும்போது we can say there are two major ways how epigenetics can happen. Now once again, I'm not going detailed into that. I'm just going to give you the names. Epigenetics can happen by means of two methods. One is called as methylation of DNA. இப்போ நம்ம பேஸ் இருக்குன்னு வைங்களா, ஜி இருக்குன்னு வைங்களா, ஜஸ்ட் இங்க ஒரு மித்தைல் குரூப் போய் ஆட் ஆயிடும். மித்தைல் குரூப் தெரியல, CH4, அவ்வளவுதான். இட்ஸ் ஸ்ட்ரக்சரல் ஃபார்ம் சேஞ்சஸ். That is called as epigenetics. So two forms of epigenetics can happen. One, DNA methylation, and second, histone modification. Histone na enna sir? Maybe in our younger days, சில பேர் கைட்டு விட்டுருப்பீங்க, காத்தாடி இல்லையா என்ன சொல்றோம், சில பேர் விட்டுருக்க மாட்டீங்க. அந்த நூல் எப்படி சுத்துறோம், நடுவில் ஒரு ஒரு பேப்பர் பால் வச்சுதுன்னு சுத்துறோம். இமேஜின் தட் our DNA is like the thread. You need something to hold on to have wind it up, right? Correct. இப்போ நம்ம காத்தாடி விடும்போது அந்த நூலு சுத்துறதுக்கு எப்படி பேப்பர் பால் இருக்கோ, அதே மாதிரி DNA சுத்தி வைக்கிற பேப்பர் பால் தான் ஹிஸ்டோன். This round one, no, that's called as histone. Histone modification. So epigenetics can happen by two ways. One, DNA methylation. Second, histone modification. So இது எதுக்கு சார் பேசுறோம்? The extent of epigenetics is also an indicator of age. It is in that context we discussed that. So இந்த ஒரு டாபிக்ல நிறைய சின்ன சின்ன விஷயங்கள் அடங்கி இருக்கு. ஓகேங்களா? ஓகே. Let's move to the next topic. Our next topic is about multi-drug resistant gonorrhea. Gonorrhea is actually a sexually transmitted bacterial infection. நமக்கு இது தெரியும், but இந்த இடத்துல we might make a mistake. Gonorrhea is a sexually transmitted bacterial infection caused by the bacteria சொல்லிட்டோம். என்ன பாக்டீரியா சார்? Caused by Neisseria gonorrhoeae. Neisseria species ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. It's a bacteria. It's a name of a bacteria. And gonorrhea is the second most common STD, sexually transmitted disease. Sir, அப்போ செகண்ட் சொல்லிட்டீங்க, அப்போ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் யாரு சார் அப்படின்னா, it is caused by another one called as chlamydia. Chlamydia is the most prevalent STD, and the second most prevalent STD among the humans is gonorrhea. But why we are talking about the gonorrhea now? Because of the concerns associated with the gonorrhea. Sir, gonorrhea ஒருவேளை இன்ஃபெக்ட் ஆச்சுன்னா என்ன காம்ப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் வரலாம் சார் அப்படின்னும்போது, infertility. What are the complications of the disease or consequences? Infertility, one. Second, associated physiological malfunctions. Two. And three, increasing vulnerability to HIV. இப்ப இந்த gonorrhea இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு HIV வரக்கூடிய வாய்ப்பு மிக அதிகம். Healthy persons விட gonorrhea patients have a higher chance to get HIV. These are the three complications associated with gonorrhea. And also gonorrhea is sexually transmitted சொல்லிருக்கோம். So it is communicable. One person ல இருந்து இன்னொரு பர்சனுக்கு அது கம்யூனிகேட் ஆகும். It can be transmitted from one person to another. Sir, அப்போ what about the young fetus which is newborn from the mother? If the mother is infected, what will happen to the fetus? Yes, gonorrhea can also be transmitted through placenta and also during childbirth. Even through placenta, gonorrhea will infect the fetus. நீங்க புரிஞ்சுக்கணும், ஃபீட்டஸ்னா அர்த்தம் எப்போ யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம் தெரியுமா? அந்த வார்த்தையை ஃபீட்டஸ் கருவுல இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் ஃபீட்டஸ், வெளியே வந்துடுச்சுன்னா இன்ஃபேண்ட் ஆர் நியூ பார்ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ ஃபீட்டஸ்னும் போது கருவில் இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் இட் இஸ் யூஸ் பை த வேர்ட் ஃபீட்டஸ். ஸோ So Neisseria gonorrhoeae can infect the fetus through placenta and also during childbirth. Okay, why it was in the news? It was in the news because of two concerns. The first concern in Kenya, particularly Nairobi, the capital of Kenya, has reported a large number of gonorrhea cases. இந்த gonorrhea cases large number இருக்கு தெரியுமா? இது ரெண்டு விஷயத்தை ரொம்ப பயமுத்துற மாதிரி இருக்குன்னு சொல்றாங்க. The medical fraternities were scared about this outbreak for two major reasons. First reason is what? One, it can cause both. Not everyone will have the symptom of a disease. So it can cause both symptomatic as well as asymptomatic disease. That's the most important. So it can cause both symptomatic as well as asymptomatic disease, which means the outbreak in Kenya is believed to be only tip of the iceberg. There are many so-called healthy people, but who are carrying the disease. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு என்ன சொல்றாங்க? So asymptomatic இருக்கனால இந்த பயம் இருக்கு. சரிங்க சார், just a disease, then why are we worrying about it? The worry comes with the second aspect. So what is the second aspect, sir? The second aspect is what are the parts of our body it affects. The Neisseria gonorrhea affects genitals. It's a sexually transmitted disease, natural to say genitals, but not only that. It is also known to affect rectum and throat. It is a bacteria that infects. The second significant எதுக்குன்றதை நான் சொல்றேன். Second significance எதுக்குன்னா, it infects the genital parts of our body and as well as rectum and throat. சார் இதனால என்ன ப்ராப்ளம் சார் நம்பொழுது? Rectum and throat is home for other bacteria also. Rectum and throat is where other bacteria is present as well. அப்போ என்ன ஆகுது சார்? ஓகே சார், அப்படி இருந்தால என்ன பிரச்சனை? The point is, a multi-drug resistant this bacteria, Neisseria, a multi-drug resistant bacteria can transmit the resistance to other bacteria in rectum and throat. இவங்களுக்கு இருக்கிற ரெசிஸ்டன்ஸ் பாத்தீங்கன்னா மற்ற பாக்டீரியாக்கும் பரவ ஆரம்பிச்சிடும். இது தெரியாமையே போகுது because people can be asymptomatic. We may not have a clue, but within a very short time, many bacteria and many people will be having infection which cannot be cured at all. It will be hard to cure because it is multi-drug resistant. You understand? So because of these two reasons. First reason, it is both symptomatic and asymptomatic, and second, the second point summarize பண்ணி சொல்லணும்னா, it can transfer its resistance, drug resistance to other bacteria. This is the second concern. The second concern ரொம்ப simplify பண்ணி சொல்லணும்னா, this Neisseria gonorrhoeae can transfer its drug resistance to other bacteria that can cause other epidemic outbreaks. So that is the second concern. And according to World Health Organization, sir, எதனால இந்த antibiotic resistance வளருது? எதனால இது first வருதுன்னும்போது, according to WHO, it mainly because of the overuse of antibiotics. What are the major reasons? The first reason why this drug resistance develops, the first reason is overuse of antibiotics. கடையில போய் நம்ம சும்மா வாங்கி போட்டுக்கிறோம் இல்லையா, ஓவர் த கவுண்டர் பிரிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் சொல்லுவாங்க, ஓடிசின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ ஓவர் யூஸ் ஆஃப் ஆன்டிபயோட்டிக்ஸ். செகண்ட், genetic mutations of the bacteria. And three, repeated use of poor quality drugs. These were the three reasons cited. Let's move to the third topic. The third topic, we will discuss about trans fat. Okay, trans fat பத்தி பார்க்கலாம். When I was studying in my college, it took a long time to understand the concept of fat actually. But only after a lot of time I know fat na இவ்வளோ சிம்பிள் அப்படின்றது. I'll try to share that. Fat is simply very, very simple. Fat na என்ன அப்படின்னா, it is something, imagine பண்ணிக்கோங்க, ஒரு chemical molecule. You know what a chemical molecule, correct? ஒரு chemical molecule வச்சுக்கோங்க. சிம்பிளா நான் போடுறேன், not chemically correct, but I'm simplifying it. இப்படி ஒரு கெமிக்கல் மாலிகுல் இது கிளிசரால்டிகைட்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஒன் செகண்ட் ஐம் நாட் கோயிங். ஓகே, உள்ளெல்லாம் போகல. இதுல அட்டாச் ஆகிக்கக்கூடிய லாங் செயின் ஃபேட்டி ஆசிட், இது மொத்தத்தையும் சேர்த்து தான் ஃபேட். இந்த ஃபேட்டோடைய கேரக்டரிஸ்டிக்ஸ் எதை டிபெண்ட் பண்ணி வருதுன்னா, இட் டிபெண்ட்ஸ் அப்பான் த நேச்சர் ஆஃப் திஸ் ஃபேட்டி ஆசிட்ஸ். இப்போ இந்த ஃபேட்டி ஆசிட்ஸ் இப்போ என்னன்னா, ஃபேட்டி ஆசிட்ஸ் ஆர் நத்திங் பட் லாங் செயின் hydrocarbons. It's a long chain hydrocarbons. It's a long chain hydrocarbons characterized by ester linkage. நீங்க சிம்பிளா சொல்லணும்னா இதுதான் நான் சொல்ல முடியும். What is this? இதுதான் இதோட ஃபேட் உடைய கெமிக்கல் ஸ்ட்ரக்சருங்க. It is a long chain. இதை நான் இப்படி போட்டிருக்கேன், இப்படி லைனா இப்படி போட்டிருக்கேன். ஆக்சுவலி இது எப்படின்னா சிசிசின்னு பெருசா போயிட்டே இருக்கும், 32 44 போயிட்டு இருக்கும் பெருசா. It's a long chain hydrocarbon characterized by ester linkage. That's enough. இந்த சார் ester linkage என்ன? இந்த கெமிக்கல் பாண்ட சொல்லுவாங்க, ester linkage ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஓகே, now the next point என்னன்னா, இந்த ஃபேட், இந்த லாங் செயின் ஃபேட்டி ஆசிட் இருக்கு தெரியுமா, இதனுடைய கேரக்டரை வச்சுதான் நம்ம டிரான்ஸ் ஃபேட்டா சிஸ் ஃபேட்டான்றதை சொல்லுவோம். It is that long chain fatty acid, correct? So CH இருக்கு இல்லையா, CC இப்படி போயிட்டு இருக்கு இல்லையா, இதோட கேரக்டரை வச்சுதான் நாம என்ன சொல்றோம், சிஸ் ஃபேட் ஆர் டிரான்ஸ் ஃபேட்னு சொல்றோம். பட் பிஃபோர் ஐ கோ சிஸ் ஃபேட் ஆர் டிரான்ஸ் ஃபேட், let me tell you what is saturated or unsaturated fat first. Saturated, unsaturated. First, let me say about this. இந்த கார்பன் பாண்ட் பாத்தீங்கன்னா தெரியும். See, naturally இது வந்து ரொம்ப பேசிக் தான், அதனால டெக்னிக்கலா நினைக்காதீங்க, ரொம்ப சிம்பிள். ஒரு கார்பனை சுத்தி 4 கார்பன் ஆட்டம் வரலாம், 4 பாண்ட் வரலாம். ஸோ கார்பன் ஆஸ் அ டெட்ரா வேலன்சின்னு, டெட்ரானா 4. It can bond with 4 different. ஓகே, இப்போ இங்க பாருங்க, சிசி இந்த ஒரு பாண்ட் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபை ஆச்சா, மிச்சம் எவ்வளவு பாண்ட் அது பண்ண முடியும், இந்த கார்பனோட 3 பண்ண முடியும். கரெக்டா? இமேஜின் 1 2 3 வந்துடுச்சா, இது ஒரு பாசிபிலிட்டி. But that is other possibility also, correct? For example, இப்போ பாருங்க, இப்போ 4 வந்துச்சுல, இல்ல இது விட்டுருங்க, if I put 3 bond, then also it is satisfied, correct? Now என்னன்னா, if அந்த long chain அந்த ஹைட்ரோகார்பன் இருக்கு தெரியுமா, if it contains only single bond, no double bond, no triple bond, only single bond, it is called a saturated fat. So what is a saturated fat? When the hydrocarbon chain contains only single bond. When it contains only single bond, it is called a saturated fat. So what is unsaturated, sir? Unsaturated means when the long chain hydrocarbon contains either a double bond or a triple bond. Double bond irundhalum paravaala, triple bond irundhalum paravaala. Either one, if it contains, இவ்வளோ பெரிய செயின் இருக்குன்னு, இல்ல ஒரே ஒரு டபுள் பாண்ட் இருந்தாலும் it is unsaturated. So what is polyunsaturated, sir? PUFAன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Polyunsaturated fatty acids. When the number of double bond or triple bond is more than 2, means 3 இல்ல 4 இல்ல 5. If it is more than 2, it is called as poly. Poly means many. அதான் அர்த்தம். Polymer, poly in the word என்ன அர்த்தம்? Many ன்னு அர்த்தம். So what is polyunsaturated fatty acids? PUFA. Polyunsaturated fatty acids என்ன? When the number of double or triple bond is more than 2. When it is more than 2, it is called as polyunsaturated fatty acid. இது புரிஞ்சிடுச்சா? ஓகே, ஃபைன். இப்போ சிஸ் அண்ட் டிரான்ஸ் ஃபேட் வரலாம். இப்போ சிஸ் அண்ட் டிரான்ஸ் ஃபேட் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ணணும்னா ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். Okay, because it requires a lot of study about the geometry of the carbon atoms, which I am not going to do. But ரொம்ப சிம்பிளா என்ன சொல்லலாம்னா, இப்போ கார்பன் இப்படி இருக்குன்னு வைங்க, இதை சுத்தி 4 பாண்ட் மாதிரி இருக்கும்னு சொல்லியிருக்கேன்னா, ஒரே ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள், இங்க இருக்கிற ஹைட்ரஜன் ஆட்டம், இங்க இருக்கிற ஹைட்ரஜன் ஆட்டம், இது ஆப்போசிட்ல இருந்ததுன்னா டிரான்ஸ், பக்கத்துல இருந்ததுன்னா சிஸ். இப்போ 2 நல்ல குண்டா இருக்கிறவங்க, ஓகே, இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நான் இப்படி கையை வச்சிருக்கேன்னு வைங்க, ஓகே, இங்க இன்னொருத்தர் பிடிச்சிருக்காரு, நானா கார்பன் ஆட்டம், இது இன்னொரு கார்பன் ஆட்டம். என்னோட இந்த கையை ரொம்ப குண்டா இருக்கிற ஒருத்தர் பிடிச்சிருக்க, ஒரு பெரிய சட்டியை பிடிச்சிருக்கேன். இப்போ இவ்வளவு பெரிய சட்டி நான் பிடிச்சிட்டேன்னா, இவரும் அதே மாதிரி இன்னொரு சட்டியை பிடிக்கணும். அப்ப சட்டியை நேர்ந்து வைக்க முடியுமா இல்ல பெண்ட் ஆகுமா? லாஜிக் புரியுதா? பாருங்க, if it is so big, if I hold it, the other person also has to hold in the same direction. He can accommodate it only by bending. அப்பதான் இவ்வளவு பெருசு accommodate பண்ண முடியும். புரியுதா? சோ ஒரே சைடுல வரும்போது பெண்ட் வருமா? இப்போ இதே சட்டி நான் இந்த பக்கம் பிடிச்சிருக்கேன், அந்த பர்சன் அந்த பக்கம் பிடிச்சிருக்கேன், அப்ப பெண்ட் வர தேவையில்லை. இட் கேன் பி ஸ்ட்ரைட். அவ்வளவுதாங்க. சோ சிஸ் கான்ஃபிகரேஷன். டிரான்ஸ் கான்ஃபிகரேஷன்னா என்ன? when it is an opposite, when the trans fatனா என்ன? when the side groups, when the side, இதுதான் side group, கார்பனோட சைடுல இருக்கு இல்லையா, when the side groups are opposite to each other, it is a trans fat. But if it is on the same side, it is called a cis fat. When the side groups are on the same side, it is called a cis fat. சார் இதனால என்ன சார் பிரச்சனை அப்படின்னா, ரொம்ப பிரச்சனை இருக்கு. ரொம்ப இந்த கான்செப்ட் சயின்ஸ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்க்கு புரிஞ்சிருக்கும். But many non-science students don't understand this. That's the reason I'm taking some time to explain this simple concept. Okay. இப்போ cis transல எது good fat ன்னு சொல்லுவோம்னா, cis fat is mostly called as a good fat. Trans fat is called as a bad fat. Cis is good, trans is bad. Why? இப்போ நீங்க இந்த ஸ்ட்ரக்சருக்கு என்ன ஆகுதுன்னு பாருங்க. இந்த கார்பன் ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் பெருசா இருக்கு இல்லையா, நான் ஒரு பக்கம் இங்க பிடிக்கிறேன், அடுத்த பர்சன் அந்த பக்கம் பிடிக்கும் போது லீனியர் ஆயிடுது. நேரா ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் வந்துட்டா பெண்ட் வரல. இப்போ இதே மாதிரி நான் என்ன சொல்லியிருக்கேன், ஒரு ஒரு ஃபேட்ன்றது எப்படி இருக்கும், 3 செயின் இருக்குமா, இப்போ 3 ஸ்ட்ரைட்டா டைட். இதே மாதிரி இன்னொரு 3. இப்போ எல்லாமே ஸ்ட்ரைட்டா இருந்தா டைட்டா பேக் பண்ண முடியுமா? that's a tight packaging possible, correct? But tight packaging ஆனா அவங்க ரூம் டெம்பரேச்சர்ல சாலிடா இருப்பாங்களா லிக்விடா இருப்பாங்களா? சாலிட். இப்போ சாலிடா இருப்பாங்க. ஓகே, இப்போ இதே எக்ஸாம்பிள் சிஸ் எடுத்துக்குங்க. சிஸ் எப்படி தெரியுமா இருக்கும், இப்படியே வரும், இந்த இடத்துல பெண்ட் ஆயிடும், இப்படியே வரும், இங்க பெண்ட் ஆயிடும். இப்போ இவங்க டைட் பேக்கிங் பண்ண முடியுமா? So the density is becoming lower for the cis fats than the trans fat. அப்ப என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா, இதுதான் இதோட கான்சிக்வன்ஸ். The consequence is cis fat is liquid at the room temperature. Cis fat என்ன இருக்கும், is liquid at a room temperature. Trans fat is solid at a room temperature. கொழுப்பு பாக்குறீங்க ரூம் டெம்பரேச்சர்ல கட்டியா இருக்கு, அது trans. நம்ம வெஜிடபிள் ஆயில் பாக்குறோம், ரூம் டெம்பரேச்சர்ல லிக்விடா இருக்கு, it contains cis fat. So trans fat is solid at the room temperature, but the cis fat is liquid at the room temperature. ஆனா அதே trans fat ஹீட் பண்ணீங்கன்னு வைங்க, லிக்விடா வந்துடும். ஆனா திரும்ப அது சில்லுன்னு ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா ரூம் டெம்பரேச்சர்னா திரும்ப கட்டிக்கும். Because of this tight packaging, what I'm saying. இப்போ இமேஜின் பண்ணிக்கோங்க, ரூம் டெம்பரேச்சர் தான் நம்ம பாடியும், நம்ம உடம்புக்குள்ள அது கட்டி ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா என்ன ஆகும், it can block the blood vessels, correct? So if it blocks the blood vessels, it affects the heart, it affects the brain, it affects other organs as well. அதனால தான் அது என்ன சொல்றோம், bad fat ன்னு சொல்றோம். So which is a bad fat? Trans fat is bad fat, mainly because it is solid at the room temperature. It has a solid consistency at the room temperature. So regulations across the world, regulators, food regulators across the world has kept a keen eye on how much of trans fat should be present in food substances. They always keep an eye on that. Okay. So according to World Health Organization, increased uptake of trans fat, which is more than 1%, just more than 1%, increased uptake of trans fat, more than 1% of total energy, of 1% of total energy is associated with coronary artery disease, simply saying heart diseases. If trans fat constitutes more than 1% of your total energy, it is a high vulnerability for heart diseases called as coronary artery disease, CAD ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Okay, now coming, இப்போ trans fat பத்தி பார்க்கலாம். One more point I want to add. இந்த இடத்துல வந்து இந்த confusion, I would like to clear this confusion also. Sir, saturated unsaturated பார்த்தோம், cis fat trans fat பார்த்தோம். இப்போ ரெண்டுத்தையும் லிங்க் பண்ணா என்ன சொல்லலாம்? Here unsaturated fat is good. You know why? Unsaturated fat means what? if a carbon chain contains more than, if a carbon chain contains double bond or triple bond. Okay. Double bond, triple bond oda nature enna that naturally creates bend. Appo naturally appo enna aidum, we prefer unsaturated. So unsaturated fatty acids are generally healthier. Polyunsaturated fatty acids are more healthier. First point. Sir, appo iதையும் connect பண்ணா நீங்க நினைப்பீங்க சார் trans fat saturated இருக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு இல்லையா? You understand what I'm saying? Because இது healthy மா, அப்ப இது unhealthy, இவங்க unhealthy, அப்ப இவங்க இப்படி தானே இருக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு நீங்க லிங்க் பண்ணலாம். பட் wrong. A trans fat can be both saturated as well as unsaturated. This point I would like to tell you. இந்த மாதிரி யூனிக்னஸ்ல தான் கொஸ்டின் கேட்பாங்க UPSC. A trans fat is a bad fat. But a trans fat can be both saturated as well as unsaturated. A trans fat can be both saturated as well as unsaturated. That I would like to register here. Okay, next point. Vegetable oil are always cis. Whereas animal fat are considered to be a mix of cis and trans. Vegetable and எல்லா ப்ராடக்ட்டுமே are actually cis fat. But animal fat, it's a mix of both cis as well as trans. சரிங்க சார். Coming to the last point, இது கொஞ்சம் பெரிய டாபிக், நிறைய விஷயத்தை உள்ள இன்டிகிரேட் பண்றதுனால it takes time, but don't worry. Next time you should not have a doubt on this topic. That's the reason I'm taking this. Okay, next point, sir. Appo vegetable oil, people are making groundnut oil, mustard oil, and they take cooking oil use பண்ண sunflower oil, they make this oil. Let's say that. இப்போ naturally it has to be what kind of oil? Cis fat. But problem is cis fat can easily undergo oxidation. Means it can be easily destroyed, can easily undergo oxidation. A cis fat, which means a natural vegetable oil. நான் என்ன சொல்றேன்னா cis fat ன்னு சொல்றது இங்க எதை ரெஃபர் பண்றேன்? natural vegetable oil ரெஃபர் பண்றேன். A natural vegetable oil bracketல போட்டுக்கலாம் cis fat is chemically unstable. Is chemically unstable and undergo oxidation. And undergo oxidation with low specific, with low shelf life. With low shelf life. You can put a bracket. இதுக்கு ஒரு process name இருக்கு. It is called as rancidity. Yes, exactly. It is called as rancidity. சில நேரத்தில் சில சிப்ஸ் வாங்கி சாப்பிட்டீங்கன்னா ஒரு பேட் ஸ்மெல் வரும் தெரியுமா? It's because அந்த யூஸ் பண்ண oil has been very long used. It has undergone extensive oxidation. It means it has undergone rancidity. Rancidity means oxidation of oil. அப்ப என்ன பண்றாங்க இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ்ல ஒரு பேக் பண்ணி விக்கிறாங்க. ஒரு 20 நாள்லாம் இது வந்துடுச்சுன்னா they cannot market it, they cannot get profit. அப்ப என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா longer shelf life வரதுக்கு they expose vegetable oil in a process called as hydrogenation in the presence of chromium. So என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா industrially vegetable oil are hydrogenated in the presence of chromium as a catalyst. இப்பதான் என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா நேச்சுரலா வெஜிடபிள் ஆயில் என்ன ஃபேட்டா இருக்கும்? சிஸ்ஸா இருக்கும். இந்த ஹைட்ரோஜனேஷன் பண்ணும்போது some are transferred as a trans fat, some changes into trans fat. இந்த ஹைட்ரோஜனேஷன் process இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில பண்றாங்க தெரியுமா? Any oil you buy, it always contains, but it should not be more than 1% of total energy, right? So இதுதான் கான்டெக்ஸ்ட். இப்போ என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா இந்த trans fat which is present in the industrial products, correct, that quantity has to be reduced so that the people affected by these diseases has to be dealt with. அதுதான் கான்டெக்ஸ்ட். Okay, so இந்த டாபிக்ல cis, trans, saturated, unsaturated, polyunsaturated, and as well as vegetable oil uடைய nature, that its characteristics that we have seen. This is only for information purposes. You can refer it later with the PDF that you have. Okay, now why we are talking about this? There is a global elimination target of industrially produced trans fat by 2023. So what is a global target, the global target of elimination of industrially produced trans fat. இது என்ன மெத்தட் நான் சொன்ன ஹைட்ரோஜனேஷன் சொன்னேன் இல்லையா, that method hydrogenation by 2023. Okay, so if we do this, what are the better alternatives for this? There are two better best practice alternatives we can suggest. One, mandatory national limit of 2 grams of industrially produced trans fat per 100 gram of total fat in all foods. One. And two, mandatory national ban on the production or use of partially hydrogenated oil as an ingredient in all foods. Either to give it as a ratio of trans fat, or second, to prevent the process of hydrogenation of the oil. In the two method are considered to be the best recommended strategy by WHO. WHO in the two method சொல்றாங்க. The global target 2023 ல பண்ணனும். In the target which is this year. That's the reason it becomes relevant. This news becomes relevant. இத reach பண்றதுக்கு these are the two ways. Now, what initiatives that Indian government has taken in this regard? The first one we can call it as Eat Right movement. Eat Right movement started in the year 2018. This Eat Right movement is based on the two pillars. One, eat right. What is right? That which is healthy, that which is safe. So Eat Right movement is based on the two broad pillars of eating healthy and eating safe. The second important initiative associated with the trans fat goal. What is the trans fat goal? Elimination by the year 2023. The second one is heart attack rewind. So this is actually a social media initiative where a 30-second public service announcement comes. நம்ம pop-up வரும் தெரியுமா? This is more like a pop-up. A pop-up that comes for 30 seconds about trans fat and its health effects, how to avoid it. ஒரு pop-up மாதிரி social media ல வரும். That is called as heart attack rewind campaign. It's a social media campaign. And the next most important is Food Safety Standards Authority of India has mandated in 2021 that all food items should contain less than 2% of trans fat from January 2022. So these were the major initiatives we can talk about reducing trans fat in our foods. Let's move to the third topic, which is also quite interesting topic, curing HIV. So we usually hear that HIV carries a lot of stigma and social ostracization of the persons involved. But with the growth of the awareness and the development of antiretroviral therapy, we started managing the disease better. Remember, we have learned to manage the disease. We haven't totally cured it, but only until recently. So curing HIV, is it possible? Yes, it was proven to be possible. So let's talk about this curing HIV, the topic. Because of the privacy concerns of the photo irukku, but clinically they are called as the first one is actually called as patient 1, is called as Berlin patient. This is one Berlin patient, and second this one is called as a London patient. இது என்ன நம்ம ரெஃபர் பண்றோம்னா the first one who was cured of HIV. The first person who was cured of HIV was the first one is Berlin patient. In the year 2007, it was cured. Second, London patient. In 2022, the cure was proved in 2022. And third was also proved in the year 2023. In this year, it was also done, which is called as Dusseldorf patient from Germany. So there were 3 persons so far cured from HIV. So that's what the topic is about. Curing HIV. 3 persons have been cured so far. இது இந்த கான்டெக்ஸ்ட் என்னன்னா அந்த பேஷண்டோட நேம் என்ன, கிளினிக்கல் நேம் என்ன தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். ஓகே, பெர்லின் பேஷண்ட், லண்டன் பேஷண்ட், டசல்டாஃப் பேஷண்ட். So the terms Berlin patient, Dusseldorf patient are associated with which of the following? Questions usually UPSC will come like that. What they are associated with. So they are the persons who got cured of HIV. Okay. The next point. இதுக்கு முக்கியமான ஒரு அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங் இருக்கு. ஓகே, என்ன அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்டிங்னா, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் HIV, what cells HIV affects? HIV is known to affect a cell called as CD4 cells, or in a more common terms, it is called as T helper cells. T helper cells. So this is the cell that HIV infects. இந்த செல்ஸ் தான் பாத்தீங்கன்னா, this is more like coordinator. ஒரு ஆபீஸ்ல மேனேஜர் இருக்கிற மாதிரி நம்ம இம்யூன் சிஸ்டத்தோட மேனேஜர் யாருன்னா இவங்க தான். இவங்களை இவங்க இன்ஃபெக்ட் பண்றதுனால the whole coordination will be lost, and therefore HIV infection increases so much in the body because the very coordination is lost. Okay, அப்ப என்ன யோசிக்கிறாங்கன்னா, இது எப்படி ஸ்டாப் பண்ணலாம் போது, then suddenly a new knowledge emerges. In the knowledge na, even 2 years back there was a question on UPSC, ACE2 receptor. You heard about that previous UPSC question? ACE2 receptor, it was in the news. You know what this was associated with? COVID. In what way it was associated with COVID? Yes, binding protein. அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன? After binding what? See, COVID நம்மளை இன்ஃபெக்ட் பண்ணணும்னா first it has to enter our cells. The port of entry, it recognizes our cells and also enters our human cells through what is called as ACE2 receptor. So ACE2 receptor is a point of entry for SARS-CoV-2 virus. Similarly, HIV enters T helper cells by a receptor called as CCR5. CCR5 னு சொல்றாங்க. ACE2 மாதிரி HIV-க்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த ரிசெப்டார் பேரு is called as CCR5. So CCR5 is present in T helper cells, which is used by the HIV to enter them and infect them. சரிங்க சார். அப்போ இமேஜின் பண்ணுங்க, there are some fortunate people who are having the CCR5 mutated. Now, for these persons, you think HIV can infect? No. There are about 1% of population who are naturally mutated version of CCR5. 1% of human population are known to contain mutated CCR5. Particularly among the European descent, the percentage of CCR5 mutation is higher. அதாவது மற்ற நாடுல இருக்கிறவங்களை விட யூரோப்பியன் races have more CCR5 mutations among them, until up to 20%. They have CCR5 mutation, which means they usually don't get HIV at all. அவங்க உடம்புல HIV போனாலும் CCR5 mutation இருக்கனால அந்த HIV உள்ள போக முடியாது. There is no HIV infection at all. இப்போ என்ன இந்த நாலேஜ் நம்ம கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். இப்போ உடனே யோசிக்கிறாங்க, ஓ, T helper cell, இந்த T helper செல்லுல தான் இந்த CCR5 இருக்கு. Normal CCR5, if it is there, HIV will go and infect. Now they are saying, oh, if it is mutated version, it cannot go. அப்ப என்ன யோசிக்கிறாங்க, ஓகே, if it's a person, okay, அப்ப அவங்க என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா, அவங்க பாடியில போயிட்டு அவங்களோட போன் மேரோ இருக்கு தெரியுமா? போன் மேரோ இஸ் வேர் த T cells are formed. அந்த போன் மேரோ பார்ஷியலா டிஸ்ட்ராய் பண்ணிடுறாங்க. டிஸ்ட்ராய் பண்ணிட்டு என்ன பண்றாங்க, புதுசா ஒரு டோனர் கிட்ட T செல்ல எடுத்து அந்த T செல்லில் எப்படி பாத்துக்கிறாங்கன்னா, CCR5 மியூட்டேஷன் இருக்கிற மாதிரி பாத்துக்கிறாங்க. அதை கொண்டு வந்து இந்த பேஷண்ட் கிட்ட வச்சிருக்காங்க, டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்ட் பண்ணிடுறாங்க. இதுதான் போன் மேரோ டிரான்ஸ்பிளான்டேஷன் சொல்றோம். இதை வச்சுட்டு அப்புறமா அஃப்கோர்ஸ் they will have lot of complications, lot of pain, they will have depressed immune system. அவங்களோட immune system will be very low. ஆனா if it works, அவங்க body will produce T helper cell which is mutated. அவங்க உடம்புல HIV இருக்கும், ஆனா மியூட்டேட்டட் மட்டும் தான் இப்ப ப்ரொடியூஸ் ஆகும். அப்ப என்ன ஆகும்னா, ஏற்கனவே HIV இன்ஃபெக்ட் ஆன செல் இன்னும் 10-20 நாள் செத்துரும். புதுசா வர HIV செல்ல HIV இன்ஃபெக்ட் பண்ணவே முடியாது. புதுசா வர இந்த T helper செல்ல HIV cannot infect at all. You understand the process? It is using this, they have cured this 3% successfully. 0 infection reported after this treatment. So all the 3 patients are treated by using what method? Bone marrow transplantation. 2007 or 2022 or 2023, the 3 persons are treated by the same method, what is called as bone marrow transplantation. It involved T helper cells with mutated CCR5 receptor. புரியுதுங்களா? Mutated CCR5 receptor. Okay. Now, very briefly, bone marrow பத்தி சொல்லியிருக்கோம் இல்லையா? Bone marrow, where it is present? It is present in the long bones of our body. நம்ம finger phalanges ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. இந்த bone எல்லாம் marrow இருக்காது. Only it is present in long bones. So bone marrow is present in long bones. Is present in long bones. And what are its function? It is a site of stem cell. It is site of stem cell. I'm sorry, particularly it is called as hematopoietic stem cell. Hematopoietic stem cell. It is where in the bone marrow lo da hematopoietic stem cell ன்றது இருக்கு. And because of this hematopoietic stem cell, bone marrow is responsible for the production of WBC, RBC and platelets. எல்லா blood செல்லுமே எங்க இருந்து வருதுன்னா bone marrow ல இருந்து தான் வருது. And bone marrow ல இருந்து வரதுக்கு காரணம் என்னன்னா, because it contains hematopoietic stem cell. Now this bone marrow transplantation, I told you the process, correct? Bone marrow எடுக்கணும், அதுல இருக்கிறத சேஞ்சஸ் பண்ணணும், திரும்ப வைக்கணும். This can be done in 2 methods, autologous or allogenic. There are two types of bone marrow transplantation, autologous or allogenic. என்னோட bone marrow-வை எடுத்து அதையே modify பண்ணி திரும்ப எனக்கே போட்டா, when I become the donor and the recipient myself, it is autologous. But when donor is some other person, now that is called as allogenic. It can be autologous or allogenic. Okay. So இப்போ என்ன பார்த்தோம்னா, bone marrow transplantation, it has been successfully used 3 times to cure what disease? HIV. But sir, அது மட்டும் பண்ண முடியுமா சார்? கிடையாது. இந்த 3 செல் பார்த்தோம். என்னென்ன செல் அங்க உருவாகுது? RBC, WBC, platelet. இந்த 3 செல் சம்பந்தப்பட்ட கேன்சர் எது வந்தாலும் இது பண்ணலாமா அப்போ? So this bone marrow transplantation is not only used. Okay, bone marrow transplantation. Which of the following possible uses for bone marrow transplantation? UPSC கேட்கலாம். 1. Generally we can say cancer, but more specifically leukemia, severe aplastic anemia. Aplastic anemia na அவங்களுக்கு அனீமியா இருக்கு, but that is cancerous anemia. Anemia na எந்த செல் அஃபெக்ட் பண்ண, which cell is affected? RBCs. So leukemia, severe aplastic anemia, lymphoma. Lymphoma is associated with, it's a cancer of what? WBC, white blood cell. So RBC, WBC எல்லாமே சம்பந்தப்பட்டதுக்கு இந்த BMT யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். Leukemia, severe aplastic anemia, lymphoma, multiple myeloma, immune deficiency disorders, and also some solid state cancer. இது இல்லாம கடைசியா நம்ம என்ன சொல்லலாம்? HIV also. For curing HIV also, bone marrow transplantation can be used. Okay. But ஒரே ஒரு பாயிண்ட் மட்டும் நான் சொல்லிட்டு we'll end this particular topic. Before undergoing bone marrow transplantation, it is necessary for the patient to undergo a high dose of chemo or radiotherapy. இது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். There is a necessity of undergoing a chemo or radiotherapy before BMT. ஏன்னா என்னுடைய போன் மேரோல இருக்கக்கூடிய இருக்கிற செல்ஸை டிஸ்ட்ராய் பண்ணிட்டு புது செல்லை வைக்கணும். அந்த இருக்கிற செல்லை டிஸ்ட்ராய் பண்றதுக்கு என்ன யூஸ் பண்றாங்கன்னா, they use X-ray, radiotherapy, or they use certain chemicals called as chemotherapy. Okay, but அதுதான் முக்கியமான பிரச்சனை. That makes the whole complications. Okay, we'll move to the next topic. The next topic is what called as organoid intelligence and biocomputers. Organoid intelligence and biocomputers. First, organoid na என்னன்னு பார்க்கலாம். Naturally, for us to say organoid is something derived from organ. What is an organ? An organ is a tissue with a particular function. ஒரு ஹார்ட்னா அது ஒரு டிஷ்யூ வித் பர்டிகுலர் ஃபங்க்ஷனை நம்ம ஆர்கன் சொல்றோம். இப்போ அப்படி இல்லாம, இப்போ ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் கார்டியக் டிஷ்யூ, அதுதான் ஹார்ட்டை உருவாக்குற டிஷ்யூ, கார்டியக் டிஷ்யூவாங்க. அந்த ஷேப்ல அந்த ஹார்ட் மாதிரி இருக்கிறது நம்ம சொல்றோம், இதுதான் ஹார்ட் அப்படின்னு சொல்றோம். ஆனா நான் என்ன பண்ண, அதுல இருக்கிற ஒரு சின்ன பஞ்ச் ஆஃப் கார்டியக் டிஷ்யூ மட்டும் எடுத்து ஒரு பிளேட்ல வச்சிருக்கேன். இப்போ இது பாத்தீங்கன்னு வைங்களா, பீட் ஆகும், ஆனா அது ஹார்ட் மாதிரி பம்ப் பண்ணாது. கரெக்டா? திஸ் கேன் பி கால்ட் அஸ் ஆர்கனாய்ட். ஒரு பெரிய ஆர்கனுடைய சம் செல்ஸ் மட்டும் எடுத்து வச்சு பார்த்தோம்னா that is called as organoid. Understand what I'm saying? So what an organoid is? An organoid na enna, it is a tiny self organized 3-dimensional tissue culture that are derived from stem cells. நான் சொன்ன எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா ஆர்கனாய்ட் ஈஸியா புரிஞ்சிடும். இட் ஜஸ்ட் ஸ்மால் நம்பர் ஆஃப் செல்ஸ் டேக்கன் ஃப்ரம் தி ஆர்கன், தட் இஸ் கால்ட் அஸ் ஆர்கனாய்ட். ஓகே, இப்போ நம்ம whenever we talk about intelligence, what organ comes to our mind? Brain. அப்போ என்ன பண்றோம்னா, overall we know how a brain looks like, but on the because brain involves multiple neural connections between the neurons and a constant communication between them, that constitutes the memory, that constitutes our cognition, that constitutes our feeling of emotions, communication, everything what we do is because of that activity going in our brain. Correct? இப்போ என்ன பண்றோம்னா, இந்த பிரெயினோட பவரை மிஷினுக்கு கொண்டு வர ட்ரை பண்ண முடியுமான்றதை நிறைய பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம். பட் இந்த இடத்துல லெட் மீ சே, irrespective of any intelligent processing machines comes, even recently also there is a fire about chat gpt. அதை பத்தி ஒரு டாபிக் வச்சிருக்கோம் நாம. if you have the time we'll discuss about the chat gpt பத்தி ரொம்ப சிம்பிளா பார்ப்போம். chat gpt வச்சிருக்கோம். there is a rave going on about chat gpt. there is also what is called as supercomputers, but it has been known that neither the artificial intelligence driven machine learning or the supercomputers can never come equal to what is bioprocessing, what is called as a brain power. Why? Romba simple, two important reasons why brain is considered to be the best. In fact, நீங்க நினைக்கலாம் சார் இது ரெலவென்ட் இல்லைன்னு. இப்போ நான் சொல்றேன் இந்த 2 பாயிண்ட் ரொம்ப ரெலவென்ட். because of these two reasons, the brain power is considered unparalleled to the machine learning. 2 reasons. One, rate of energy consumption. These kind of supercomputers, they require a lot and huge amount of power to drive them, but only a fraction of that is required by the human brain to do an equal task. Rate of energy consumption, first difference how brain is superior. Second, performing complex decisions which are new, heterogeneous, and derived from incomplete data set. For example, ஒரு டேட்டா செட் சொல்றேன்னா நடுவுல கேப் இருந்ததுன்னா naturally your brain will automatically fill it. You don't have to think about it. So these are the 2 reasons in terms of efficiency. Second, in terms of power consumption. The second நான் சொன்னதுமா அதுதான் efficiency சொல்லுவாங்க. Take for example, the most powerful supercomputer as of now is called as Frontier. Frontier is the most powerful supercomputer as of now, which is also called as an exaflop supercomputer. 1.1, it has an 1.1 exaflop computing capabilities according to LinPack benchmark. according to LINPACK benchmark. LINPACK அப்படின்றது என்னன்னா that's a standard for supercomputers. நம்ம எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் சொல்றோம் இல்லையா, அதே மாதிரி சூப்பர் கம்ப்யூட்டருக்கு ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் என்னன்னா LINPACK. According to LINPACK benchmarks, Frontier has about 1.1 exaflop. But what this does, Frontier does, human brain can do in a fraction of a second with a very limited power that is required. So அப்ப என்ன பார்க்கறாங்கன்னா, no matter whether we have chat GPT or artificial intelligence or so on and so forth, there is always something mysterious with the human brain. அப்ப என்ன நினைக்கிறாங்கன்னா, இந்த ஹியூமன் பிரெயினோட கம்ப்யூட்டேஷன் பவரை நாம கொண்டு வர முடியுமா அப்படின்னு பண்ற அட்டெம்ப்ட் தான் இது. மொத்த பிரெயின் எடுக்க முடியாது. இதுக்கு ப்ரீகர்சர் என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் they have taken a human brain, a part of the human neurons, they transplanted into the rat brain. நீங்க கேட்கலாம், ஏன் சார் இதை வச்சிருக்காங்க அப்படின்னா, if it is electric circuit you can connect with diodes and transistors, capacitors, it will do the function. Human brain is a live tissue, it needs oxygen, it needs all the other necessary function to survive. அப்ப நம்ம வெளியில லேப்ல எல்லாம் வச்சு பண்ணா வேலை செய்யாது. அது ஒரு அந்த லிவிங் என்விரான்மெண்ட்ல வச்சாதான் பிரெயின் அதோட ஃபங்க்ஷனை பண்ண முடியும். ஸோ ராட்டோட பிரெயின்ல வச்சிருக்காங்க, ஹியூமன் பிரெயின் எடுத்து ராட் பிரெயின்ல வச்சிருக்காங்க. விஷுவல் பார்ட்ல ஃப்ரண்டல் கார்டெக்ஸ் அந்த இடத்துல ஓகே, நான் ரொம்ப டீப்பா போறேன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். பாயிண்ட் என்னன்னா the thing is, இது நீங்க இந்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்டா வேணும் நோட் பண்ணிக்கலாம், பிகாஸ் லாஸ்ட் இயர் there was a question on that. So என்ன பாயிண்ட்னா, a human brain was known to a function within the rat's brain. Yes, it was proven. A part of the human brain was known to function within the rat brain. It was proven. இப்போ என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா, ஓகே இதோட நெக்ஸ்ட் லெவல், இப்போ பிரெயினோட கம்ப்யூட்டிங் பவரை நம்ம பண்ணணும், சூப்பர் கம்ப்யூட்டர் மாதிரி உருவாக்கணும் அப்படின்னா என்ன பண்ணணும்னா, ஒரு பிரெயின் டிஷ்யூ எடுத்துக்கணும். ஆனா அந்த பிரெயின் டிஷ்யூக்கு ஆக்சிஜன் தரணும், அதோட வேஸ்ட் ப்ராடக்ட் வெளியே கொண்டு வரணும், பிளஸ் அதுக்கு நர்வ் இம்பல்சஸ் தரணும், நர்வ் இம்பல்சஸ் வெளியே வாங்கணும். தென் ஒன் இட்ஸ் நேச்சுரல் என்விரான்மெண்ட் இஸ் கிரியேட்டட். கரெக்ட். That is what called as biocomputers. You understand what I'm? So organoid na enna, it is actually a part of that organ is called as organoid. Now what is the organoid for intelligence? Brain. So using brain in this context, okay, is called as biocomputers. Next slide la na solliruken. So a biocomputer na enna? A biocomputer is a proposal. Remember, இன்னும் இதை கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ட் பண்ணல. It is only a proposal. It is a proposal involving, it is a proposal. What is this biocomputer? It is a proposal involving human brain. It is a proposal involving human brain in tiny quantities, connected with electrodes. Tiny quantities collected with electrodes in a regulated environment. In a regulated environment, simulating its natural existence. ஒரு பிரெயினுக்குள்ள எப்படி இருக்கோ, நம்ம ஹெட்டுக்குள்ள எப்படி இருக்கோ அதே மாதிரி ரீக்ரியேட் பண்ண ட்ரை பண்றாங்க. ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு they want to see how it functions. Now that is called as biocomputers. So organoid இந்த டாபிக்ல என்ன முக்கியம்னா, ஓகே யூ அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் திஸ் கான்செப்ட், கரெக்ட். ஸோ இதுக்குள்ள வேற எதுவும் கிடையாதுங்க. இது எத்தனை செல்லு அதெல்லாம் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட்டே கிடையாது, பிகாஸ் இட்ஸ் ஒன்லி ப்ரொபோசல். இட் இஸ் நாட் ப்ரூவன் சோ ஃபார். இந்த கான்செப்டை புரிஞ்சுக்கங்க, ஆர்கனைட்னா என்னன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. அந்த லாஸ்ட் பாயிண்ட் வாட் ஐம் சேயிங் இஸ் ஆல்சோ இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். இதுக்கு முன்னாடி பயோ கம்ப்யூட்டர் அப்படின்ற டேர்ம் யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம், பட் நவ் வாட் வி ஆர் யூசிங் இஸ் a different context. Earlier we used the term biocomputer for DNA that are known to store memory information. Earlier DNA was stored to use information like pen drives. It was proven and it was successful. Appo use panna context biocomputers, but that biocomputer is totally different from this computer, because earlier DNA was used as a storage device, but here it is a proposal that involves a thinking capability, a processing capability. So அந்த டிஃபரன்ஸ் மட்டும் புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். What are the opportunities in the biocomputers or opportunities? And it's also self-explanatory now. Once you understand what I have told, it is self-explanatory. So let's move on to the next topic. The next topic, we'll move on to space technology. So space technology la enna top paakalam. First, let's take Shukrayan 1. So Shukrayan, Sukran is actually a reference to Venus. So Venus has certain very unique qualities for itself. So Venus oda unique qualities enna solunga paakalam, slide paakama. Brightest star in the night sky. Next to night la eppadi sun varum, appo night kediyadhu. Moon, after moon. Night sky the brightest one is moon, the next brightest is Venus. Second important point. Yes, 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 it is known to have the highest greenhouse effect in the solar system. The highest greenhouse effect is known to happen in the Venus, and therefore it is the hottest planet in the solar system. நாம நினைப்போம் பொதுவா hottest planet யாருன்னா sun பக்கத்துல இருக்கிறவங்க நினைப்போம் Mercury, but no, it is a Venus which is the hottest planet. Second, the third point, it is comparably in size and behavior to that of Earth. So it is called as Earth's twin. It's called as Earth's twin. But unique point in வேற என்ன நம்ம சொல்லலாம் அப்படின்னா, it's rotational orbit. It is known to orbit in a clockwise direction. That's something very unique. In a clockwise orbital movement ரெண்டே ரெண்டுக்கு தான் இருக்கு. ஒன்னு Venus, இன்னொன்னு Uranus. So these are the unique point about Venus. Right? So Venus oda unique points நாம இத சொல்லலாம். சரி. So in the context there are certain see, in fact நம்ம Indian space missions லாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா beyond moon we have not really tried hard, and recently Mars. So in the Mars moon தவிர பெருசா நம்ம எதுவுமே இன்னும் எக்ஸ்ப்ளோர் பண்ணல. So only now with our capabilities improving we are trying for bigger dreams, bigger objectives. அந்த கான்டெக்ட்ல வர்றது என்னன்னா Shukrayan 1. So it is a planned orbiter. So the point என்னன்னா orbiter இந்த மாதிரி சின்ன nuancesலாம் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் பண்ணிக்கணும். It is not a lander. No, it doesn't involve landing at all. It is only an orbiter. It goes only around the Venus. It is a planned orbiter to Venus for what? To study the surface and atmosphere of Venus. Planned to be launched through GSLV Mark II or Mark III. Why it was in the news? Because of many reasons which was not explained, but mostly due to budgetary constraints, the mission was postponed from 2024 to 2031. So, எத்தனை வருஷம் கேப் இருக்கு? 7 years. Let's talk about that. ஏன் இந்த மாதிரி வைக்கிறாங்க அப்படின்னும் போது there is a reason for this. Okay. So, the point என்ன first தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னா, from 2024 mission it was postponed to 2031. This 2031 is also the launch year for two other important Venus mission, which is Veritas, which is a NASA mission. The name based questions இப்போ UPSC நிறைய கேக்குறாங்க. So Veritas is a NASA mission to Venus. Envision is an European Space Agency's plan to Venus. They also have planned in the same year 2031. So avangala 2031 plan பண்றாங்க. India also skipped it. What could be the reason is because of some important reasons. There is something called as optical launch windows. Optimal launch windows. To save rocket fuel, launch fuel. To save the launch fuel, we have to wait for the planet to come closer to the Earth. That's easier. That's more wiser choice. No, அப்படி பார்க்கும் பொழுது the optimal Earth Venus configuration comes once in every 19 months. Once in every 19 months, the Earth Venus or closer in their orbits. Approximately 1.5 years. Approximately. But more specifically, once in every 8 years, the highest optimal distance between the Earth and the Venus appears once in every 8 years. That is the reason. In the orbital movement, if we skip 2024, the next best option comes only in 2031. That is the reason why NASA goes for the same time and also ESA goes for the same time. So that is the context. Because it was slated to be extended to 2031, in the mission of the importance UPSC perspective, mostly the reason for its why the year 2030 was selected. In the mission, in the Sukhrayan 1 mission objectives, what are the instruments that are carried on board may not be much relevant. Because அது வந்து 2030 ஒரு UPSC prelims-க்கு ரொம்ப relevant-ஆ இருக்கலாம். But இதனால for information, let's say what are the payload, but ரொம்ப important கிடையாது, so don't focus too much on that. But still, let's say that its scientific payload currently include a high resolution synthetic aperture radar. So synthetic aperture radar. இப்போ recent-ஆ there was another topic also, we'll discuss that. NISAR and one. NISAR expansion abbreviation என்ன சொல்லுங்க பார்க்கலாம்? NASA India synthetic aperture radar. கரெக்ட்டா? இது NISA recent-ஆ நியூஸ்ல வந்தது. அங்கேயும் அதே சார் தான் இங்க பேசணும். synthetic aperture radar. முக்கியமான ஒரு பாயிண்ட் என்ன அப்படின்னும்போது synthetic aperture radar uses radio waves. First point. நான் இத பத்தி பிரீஃபா ஒரு பாயிண்ட் சொல்லிடுறேன். synthetic aperture radar uses radio waves of higher wavelength. It uses radio waves of higher wavelength. Sir, இதோட consequence என்ன சார் அப்படின்னும்போது very simple. Because of this particular use of the wavelength, it will not be obstructed by the clouds. இப்போ Venus is you guys நம்ம முன்னாடி என்ன பார்த்தோம்? Venus is as a dense atmosphere நம்ம பார்த்தோமா? அப்போ நாம ஆர்பிட் தானே அனுப்ப போறோம் சுக்ராயன் 1ல. அப்போ ஆர்பிட்ல இருக்கும்போது சர்ஃபேஸை பார்க்கணும்னா இந்த கிளவுட பெனிட்ரேட் பண்ணி அப்சர்வேஷன் பண்ணணும் இல்லையா? So it has to have the cloud penetration, which can be done only by radar. Visible light வந்தாலும் ஸ்கேட்டர் பண்ணிடும், மைக்ரோவேவ்ஸ் பண்ணாலும் ஸ்கேட்டர் பண்ணிடும். It can be done. அதனால தான் பாருங்க சார் அப்படின்னு வந்துட்டாலே it's a 24/7 all time. ஆல் டைம்ல என்ன தெரியுமா? டே நைட் எல்லாம் கிடையாது. நைட்டா இருந்தாலும் சரி, டே வந்தாலும் சரி, ஆல் டைம், both during daytime as well as nighttime observation. 24/7 all time, all weather. All time, all weather. Cloudy இருந்தாலும் பரவாயில்ல, dry conditions இருந்தாலும் பரவாயில்ல. Earth observation capability. SAR அப்படின்றது என்னன்னா 24/7 all time, all weather, Earth observation capability. ஏன்னா அப்படி இருந்தா தானே நம்ம வீனஸ் அப்சர்வ் பண்ண முடியும். So that's what they are used. So synthetic aperture radar யூஸ் பண்றது காரணம் அதுதான். And also a ground penetrating radar, a radar that penetrates the ground level also. Okay, so what are the mission objectives? Once again, ரொம்ப டீடைலா தேவையில்லை, so let's not spend time on that. It's not very essential. Let's see the next one. The next one is about another important mission, Aditya L1 mission. Aditya L1 mission. So Aditya is a name associated with sun. So it's a solar mission. Why it is called as L1? Because L1 is a point where it adha orbit. But at the orbit in சொல்லக்கூடாது, it has to be called as point. Please use the word, we use the word point, not orbit. Now orbit in பொதுவா உங்களுக்கு சொன்னேன், but specifically it's not right to use the word orbit, it has to be called as point. You guys know what the concept of Lagrange point, correct? Lagrange point, 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 ஒரு 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 முதலைங்க நடுவுல ஒரு சின்ன எலி மாட்டினா எப்படி இருக்கும்? அப்ப அந்த எலி என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா 2 பேருக்கு நடுவுல போய் ஒரு இடத்துல நிக்கணும். இவங்களும் இழுத்தாலும் இவங்க சேஃபா இருக்கணும், இவங்க இழுத்தாலும் சேஃபா இருக்கணும். அப்படி பார்க்கும்போது they say there are 5 such positions. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள், நம்ம எந்த சேட்டலைட்டை லான்ச் பண்ணாலுமே 2 பெரிய முதலைங்க இருக்கு. ஒன்னு சன், இன்னொன்னு எர்த். கரெக்டா? there are 2 bigger objects, sun and earth. So considering this, there are 5 stable. Okay, இப்போ L1 இந்த லாக்ரேஞ்ச் பாயிண்ட்ன்றது ரொம்ப சிம்பிளா உங்களுக்கு சொல்லிடுறேன். லாக்ரேஞ்சியன் பாயிண்ட்னா என்ன அப்படின்றத சொல்லிட்டு இதை நம்ம பார்க்கறது ரொம்ப ஈஸியா இருக்கும். ஸோ லாக்ரேஞ்சியன் பாயிண்ட் அப்படின்னா என்ன அப்படின்னா, இட் இஸ் அ பாயிண்ட் பிட்வீன் 2 bigger objects. It is a point in space. It is a location in space. என்ன வேணா புரிஞ்சுக்கலாம். உங்களுக்கு எது புரியுதோ அதை எழுதுங்க. It is a point in space or it is a location in space between 2 larger objects that are gravitationally stable. அதுதான் முக்கியம். That is gravitationally stable. இது எப்படின்னா புரிஞ்சுக்கங்க. இப்போ ஒரு சேட்டலைட்டை நான் சும்மா லான்ச் பண்றேன், போலார் ஆர்பிட்ல லான்ச் பண்றேன். இது இப்படி போயிட்டு இருக்கும். அந்த எர்த் இஸ் ஆல்சோ கோயிங் அரவுண்ட் த சன். ஸோ இப்படி போயிட்டே எர்த் போயிட்டு இருக்கும். கரெக்டா? லாக்ரேஞ்ச் பாயிண்ட்ல அப்படி இருக்காது. இப்போ லாக்ரேஞ்ச் பாயிண்ட் உங்களுக்கு புரிஞ்சுதா? லாக்ரேஞ்ச் பாயிண்ட் என்னன்னா 2 முதலைக்கு நடுவுல மாட்டின எலி மாதிரி ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. This one is called as L1, this one is called as L2, this one is called as L3, this one is called as L4, this point is called as L5. These are the 5 Lagrangian points. Okay, now these 5 Lagrangian points that I told here, okay, okay. இப்போ நம்ம யூஸ்வலா என்ன சொல்றோம்னா, இந்த இடத்துல இப்போ இந்த ஆதித்யா மிஷன் இஸ் கோயிங் டு பி பிளேஸ்ட் ஹியர், இந்த இடத்துல வைக்க போறாங்க. வாட் இஸ் தி டிஸ்டன்ஸ்? 1.5 மில்லியன் கிலோமீட்டர்ஸ் அவே ஃப்ரம் த சன். வாட் இஸ் தி டிஸ்டன்ஸ் ஆஃப் L1 பாயிண்ட்? 1.5 மில்லியன் கிலோமீட்டர்ஸ் அவே ஃப்ரம் தி எர்த். இங்க வைக்க போறோம். யூஸ்வலா ஒரு சேட்டலைட் லான்ச் பண்ண இதை புரிஞ்சுக்கங்க. நீங்க இந்த நோட்ஸ் எழுத முடியாது. என்ன புரிஞ்சுக்கணும்னா, ஒரு சேட்டலைட் லான்ச் பண்ணா இட் கோஸ் அரவுண்ட் தி எர்த், கரெக்ட்? பட் இந்த L1 பாயிண்ட்ல எப்படி இருக்குன்னா அப்படி கிடையாது. This goes around the sun, almost near to the earth. So an object placed in Lagrange point will not go around the earth like other satellites. It will go around the sun as if it is located in a stable orbit, as if it's behaving like another object in the solar system. Okay, particularly enna solvaangana, L1 point is also called as halo orbit. L1 point is also called as halo orbit because in the point al வைக்கும்போது என்ன ஆகும்னா, this satellite appears as if an halo. ஹாலோன்னு என்னன்னா, இப்போ எனக்கு தலை பின்னாடி ஒரு பிரைட்னஸா இருந்ததுன்னா அது ஹாலோன்னு. ஸோ யூஸ்வலா செயின்ஸுக்குலாம் பின்னாடி ஒரு பெருசா க்ளோ இருக்கும் தெரியுமா? மூணுக்கு பின்னாடி இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த ஸ்பெசிபிக் பொசிஷன், இது L1 பாயிண்ட் எப்படி இருக்குன்னா, மூணோட மூன் இஸ் ஆல்சோ கைண்ட் ஆஃப் ஸ்டேஷனரி. ஸோ மூணு இருக்கிற பொசிஷனுக்கு பின்னாடி இவங்க இருக்காங்க. சீம்ஸ் லைக் a halo for the moon. So L1 point is also called as a halo orbit because it is obscured by the moon. புரியுதுங்களா? ஸோ இந்த L1 பாயிண்ட் கூடிய எக்ஸ்ட்ரா பாயிண்ட் நான் சொல்லியிருக்கேன். ஓகே, சரி. இந்த L1 பாயிண்ட்ல எதுக்கு, why it is most preferred? L1 point is most preferred for solar missions because this point enables a continuous absorption of the sun 24/7. Okay, so L1 is most preferred. L1 point is most preferred for solar missions. That's the reason our Aditya mission, the first solar mission, is also planned to be kept in that. Now coming to the point, Aditya na enna solar mission, L1 na point. So this mission is to be launched in 2023, this year, June it is going to be launched. In 2023 using PSLV, and it contains 7 payloads. This is an important point. It contains 7 payloads for what? To observe the photosphere. Photosphere is considered to be the surface of the sun. இப்போ நம்மளுடைய சர்ஃபேஸ் இருக்கிற மாதிரி சன்னுக்கு ஒரு சர்ஃபேஸ் இருந்ததுன்னா that is called as photosphere. Chromosphere, The chromosphere is similar to atmosphere of the sun, and the outermost layer of the sun, which is called as corona. இதோட uniqueness என்ன அப்படின்னா, there is something called as a corona paradox. What is called as a corona paradox என்ன அப்படின்னா, corona என்ன அப்படின்னா, let's say this is the sun, this is a surface இல்லையா, அப்ப அது photosphere. ஆக்சுவலா நம்மளுக்கு இருக்கிற மாதிரி சாலிட் சர்ஃபேஸ்ல சன்ல கிடையாது, பிகாஸ் எவ்ரிதிங் இஸ் கேஸ். நம்மளுக்கு புரியறதுக்காக இது நான் போட்டிருக்கேன். ஸோ லெட்ஸ் சே திஸ் இஸ் போட்டோஸ்பியர், இது மேல இருக்கிறது இதுதான் குரோமோஸ்பியர். குரோமோஸ்பியர் இப்படி, because it can have this kind of wavy feature, correct? This wavy feature is what called as corona. Corona is the extensions of the solar atmosphere. Its extensions of the solar atmosphere is called as corona. சார் என்ன சார் பாரடாக்ஸ் அப்படின்னா, இப்போ இதுதான் சன்னோட கோர், the hottest region. இதுதான் அவுட்டர் மோஸ்ட் corona. அப்போ we expect corona to be the least hottest. But the point is, corona is the second hottest region in the sun next to core. Core க்கு அப்புறமா the next hottest region is corona, which we couldn't identify how. So it's very difficult question. Scientists want to study corona because of this. So corona phenomenon is something very important to understand. Why? One, it is the second hottest region of the sun. Second, coronal mass ejection called a CME. Coronal mass ejection called a CME. Coronal mass ejection. இப்படி இருக்காங்க தெரியுமா, வேவியா, sometimes they pinch off. It's a very energetic wave. It may even impact our Earth's atmosphere, causing big damages. So that's called as coronal mass ejection, affects space weather of the Earth. Because of these two considerations, studying about sun, particularly corona, becomes more important. Okay, now why it was in the news? Aditya L1 mission was in the news because a particular payload called as visible line emission coronagraph. This visible line emission coronagraph was developed by Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and it was completed and handed over to ISRO to be integrated into the launch vehicle. இப்பல இருந்து integrate பண்ண ஆரம்பிப்பாங்க, payload ஒவ்வொண்ணா integrate பண்ணிட்டு by coming June they will launch. Okay. So it is about Aditya L1 mission. Which one? L1 point is totally different. It's not called a geosynchronous. What satellite are talking about? This Aditya space probe? No, ma, it is not. No. I don't know where you got that, but when we talk geosynchronous, it is only 36,000 kilometers. இப்போ பாருங்க, அதுதான் L1. அதனால L1 வந்து Earth சுத்தி it goes around the sun in 24 hours irrespective of its direction. It's called a geosynchronous. Sync means time, geo means Earth. No, நான் அந்த கன்ஃபியூஷனுக்காக இந்த இடத்துல கிளியரா நான் சொன்னேன், any satellite you launch, it goes around the Earth. Correct? L1 point, it never comes back to Earth. It will stay there. It moves along with the Earth. Earth இப்படி போனா இது அப்படியே போயிட்டு இருக்கும். Because the combined gravity, sun pulls it towards it, Earth pulls it towards it. It's a balance point. Same as Earth. அப்போ compared to other satellites, it behaves very differently. இந்த பாயிண்ட்ல எங்க வச்சாலுமே it doesn't go around the Earth. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? Geosynchronous கிடையாது. இந்த டிஸ்டன்ஸ் வச்சு நீங்க சொல்லிடலாம், this is 1.5 million kilometers away from sun. Geosynchronous means 36,000, கரெக்டா? ஸோ அதுலயே நம்ம டீபங்க் பண்ணிடலாம். Okay, let's see the next one. the NISAR mission that I have told you earlier. நம்ம இதுக்கு பார்த்தோம் இல்லையா, SAR அப்படின்ற ஒரு கான்செப்ட் பார்த்தோம் இல்லையா, அதோட இதுதான். So NISAR mission, it is an abbreviation for NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar mission. So this NASA ISRO synthetic aperture radar, it is a joint earth observing mission. சில விஷயங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்க புரிஞ்சுட்டீங்கன்னு வைங்களா, ஈஸியா கெஸ் பண்ணிடலாம். அப்போ ரேடார், சிந்தட்டிக் அபர்ச்சர் ரேடார்னு வந்துட்டால எர்த் அப்சர்விங் தான். ஐதர் இட் ஹாஸ் டு பி எர்த் அப்சர்விங், ஏதாவது ஒரு சர்ஃபேஸ் அப்சர்வ் பண்ணணுங்க. அது வீனஸ் அப்சர்வ் பண்றதா இருக்கட்டும் இல்லை எதனா இருக்கட்டும், இட் ஹாஸ் டு அப்சர்வ் த சர்ஃபேஸ் ஃப்ரம் த ஸ்பேஸ். So it is a joint earth observing mission between NASA and ISRO to be launched in 2024. Okay, that's the first important point. And second, why it is important? It is important because, not because it is SAR. Already there are many sophisticated radar space satellites we have launched. NASA has launched. But the uniqueness is the synthetic aperture radar will function in two regions, in two frequencies called as L band and S band. This is its specificity. This is its uniqueness. The NISAR will operate on two frequencies. Usually satellites லாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா, any satellite that we send, it is usually designed to operate only on one frequency, because ஒரு frequency தான் the entire communication should have to happen, because the electronic circuits should be designed to encrypt and decrypt and code that information in the signals. இதுவே ரொம்ப கஷ்டம் ஒரு சேட்டலைட் பில்ட் பண்றது. பட் having two frequencies in a single satellite is not an easy task. So it is not tried so far, but for the first time this is going to be attempted. So NISAR oda uniqueness enna, it is a two frequency radar satellite in L band and S band. Now this is going to be launched by GSLV. இது வந்து யூனிக் பாயிண்ட். என்ன யூனிக் பாயிண்ட்னா, பொதுவாகவே நாம வந்து போலார் ஆர்பிட்டோ ஆர் அதர்வைஸ் சன் சின்க்ரோனஸ் ஆர்பிட்டோ இருந்ததுன்னா we usually use only PSLV. Indian ISRO you normally uses only PSLV. But remember, இந்த இடத்துல ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா நீங்க அப்சர்வ் பண்ணாம படிச்சீங்கன்னா மிஸ் பண்ணிடுவீங்க. Because it is to be launched by GSLV, not by PSLV. It is to be launched by GSLV in sun synchronous orbit with a mission life of about 3 years. It has a mission life of about 3 years to be launched in 2024. It is a two frequency spectrum. It operates on two frequency, S band and L band. இதுதான் இதோட ஸ்ட்ரக்சர். அதோட இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்டேஷன் ரொம்ப ஸ்பெசிபிக், அது வந்து வெரி ஃபேக்சுவல், அதனால யூ கேன் ரெஃபர் இட். ஓகே, நவ் because it's a joint mission, we need to be clear what are the contributions given by NASA and ISRO. இது ரொம்ப முக்கியமான விஷயம். இதுல என்ன பார்க்கணும்னா, L band, no, we already told you L band, correct? L band will be given by NASA, S band will be given by ISRO. இத ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கோங்க. L band by NASA, S band by ISRO. Second important point, who will contribute the launch vehicle? GSLV இந்தியாவோட லான்ச் வெஹிக்கிள் தானே. இந்த ரெண்டு பாயிண்ட் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் பாயிண்ட். Who is responsible for launch services? Second, yes, ISRO, India. ISRO or India. Or second, which country contributes which frequency responders? NASA is for L band and ISRO is for S band. Okay. Next, sir, இதோட அப்ளிகேஷன்ஸ் என்னென்ன சார் பண்ணலாம் இந்த NISAR லான்ச் பண்றது மூலமா? What are the applications that we get? அப்படின்னும்போது, one, it will help in developing earth science. It will help in developing earth science, particularly about topographic information, earth's topographic information, because நான் ஏற்கனவே சொன்னேன் ரேடார்ன்றது, it comes, hits the earth and bounces back. இந்த பவுன்ஸ் ஆகிற சிக்னலை தான் இந்த ரேடார் சேட்டலைட்ஸ் கேப்சர் பண்ணி ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணி நம்மளுக்கு இமேஜ் அனுப்புறாங்க. So it will help in understanding Earth's topographic information, including glacier meltings. Including glacier melting கூட நம்ம பார்க்க முடியும். Because இப்போ நம்ம பார்ப்போம், இந்த பார்க்கும்போது இப்போ ஒரு glacier இருக்கும், next 2 monthsல இது மெல்ட் ஆயிருக்கும். Now that we can understand it more better. Okay, next important point I want to tell you. Nisar has a resolution of about 3 centimeters. 3 centimeters, guys. You know resolution என்ன தெரியுமா? இப்போ நான் வந்து probably the distance you see, whether the two are same 2 dots or different 2 dots. நான் இப்படி வெச்சனா உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் different னு. But here you may be a little confused. The ability to discriminate a two object as a two object is resolution. ரெண்டா பிக்சல் சொல்லணும் தெரியுமா? Simply 3 சென்டிமீட்டர் வரைக்கும் இங்க ஒரு கல் இருக்கு, இங்க ஒரு கல் இருக்குன்னா இது தனி கல், இது தனி கல் நம்ம சொல்ல முடியும். So it has a resolution of about 3 centimeters, highest resolution. Something that NISAR is known to boasting of. It boasts the highest resolution. அதனால தான் இந்த மாதிரியான earth information எல்லாமே ரொம்ப precise-ஆ நம்ம learn பண்ண முடியும். First one. Second, it also helps in disaster management processes. It also helps. NISAR will help in disaster management processes such as earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. It is also helpful in agricultural services. NISAR will also help in agricultural services. எப்படின்னா by providing information about crop growth, soil moisture, by providing information on crop growth, soil moisture, basic agricultural services. It also helps in governance and planning infrastructure. It also helps in governance and planning infrastructure. And last but not the least, it also helps in better understanding of climate change processes. NISAR will help in better understanding climate change processes. So this is about NISAR. Let us move to the next one, the other technologies. The first one is Center for Fourth Industrial Revolution. In the context of first நம்ம பேசிக்கா தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் what first, second, third. Now we are talking about fourth. Probably we know first industrial revolution deals with water and steam power. Second industrial revolution, water, steam power and coal. இது மூணு தான். These three constituted first industrial revolution. Second industrial revolution is automation, not automation, I'm sorry, industrialization using electricity. Second industrial revolution is about using electricity. Third industrial revolution uses computation and automation. And the fourth is what called as cyber physical systems. Cyber means digital space. Physical means our fan, our computers, our machines and everything. நம்ம பொதுவா என்ன நினைச்சிருக்கோம்னா இந்த லேப்டாப் it is a separate unit. ஒரு fridge இருக்கு. Nowadays we are having smart fridges. Separate unit, but imagine they are all connected in cyberspace, in digital world. Now that interconnected information is what we call it as fourth industrial revolution. So fourth industrial revolution பத்தி நம்ம சொல்லும்போது who coined this term fourth industrial revolution, also called as industry version 4.0. This term was first coined by a person called as Klaus Schwab. Klaus Schwab, who acted as an executive chairperson of WEF, World Economic Forum, until 2016. Now, this fourth industrial revolution, okay, இதை வந்து நீங்க அப்படியே word by word note பண்ண வேணாம். Try to understand what this stands for, what this fourth industrial revolution stands for. The fourth industrial revolution, also called as 4IR or industry version 4.0, it means rapid change to technology, industries and societal patterns and processes in the 21st century due to இதுதான் முக்கியம் due to increasing interconnectivity and smart automation. It is not just automation, smart automation. Remember, automation already started in third industrial revolution, but this is called a smart automation. For example, a fridge, which is interconnected through IoT, Internet of Devices, IoT, will automatically send a request to the shop, which is also automatically controlled to send milk if it is depleted, to send the egg. It will automatically pay the money also. You don't have to look for your fridge. பால் இருக்கா முட்டை இருக்கான்னு பார்க்க வேணா எல்லாத்தையும் அதுவே மானிட்டர் பண்ணிடும். So that is called a smart automation. Okay, so that's what called as fourth industrial revolution. So fourth industrial revolution is not a single technology deployed, but it is a culmination of many similar strategies. So it is a joining of technologies like artificial intelligence, AI, gene editing, to advanced robotics that blurs the line between physical, digital, and biological worlds. And fourth industrial revolution is the hot potato of the times. Many countries are trying to widen their space and capitalize on these developments. And India is also one of the partners for the deploying of this fourth industrial revolution that was initially constituted by which organization I told you? World Economic Forum. So World Economic Forum is an association with Niti Aayog. So India would a lead agency enna Niti Aayog is in association with the Niti Aayog for the deployment of 4 IR services in India. So India is the lead agency for deploying 4 IR, fourth industrial revolution yarana Niti Aayog. And in addition, the technology partner for 4 IR deployment in India is Government of Maharashtra. Government of Maharashtra is a tech partner with the WEF for deploying the 4 IR in India. Now, why it was in the news? They wanted to have a center, but புரிஞ்சுக்கங்க, center வேற, tech partner வேற, lead வேற. Sometimes நம்ம படிச்சிருப்போம், ஆனா அதை ரிவைஸ் பண்ணும்போது நம்மளுக்கு தப்பா ஞாபகம் வந்துடும். Hyderabad is only having a center. So recently, ஏன் இங்க WFA வருது தெரியுதா? Because that is the agency that catalyzes deployment of 4th IR. So WEF has chosen Hyderabad for its Center for 4th Industrial Revolution. The Center for 4th Industrial Revolution Telangana will be an autonomous, non-profit organization with a thematic focus. This is important. What area that it focuses? With a thematic focus on health care and life sciences. With a thematic focus on health care and life sciences. Already, 2 major initiatives have already been rolled out related to 4th industrial revolution in India. And the rendu mukkiyamaana initiative என்னன்றதை சொல்றேன். 1, medicine from the sky. இந்தியால 4th IR related project ஏற்கனவே deploy ஆக ஆரம்பிச்சிருச்சு. The first one I'm saying medicine from the sky. It is being conducted in Arunachal Pradesh. Because Arunachal Pradesh is a very hilly and difficult terrain. If you want to make medicines accessible to the remote areas, of course we are going to use drones. So that is what we are calling it as 4th industrial revolution. Medicine from the sky. Drone-based drug delivery strategy in Arunachal Pradesh. 1. Second, Agriculture India Initiative. The second major initiative under this 4th IR is Agriculture India Initiative. This is promotion of digital agriculture. What this Agriculture India Initiative is? It is a digital agriculture promoted through PPP models. Promoted through PPP models. There is also another initiative, but it is not very important. India and the Moon project number 2 very important. What I told you 2 is very important. The 4th one is called as Education 4.0. Education 4.0. It is run by UNICEF along with Ministry of Education to identify learning gaps. To identify learning gaps. So these were the major projects that are run in India related to fourth industrial revolution. Okay, let's move to the next topic. நிறைய காரணத்துக்காக வந்திருக்கு, பட் ஒரு விஷயம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா ரொம்ப பெருமையா, one thing we all satisfied, but chat gptயே முடியலையா, அப்ப நாம கிளியர் பண்ணோம்னா கொஞ்சம் பரவாயில்லப்பா அப்படின்னு நம்ம we can give solace to ourselves. But actually என்னன்னா, it is actually a platform that collates what is already present and given to you in a form which we recognize as a rational argument. It is not having ability to think critically, which UPSC expects. So critical thinking will not be there. அதனால தான் என்னன்னா, மெயின்ஸ் எக்ஸாம் எழுதுறீங்கன்னா பக்கத்துல புக்கை வச்சு இன்டர்நெட் உங்ககிட்ட இருந்தாலுமே it is not easy to complete the paper. மேபி இன்டர்நெட் ஆக்சஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, ப்ரௌஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா ஒரு 3 மணி நேரத்துல ஒரு 10 கொஸ்டின் எழுதலாம், அவ்வளவுதான். ஸோ UPSC is UPSC because of not only the quality of the question but also the time that you have, which cannot be done by anything. So அதுதான் பாத்தீங்கன்னா ரீசெண்டா பாத்தீங்கன்னா இட்ஸ் ஆக்சுவலி ரேர். ஜொமேட்டோ எல்லாமே பாத்தீங்கன்னா சாட் ஜிபிடி has failed what should I eat test. எல்லாருமே they started promoting chat gpt. So chat gpt என்ன பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த ஆட்டோமேட்டட் டெக்ஸ்ட் பாட் யூபிஎஸ்சில கேட்கறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. ஆனா சம்டைம்ஸ் என்ன தெரியுமா, ஒவ்வொரு வருஷமும் சில கொஸ்டின் நினைக்கிறது வரும், சில கொஸ்டின்ஸ் பாத்தீங்கன்னு வைங்களா ரொம்ப ப்ரெடிக்டபிளா இருக்கிறது கொஸ்டினை கேட்க மாட்டாங்க. they used to ask in the next year or 2 years after that. கோவிட பத்தி 2019ல கேட்கல, 2020ல கேட்கல, 2022ல கேட்டாங்க, 21ல கேட்டாங்க, yes2 they asked in 2021. So they don't have that inclination to ask what is so hot topic. அப்படி பார்க்கும்போது chat gpt is one such hot topic. So முக்கியமான விஷயம் என்னன்னா, chat gpt it was developed by which organization? First basic point, developed by OpenAI, which was financially supported by Microsoft. But looking at the Microsoft's success in that, obviously there is a competitor which is actually Google. What is the Google chatbot version name? First basic information தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம், அதுக்கப்புறம் உள்ள பார்க்கலாம். Google's yeah. Okay, so Bard. Google's chatbot, AI powered chatbot is called as Bard. First in the comparison தெரிஞ்சுக்கலாம், chat gpt, Microsoft, Google, Bard. So what this chat gpt is about? Chat gpt is a variant of what is called as generative pre-trained transformer. இது எப்படி சொல்லலாம் அப்படின்னா, chat gpt is based on transformer platform னு கூட சொல்லுவாங்க. transformer platform. சார் இது ஏன் சார் இப்படி ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்கா சொல்றேன்னா, Google Bard is also built using the same platform called as transformer platform. So both chat gpt as well as Google Bard is developed using the same platform. But the uniqueness about the chat gpt is it is able to admit its mistakes and also questions your mistakes. It admits its own, but it also questions you, the mistake that you make. So that's something very important. But இதுல ஒரே ஒரு பாயிண்ட் மட்டும் நான் சொல்ல விரும்புறேன். The transformer technology, which is what used to construct a chat gpt and as well as Google Bard, the transformer technology was originally developed by Google. The transformer platform வச்சு தான் ரெண்டுமே கிரியேட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. See, எந்த ஒரு இந்த மாதிரியான AI வரணும்னால they have what is called as neural network. That neural network is what I'm calling as platform. That platform was originally developed by Google, but it was made as an open source in 2017. And the open source platform, transformer platform வச்சு தான் chat gpt was earlier later developed, which Google is also developing its own version. Okay, moving to the next point, என்னன்னா what is called as Bard OS software. So Bard OS software is a mobile OS, mobile operating software similar to Android. It is not a PC operating system. Okay, Mac OS madri kadiyadhu. It is specifically dedicated for mobile devices. The uniqueness is it is indigenously developed by IIT Madras. Every OS has their own uniqueness. Okay, for Linux அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சாஃப்ட்வேர் டெஸ்டிங், Linux is very ideal for testing softwares. அதே மாதிரி ஒவ்வொரு OSமே has its own uniqueness. Bar OS software has its primary focus on privacy and security. It is very highly focused on privacy and security, and therefore it is not available openly to all. It is not openly available to all. It is indigenously developed, but it is not freely downloadable. It is available only to those organizations that have stringent privacy and security requirements. Okay. So we have, probably we will have time to discuss only one more topic in environment. So with that, we'll wind our today's session. So GM mustard, adha patti paakalam. So genetically modified mustard. Why it was in the news is because in October 2022, last year, Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, which was constituted under Rules 1989. GEAC was created through Rules 1989, which falls under Environmental Protection Act 1986. GEAC is responsible for providing approvals for the environmental release of genetically modified organisms, GMOs. Environmental release, giving approval for environmental release of GM organisms, GEAC's approval is required. So why it was in the news is because in October 2022, last year, Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee, approval committee kadiyadu, appraisal committee. Here also you may make a mistake. It's not approval, appraisal committee. Genetic Engineering Appraisal Committee last year has given the approval for environmental release of GM mustard called as Dara mustard hybrid 11, DMH11. Sir, idoda uniqueness, idoda speciality, idoda consequence enna appdin sollitona, environmental release for assessing the seed production. So idoda consequence enna sir? இந்த environmental release என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா, இந்த DMH பிளான் பண்ணி வளர வச்சு அந்த சீடுக்கு, இப்போ ஒரு ஹைபிரிட் கிராப் எடுக்கிறேங்க, அதோட சீடுக்கு அந்த குவாலிட்டி இருக்கணும். So அந்த குவாலிட்டி இருக்கான்னு they are trying to test whether the seeds they produce is virile, whether they produce seeds or not, whether they are hybrid or not. இதெல்லாம் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணணும். இது எல்லாம் environmental டெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்ட அப்புறமா தான் it will be commercially released. So environmental release is a prerequisite for the commercial availability of the crop. So there is only one stage remaining. So if this is successful, GM mustard will become the second GM crop after BT cotton in India. So BT cotton was approved in 2004. அதுக்கப்புறமா எந்த கிராப்புமே நம்ம அலோவ் பண்ணல. BT brinjal we didn't allow. The next one will be GM mustard. சரி, let's talk about GM mustard. So one of the important problem of the GM mustard is the Indian variety of mustard. The Indian variety is called as Varuna. There are not many hybrids available with Varuna. Because because see புரிஞ்சுக்கங்க, இந்த GM mustard கொண்டு வரதுக்கு காரணம் என்னன்னா, we have a popular variety called as Varuna. But Varuna is a self-pollinating breed. It is a self-pollinating breed, and therefore self-pollinating என்ன தெரியுமா? Self-pollinating இருக்கும் பொழுது there are very possibilities for the contamination to happen. Because it is self-pollinating. இப்போ இங்க பாருங்கம்மா, ஒரு breed இருக்கு. இப்போ நான் புதுசா ஒரு breed ஆரம்பிக்கணும், கிரியேட் பண்ண போறேன்னு வைங்க, எப்படி திரும்ப பண்ணுவேன்? இந்த பிளான்ட் எடுத்துப்பேன், இந்த பிளான்ட் எடுத்துப்பேன். அவங்க செல்ஃப் ப்ரீட் பண்ணிக்க முடியாது. அப்போ இந்த பிளான்ட்டோட குவாலிட்டி என்ன பார்ப்பேன்? பிளான்ட் நல்லா வளர்ந்துருக்கும், நிறைய சீட்ஸ் ப்ரொடியூஸ் ஆயிருக்கும். இந்த பிளான்ட் பார்ப்பேன், தண்ணி கம்மியா இருந்தாலும் வளர்ந்துருக்கும், எல்லா சீசன்லயும் ரெடியா இருக்கும். இப்போ ரெண்டுத்தையும் என்ன பண்ணும், இந்த ஃப்ளவரையும் நான் பாலினேட் பண்ணுவேன். இது எப்படி நடக்கும்னா, இவங்க செல்ஃப் பாலினேட் பண்ணிக்க கூடாது, இவங்க செல்ஃப் பாலினேட் பண்ணிக்கூடாது. இது அவங்க பண்ணிக்கிட்டாங்கன்னு வைங்களேன், நான் பண்றதுக்குள்ள அவங்களே பாலினேட் பண்ணிப்பாங்க. I cannot bring different breed. You understand? If self-pollination happens, creation of a multiple breed becomes difficult. So this is a main reason why we do not have many mustard varieties in India except with Varuna. அப்ப என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா, வருணான்ற breed எடுத்துக்கிறாங்க. Then they are bringing East European, another mustard variety called as East European early Hera 2 mustard. இது எதை கொண்டு வராங்கன்னா, this is known to have glyphosate resistance. Glyphosate resistance இந்த breedக்கு இருக்கு. Glyphosate என்ன? It is an herbicide. இது ரெண்டு கொண்டு வராங்க. ஓகே, இது ரெண்டு கொண்டு வராங்க. இப்போ இது பண்ணும்போது என்ன ஆகுதுன்னா, so the GM mustard is a breed between Indian variety called as Varuna and an East European variety called as early Hera 2 with herbicide resistance. With herbicide resistance. They created this variety using a system called as They created the GM mustard using a system called as Barnes, Barnstar, and Bar. They uses a system of genes for creating GM mustard called as Barnes, Barnstar, and Bar. இது நம்ம தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும். Barnes அப்படின்றது எதுக்கு யூஸ் ஆகுதுன்னா, Barnes is a set of genes responsible for curtailing self-pollination. Barnes இந்த எதுக்கு? Barnes, Barstar, Bar. இது மூணு. இந்த மூணு தான் இந்த GM mustardல யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. சார் Barnes இந்த எதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க? For removing the properties of self-pollination. Second, Barstar. Barstar is used to provide reproductive potential to the plant. 3, Bar. Bar is used to provide herbicide resistance. So இந்த மூணு சிஸ்டமும் என்ன பர்பஸ்க்காக யூஸ் பண்ணாங்க? Barnes, Barstar and Bar. Okay. This is only for information perspective, ஒரு infography தான். So I'm moving next. Okay. Now what are the points? It was many research was conducted earlier about the efficiency of this GM mustard. பொதுவா ஜெனரலா சொல்றேன், the Varuna variety விட it was considered to be about 28% more productive. So GM mustard is known to be more productive than indigenous variety. First point. Second, okay sir, இதை யூஸ் பண்றதுனால pollination மற்ற animals எதை affect ஆகுமானா, no toxicity or pollinators such as bees are affected. Scientifically, it was proven that it is considered to be safer and pollinators like bees are not affected. சரி, இதெல்லாம் இருக்கட்டும். ஆனா ஒரே ஒரு முக்கியமான criticism that activists are saying is that, okay, herbicide tolerant plantனா என்ன அர்த்தம்னா, they will spray lot of herbicide over the crop. Herbicide resistance என்னன்னா, herbicide என்ன தெரியுமாங்க? களைக்கொல்லி. ஒரு crop வெட்டிருக்காங்கன்னா நிறைய களை வரும்போது they spray this. Now all the கலந்தது என்ன? It's another plant தான். The other plant will die, but this is resistant, so they will survive. The point is, this glyphosate is herbicide, but that will the residue of the glyphosate will be found in the plant, the fruits, and whatever that is grown. That will ultimately reach the consumers. So the point என்னன்னா, herbicide tolerant plant increases the consumption of herbicide, which may enter the food chain. So this is the main concern, which is very logical. இதுக்கு முன்னாடி சேஃப்டியை பத்தி கன்சர்ன் சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தாங்க, but scientifically it is proven it is not. it is found to be safer. But one disadvantage is, yes, it will result in increase in the consumption of glyphosate, which may find its entry into the food chain, human food chain. Okay, so the other remaining topics that I thought of taking but I couldn't, as given in the PDF versions, you can use it for further references. Thank you, friends. That's a good time with you. Thank you all.
So it was only 75 days for your UPSC preliminary examination 2023. Tell me, share your feelings with respect to history. With respect to history. Come on. How do you feel? Bewildered, complicated, unpredictable, nervousness. We don't know what to do. Okay. But my dear, if you have all these senses or all these feelings, you are on the right track. Because as far as UPSC exam, preliminary examination is concerned, some little bit of fear is important. If you don't have any fear, you won't work. You should have some little bit of fear. Okay, little bit of fear is important for life. Okay, good. So we will go one by one. So the first current affairs is with respect to Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. When you get a question like Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya, what the typical mindset of aspirants, Madan Mohan Malviya, Hindu Mahasabha, he was a Hindu. And if someone has learned some extra fact, he was the one who associated with Anni Besant. BHU founder, Banaras Hindu University founder. That is the maximum thing you know. If we ask Madan Mohan Malviya, many of the people will say he was an extremist. He was a revolutionary terrorist. But the thing is not like that. Actual fact is not like that. So, first we will learn about Madan Mohan Malviya. Madan Mohan Malviya associated with the month of January. Okay. Madan Mohan Malviya, Subhash Chandra Bose. They were all associated in the month of January. So we are just going to discuss. So these are all facts only. Point number one. His time period is during, he was associated, and he was basically a moderate to the fact. He was not an extremist. He was not a revolutionary terrorist. Or a He was responsible for Hindu Mahasabha. Hindu Mahasabha, as the word Hindu Mahasabha says, in the year of 1906, when the Muslim League was founded, 1905 partition of Bengal, some people engaged, they came to the streets, they fought for anti-partition. But in the year of 1906, the scene in Dhaka was different. In Dhaka, okay, two important Muslims, the popular Muslims of that time, Aga Khan and Nawab Salimullah Khan, they demanded for pro-partition. Partition venun solranga ivanga. That is the reason when they ask the fact, why you need partition? When we ask like this, they say, we the Muslim communities are minorities in India. They say like this. Gone are the days in medieval time period where the Muslim communities, that time also they were all the minorities. But majority political power they had. They had major political power. With that major political power, they dominated the major Hindus. But now the British rule is there. So the Muslims since 1857, right, we know in the year of 1857, during the Great Revolt, the Muslim masses are subjugated. Because the Muslim masses, they fought against the British in Delhi. That is because of the reason, right from the 1857, the Muslim masses in India, they were all not taken to the level during the time period of British. So that is the reason many Muslim leaders like Syed Ahmad Khan, he fought for modernization of Islamic community. Like that, in the year of 1906, when the anti-partition movement started in India, okay, Lord Curzon, he created a political arena, a scene, which culminated the Muslim nationalism. Because Under the influence of Lord Curzon only, this Aga Khan and Nawab Salimullah Khan, they founded what? Muslim League. When was the Muslim League founded? 1906. Why I'm saying Muslim League? When the Muslim League listened, Madan Mohan Malviya was a Hindu. He was a Congresswala. He was a moderate to the fact. But when the Muslim League founded, he founded Hindu Mahasabha to support for Hindu nationalism. Muslim League founded for Muslim nationalism. Muslim League demanded for separate electorate for Muslims. Muslim League demanded for the political representation for Muslims. Likewise, Madan Mohan Malviya, though he was a moderate, he was in the favor of Hindu nationalism. That is the reason you can see he was closely associating with this Annie Besant actually. With the support of Annie Besant, he has founded the Banaras Hindu University. Got it? But don't think he was a revolutionary terrorist. He was not a RSS wala. He was basically a moderate. Many people even today think Madan Mohan Malviya was a RSS wala. No, apdi kadayadu. Okay, so we will see. So in 1916, he established the Banaras Hindu University, playing a significant role in the fight for the Indian freedom struggle. Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya was also one of the founders of Scout and Guide in India. This is the fact. This is the question. This is the expected UPSC prelims question. Because 2 years before, in current affairs, Lala Lajpat Rai was asked. The question was, who founded the Servants of People Society? Servants of Indian Society founded by Gopala Krishna Gokhale. Whereas Servants of People Society was founded by Lala Lajpat Rai. This particular fact was not there in your NCRTs. The current affairs in the newspaper they have given, so they have asked in the examination. Likewise, this fact is important. He founded what? Founders of Scout and Guide in India. Got it? Fine. Next, Malviya made his political debut at 1886 Calcutta session of the Indian National Congress. Tell me, who is the president here? The 1886 Calcutta session, who is the president? Who is the president of Indian National Congress? It was our grand old man of India, Dadabhai Naoroji. Who was the president in 1887? It was at Madras, Badruddin Tayarji. Likewise, so the first 5 sessions are important. So in 1886, Malviya attended the second Indian National Congress session, okay, under the Dadabhai Naoroji's leadership. In 1889, he started studying law in Allahabad, where he was also offered the co-editorship of the English daily, The Indian Opinion. Who founded the Indian Opinion? Who was the author? Who was the first editor? Chief editor of Indian Opinion. Very good. It was Mahatma Gandhiji. Mahatma Gandhiji started Indian Opinion in South Africa, not in India. It was an English journal, not a Hindi journal. Got it? So he was the co-editor, okay, of the English daily, The Indian Opinion. Next, Malviya helped establish the Hindu Mahasabha at 1906, which brought diverse local Hindu nationalist movements together. Malviya, suppose when a question was asked, whether this Hindu Mahasabha, what is the ideology it has? Hindu Swaraj, Hindu nationalism. Got it? Chhatrapati Shivaji had the idea of Hindu Swaraj, but now the ideology, comes in the word of Hindu Mahasabha. Particularly, our great leader V.D. Savarkar, he was also one of the important members supporting for this Hindu nationalism ideology. Okay, fine. Malviya became the president of Indian National Congress in 1909. Understand the fact, my dears, before independence, Malviya, 4 times he was the Congress president actually. Before independence, pre-independence, Madan Mohan Malviya, he was the president of the Indian National Congress for 4 times. None of them other than Malviya had this credit. So Gandhiji gave him the title of Mahamana. This is also an important word. Who was Mahamana? People will go for Mahatma Gandhi. No, Mahamana is different, Mahatma is different. Okay, Mahamana meaning the great soul. Mahatma also the great soul. Mahamana, it's also a great soul. He renounced his law practice in 1911, but appeared to fight for acquittal of freedom fighters convicted to be hanged in the Chauri Chaura case. Yes, the Chauri Chaura case. You know what is the Chauri Chaura case? Okay, 1922, non-cooperation movement got withdrawn because of this Chauri Chaura incident. Some of the mobs in the name of Gandhian Satyagrahis, they attacked the police station. 22 police officers got killed. So these peoples were all convicted. They were all in prison. On behalf of them, he's going for trial. So he decided his life to the causes of education and social service. He was a member of the Imperial Legislative Council from 1912 until 1919. Okay, when it has converted to be the Central Legislative Council. So this and all important fact means, yeah, Malviya opposed the participation of Congress in Khilafat movement. This is the fact. He was a nationalist, Hindu nationalist. Okay, Khilafat movement supports for Hindu-Muslim unity. So how come this person will support? Okay, so this is the fact you need to understand. In 1928, he joined Lala Lajpat Rai, Jawaharlal Nehru, and many others in protesting against the Simon Commission. He also opposed the Simon Commission. Tell me, my dears, who supported Simon Commission in India? Some two parties in India supported for Simon Commission. Very good. Justice Party from Madras. But by the time, Justice Party was in power in Madras. And another party, many people know this, Justice Party. Justice Party openly supported for Simon Commission. They welcomed it. Who was the next one? 75 days for your preliminary examination. திருப்பியும் சொல்றேன், 75 நாள் இருக்கு. முழிக்க கூடாது இப்படிலாம். திருலாம் முழிக்க கூடாது. சொல்லணும். கரெக்ட்னா கரெக்ட், தப்புனா தப்பு. Come on. I will give you 4 options. Who supported for Simon Commission? Muslim League, Hindu Mahasabha, Unionist Party of India, and also the Liberal Nationalist of India. Muslim League supported. Hindu Mahasabha supported. Only the Unionist Party of India and the Justice Party supported. I know you will definitely do mistake in this. Many people will think Muslim League support பண்ணிருப்பாங்கல்ல, இல்ல பண்ணல. Hindu Mahasabha, no, not supported. Ambedkar ji, no, he didn't open his mouth at all. But later Ambedkar ji was accepted by the Simon Commission. Okay, because Ambedkar ji, by this time he was the member of Bombay Legislative Council. He was taken by the Simon Commission to know what is the real practical scenario. So Ambedkar ji, by this time, he didn't start any party. Tell me, what was the party that started by Ambedkar in 1956? That was a previous year UPSC question. There was a party started by Ambedkar in 1956. Famous party. It was a UPSC previous year question. I will give you 2 options. Democratic Party of India or Republican Party of India. Very good. Republican Party of India. Got it? So these are all the facts where you need to படிக்கும்போது இதெல்லாம் அப்படியே கொஞ்சமா அந்த நூல்ல பூ வச்சு கட்டுவாங்கல்ல, அப்படிதான் ஆன்சரும் எடுக்கணும். Okay, so இது ஒரு விஷயம். So understand whether this fellow supported for Simon Commission? No, he didn't support. Congress didn't support for Simon Commission. Muslim League didn't support. Hindu Mahasabha didn't support. Okay, they didn't support actually. Next, Malviya was a delegate at the second roundtable conference. Very good. In 1932, he was appointed as the president of the Congress after the arrest of the Sarojini Naidu, but later he was also arrested. In 1933, at Calcutta, Malviya was again appointed as the president of the Congress. Before independence, Malviya was the only leader of the Indian National Congress to be appointed 4 times. In 1934, Malviya and Mada Srihari Ane left Congress in protest against the communal award as a result of the Pune Pact between the Gandhi and also Ambedkar. Listen carefully. This Madan Mohan Malviya, when the communal award was announced in 1932, what is communal award of 1932? It says that a separate electorate was to be allotted to the depressed section also. Okay, but Gandhi also opposed about it. But Gandhi and Ambedkar finally came to a conclusion of Pune Pact. The Pune Pact says for the reservation for the depressed section. So what he says, whether Madan Mohan Malviya was okay with that? No. In 1934, Malviya and Mada Srihari Ane left the Congress in protest against the communal award as a result of the Pune Pact between Gandhi and Ambedkar. So they went ahead to start the Congress Nationalist Party. Understand the fact, the year 1934, another party was founded in the year of 1934, Congress Socialist Party. You see, the same year, Congress Nationalist Party also started. You will get a question. Many people consider the following facts in the year of 1934. Which among the party was started? Abdina, they will give option Congress Socialist Party, option B, Congress Nationalist Party. They will give both only one or two or none. What you people will go? You think only Congress Socialist Party? No, Congress Nationalist Party also there. So two parties were all started. Congress Socialist Party started by Acharya Narendra Dev, Mino Masani. Whereas Congress Nationalist Party was started by Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. Got it? Fine. The party contested the 1934 election to the Central Legislative Assembly and won 12 seats. Yes. Gandhi attended the second roundtable conference. Sarojini Naidu, she went. Liberal nationalist leaders like Vallabhbhai Desai, they went. Ambedkar went. Muslim League leaders went. Everyone was there actually. Here, Madan Mohan Malviya also went. Okay. He was the one who represented the Hindu feelings in the second roundtable conference. Hindu nationalism. Next. Malviya as an educationalist, you know, he was a great orator. Okay. In 1911, Annie Besant and Malviya, they decided to work for a common Hindu university at Varanasi. That is what we call it as Banaras Hindu University. Okay. It has principally, that is, Annie Besant was the principal founders of the Banaras Hindu University. He served as the university vice chancellor for some 2 decades, 1919 to 38. In 1939, he left the vice chancellorship of BHU and was succeeded by Dr. Radhakrishnan, who was later become the president of India. Malviya's son, Pandit Govind Malviya, served as the vice chancellor of BHU from 1948 to 51. His grandson, Justice Giridhar Malviya, is currently the chancellor of BHU since 2018. Okay, so this is what about Madan Mohan Malviya's educational reforms. In the social service, remember Namami Ganga project associated with Madan Mohan Malviya. So he was having the intention of cleaning the river Ganga. So during pre-independence itself, he founded the Ganga Mahasabha to oppose that damming of Ganga. What is damming of Ganga? Penangala eripanga. Dumping, yes, yeah, dam, which means what? இறந்து போனவங்கள நீங்க பாத்துக்கலாம், காசியில இறந்து போனவங்கள the dead bodies will be burnt actually. So அது மாதிரி he was the one who opposed it. Malviya played an important part in the removal of untouchability and then giving the direction to the Harijan movement. He was a Hindu nationalist, but it doesn't mean that he supports for untouchability. He opposed it. He worked for the eradication of the caste barriers in temples and other social barriers. Malviya contributed significantly to ensuring the entry of the so-called untouchables into Hindu temples. And he started, what started? He started All India Seva Samiti under Seva Bharati. And some of the supporters of this Seva Bharati is H.N. Kunzru. In pre-independence, in post-independence, the reorganization of states, you study about H.N. Kunzru. His full name is Hridayanath Kunzru. Okay. G.S. Bajpai, which means Girija Shankar Bajpai, Annie Besant and George Arundale. Okay, so they were all the leaders of Indian national movements. They supported for All India Seva Samiti under Seva Bharati. So these are all the important facts with respect to Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya. So summary, Madan Mohan Malviya, okay, he was the moderate, he was an educationalist and orator, he was the founder of Banaras Hindu University, associates with Annie Besant, okay, and he was the one who founded an important organization. What is it? Yeah, Congress Nationalist Party in the year of 1934. He opposed Simon Commission. Okay, he was the one who started in the year of 1906. He started the Hindu Mahasabha 1906. Okay, so 1916 he founded Banaras Hindu University along with Annie Besant. Okay, so another organization is Seva Bharati or All India, okay, Seva Samiti under the leadership of these one. So these are all the important, and he founded Ganga Mahasabha to oppose the damming of Ganga. So these are all the questions where you can expect. Next, legacy of Madan Mohan Malviya. People say he died at the age of 84. Okay, He was the one who used the word Satyameva Jayate in Congress session, Muntaka Upanishads. This particular question was asked in 2014 prelims actually. Satyameva Jayate, a term we use today, comes from which Upanishads? Muntaka Upanishads. Why Malviya was associated? This fellow, he said, okay, in the year of 1918 session, he was the one who said this word Satyameva Jayate, which means Vaimiya Vellu. Truth alone trumps. Okay, fine. He worked diligently for the communal harmony. Listen, my dears, whenever you study these terms and all, you have to keep in mind that from where it has come. Vasudevaka Kudumpakam. This is also a popular word actually. Atiti Devo Bhava. What is the meaning of Atiti Devo? This all comes under Upanishads. Upanishads Atiti Devo Bhavana. Guests are our gods. Vasudevaka Kudumpakam. The world is one family. In Tamil, we used to say Yadumure Yavaram Keli, like this. So these are all comes under Upanishads. So you should keep in mind. So this is what the fact actually. And he was posthumously awarded the prestigious Bharat Ratna in 2014. Okay, fine, good. So next current affairs is with respect to Purna Swaraj Day. Another interesting area in Indian national movement. Why this? You should understand. In the year of 1928 or in the year of 1927, Simon Commission came. Simon Commission, India. Why they came? Yeah, for constitutional reforms. Okay, for in the year of 1919 Act. What act that is? Montagu-Chelmsford reforms, they said. After 10 years, a statutory commission will come into India. They will check, they will work out whether the existing constitution is okay or not. So, as per the plan, the 10 years after means 1929 has to come. But the Simon Commission was a 7-member committee. Remember, it is not a 3-member committee or 1-member committee. It is a 7-member committee. They came in the year of 1927 for the constitutional reforms. Why they came? They came in 1927. They are going to discuss with all the political party leaders in India, and they are going to submit their report to the British Parliament. The British Parliament, they will ask the leaders of India to come to England. They will discuss in roundtable conference, and finally the next constitutional reforms or the act will come. That is what we call it as the Government of India Act of 1935. So when the Simon Commission came to India, everyone except this Justice Party or Unionist Party of Punjab, they opposed action. Major political parties opposed. They said the reason the committee was a all whites commission. You came for India's reforms. You came for constitutional reforms for Indians, but none of the Indians were all there. So it's a kind of racial discrimination. But when the Congress opposed Simon Commission like this, when the anti-Simon Commission resolution was passed in 1927 Congress session at Madras, Lord Birkenhead, he was the Secretary of State for India. He openly challenges. He says like this: you Indians, you doesn't have any stuff or caliber to enact your own constitution. தமிழ்ல சொன்னா என்ன சூடா இருக்கும். இந்தியர்களாகிய உங்களுக்கு உங்களுடைய அரசியலமைப்பு சட்டத்தை இயற்றுவதற்கான தகுதியோ தராதாரமோ இல்லை. If you Indians, if you think you are capable of enacting your own constitution, come on, right? Let the Simon Commission do their work. You enact your own constitution. You submit to the British Parliament. Let the British Parliament decide and Lord Birkenhead. It's an open challenge for Indians. Motilal Nehru, the father of Jawaharlal Nehru, he took the lead. He was a lawyer. Okay, he took the lead and he started the process of enacting India's own constitution. That is what we call it as the Nehru Report. It is called Nehru Report, 1928. Motilal Nehru Report. So it was called Motilal Nehru report. In the Motilal Nehru report, we call it as Nehru report, right? But in this Nehru report, leaders like Subhash Chandra Bose, Jawaharlal Nehru, they are pressurizing Motilal Nehru for Purna Swaraj. But Motilal Nehru, he was closely associated with Gandhi. So what initially they say, the point of Purna Swaraj or the demand of Purna Swaraj, it can be asked in the next year. First, we will ask for what? Dominion status. We'll ask for dominion status. Okay, so first we will ask for dominion status. If British, if they give dominion status, it's good and fine, well and good. But if they didn't give dominion status, in the next year, what we will ask? We will ask for a Purna Swaraj. This particular opinion was finalized in 1928 itself. So they demanded for dominion status. The British didn't give dominion status. And this Nehru report was not accepted by all India parties. Parties like Muslim League and all not accepted the Nehru report, because Nehru report, it said we demand for not separate electorate. This Nehru report demanded for joint electorate. But Muslim League demanded for separate electorate. Nehru report says Hindi should be the national language. So these are all, controversial areas, right? So Nehru report was a failure. It was not accepted by the Muslim League. So the year gone. So in the year of 1929, who came? Motilal Nehru gone. Okay, Jawaharlal Nehru came. Understand, Nehru, Jawaharlal Nehru, Subhash were all the leftist ideologies. They were all the one who had leftist ideologies in the Indian National Congress. They were not complete rightists. In fact, Nehru and Subhash support for socialism. They said, no, fine. So Purna Swaraj resolution was passed. They passed Purna Swaraj resolution, and the year 1929 remembered for this session remembered for two events. They fixed December, the year of December 31st, 1929, Jawaharlal Nehru, he hoisted the tricolor national flag on the bank of River Ravi. India on the bank of River Ravi. Whereas the next, this particular Purna Swaraj resolution, when it was passed in Lahore, that time itself, Gandhi ready for the next mass movement. The demand for or the resolution for the civil disobedience movement also was finalized here. And they fixed 26 January 1913. Okay, this particular day has to be celebrated as the Independence Day. Right from 1930, every year, 26 January 1930, which means 26 January, right from 1930 till 1950, they are going to celebrate as a 26 January 1930 lerundu 1949 26 January, they celebrated as what? Independence Day. Independence Day. 26 January 1950, what is this day? It's this day, as they celebrated as Independence Day, it's a most important day. They want to keep this, they want to remember this day. So that is the reason our constitution, that is the Republic Day, the constitution finally came into force. Got it? So this is, we celebrate as a Republic Day. So that Purna Swaraj Day was, what is this day? Purna Swaraj Day, which means complete Independence Day. Independence வர்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி independence வந்துருச்சுன்னு celebrate பண்ணாங்க. Every year 26, right from 1930s, every year they celebrated as this day as an Independence Day. So that is the word Purna Swaraj Day. Don't confuse with this date. This is not Purna Swaraj Day. December 31st, 1929, they hoisted India's tricolor national flag on the bank of River Ravi. That is not Purna Swaraj. 26 January 1930 was the Purna Swaraj Day. Don't confuse with this date. Got it? Fine. So the next one. Here, Bhakti saint has come. Who was this fellow? Yeah, Ramacharitra Manas. That is Tulsidas. You know about the concept of Bhakti. It's arts and culture topic. Every year from Bhakti saints. Okay, wait a second. Every year from Bhakti saints, UPSC will ask. 1 year they have asked from Shankaracharya, Advaitam. Last year they asked Ramanujacharya, Vishishtadvaitam, Ramanuja's principle. Some 2 to 3 years before they asked about Annamacharya, Chaitanya, Shankaradeva. You go and cross check with the previous year question. Likewise, this year you can expect a question from this Tulsidas. Tulsidas, especially in North, Tulsidas was so famous. Why he was so famous? Excuse me? He wrote Ramayana. In which language? Prakrit. Hindi. Option A, Prakrit. He was remembered. My dears, listen, we all know Ramayana and Mahabharata are the Itihas. Histories, Itihasa. Listen, this Ramayana and Mahabharata, common people, it has become a popular culture, or it has become a popular book in North only in the 16th century. Before that, Ramayana, Mahabharata, the verses were not written in Hindi. Okay, it was written in Sanskrit. Only certain peoples were allowed to read that. It was not, okay, Bharatam Prasangam Pandradhunu solluvaanga. This particular Tulsidas, he wrote Ramayana, so-called Ramacharitra Manas, in his local script called Magadhi. He was from Magadha. Magadhi script, yes, Artha Magadhi we used to say. It's a local script. Then he wrote it in Hindi. So right from he was the one contemporary of Akbar. He was the one when it has come in Hindi, it has become a popular book in North. Understand, before Tulsidas, in Tamil, in 12th century, the great Kamban has written Ramayana in Tamil. Kamba Ramayana, 12th century. Before that, Pampa, Panna, Ranna, 8th, 9th century, the same Ramayana was written in Kannada language. Got it? So, Ramayana has come into Hindi in the later part, not in the early part. Got it? So, this many facts you need to understand. Who was this Tulsidas? So, Tulsidas was a Brahmin whose original name was Ram Gola Dubey. Okay, you will get a question, who was Ram Gola Dubey? He was Tulsidas. Okay, he was believed to be born in the Rajapur on the bank of river Yamuna. He composed Ramacharitra Manas on the bank of Ganga in Varanasi. He is said to have begun writing Ram Navami Day. Okay, Ram Navami and he has completed it. Tulsidas lived in the time of Emperor Akbar, and some believe that he was in touch with Abdul Rahim Kane Kanna. This Abdul Rahim Kane Kanna was one of the Navaratnas of Akbar's court. This Abdul Rahim Kane Kanna, have you heard about this Bairam Khan? Bairam Khan's son was Abdul Rahim Kane Kanna. Have you know about this Babar Nama? This Babar Nama was translated to Persian by Abdul Rahim Kane Kanna. So he was the friend of Abdul Rahim Kane Kanna, the son of Akbar's commander Bairam Khan. So the poem was written in the 16th century in the Awadhi. It's a local dialect. Awadhi. Awadhi means Awadh region. Awadh means Lucknow region. Lucknow is a Magadha region. So Magadhi. Awadhi or Magadhi, local dialect, and later it has mainly spoken in the areas of today's Lucknow, Prayagraj, and also Ayodhya. It was written in the Awadhi dialect. The sacred chant Hanuman Chalisa. It was a previous year UGC net question. Who wrote Hanuman Chalisa? Hanuman Chalisa is a prayer song for Lord Hanuman. Okay, so Hanuman Chalisa was also written by him. It is divided into 7 chapters or Kanta. Okay, நம்ம தமிழ்ல கண்டம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவோம். So that tell the story of Lord Ram from birth to his becoming the king of Ayodhya. So Bhakti saint, okay, Tulsidas remembered for it. So why it is famous or why it is so controversy today? Many people say this fellow was the one. Okay, even in many parts of India, Lord Ram is a controversial figure actually. Many people won't believe Lord Ram as a absolute god. Yes or no? Especially in down south and all. People worship Lord Ram, but Lord Ram was politicized in many of the areas. You can see in when the 2019, when the BJP government came to power, when the MPs of the Uttar Pradesh, when they go to sworn in, they said, Jai Shri Ram. When the MPs of Muslims, when they go for sworn in, they said Allahu Akbar. When the MPs of Bengal, when they go, Jai Ma Kali Shakti. Our MPs from Tamil Nadu, they said Periyar வாழ்க அண்ணா வாழ்க அண்ணாவின் திருநாமம் வாழ்க வாழ்க. புரியுதா என்னடா பண்ணி வச்சிருக்க இந்தியா? அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் இந்தியா இஸ் a secular state. ஓகேவா? இந்த மாதிரிலாம் பண்ணிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. So Lord Ram, somehow he has been politicized actually. Some people will love Ram, some people will love Lord Ravana. Ravana was worshipped as a god, especially in down south, you know, in Sri Lanka and down south Tamil Nadu. They say Ravana was their grandfathers. Why? If I ask why, they say Ravana was born here. No, wrong. Ravana was basically born in Noida, Uttar Pradesh. His father was a Brahmin. His father was a rishi. His mother was a South Indian. And some people say, you know, Ram was from north, Ravan was from south. It was the north-south war. No, and the scene line illave illa actually. So somehow Lord Ram was politicized actually. India, if you look at it, understand there is no one version of Ramayana. There are more than 100 versions of Ramayana. In one version of Ramayana, Sita is basically the daughter of Ravana. Got it? So this father, according to the story, Father Ravana, he doesn't like Ram loves Sita. So he captured. So 100 versions of Ramayana were all there. Some people will accept Ram as God. Some people won't. So what they say, sir, this Tulsidas, okay, he has upholded Ram. He was upholded Ram as the God, supreme God. But Lord Ram also done some injustice. Especially while killing Wali, he has done injustice. He was the one who asked his wife to commit sati. That is an injustice. So many of them, you know, they will oppose. They are opposing, you know, Tulsidas, saying that Tulsidas was a Brahmin. He was supporting Brahmanical ideology. So that is the controversy here. So Ramacharitra Manas is based on the Ramayana. Okay, it is the holiest book of the Indo-Gangetic region, and among the world most read holy books by an estimate. Okay, 7 crore copies are sold. Fine. Across the Hindi heartland, the reference to Ramayana often actually means Ramacharitra Manas. Tulsidas made the story of Lord Ram popular among the masses because he wrote in the regional dialect that most people understood. Yes. And what is the controversy? You see, in Ramacharitra Manas, Lord Ram is a Maryada Purushottam. What is the word Maryada Purushottam? Maryadikuரிய nabar, which means he was the, as per Gandhi, Ram Rajya, which means Ram is the ultimate person. Avarda Uttaman. Epitome means perfect example. He was the epitome of righteousness, epitome of ethics. அதனாலதான் என்ன சொல்லிருக்காங்க, he was a Maryada Purushottam. His conduct has been criticized by leaders like anti-Brahmin movements like E.V. Ramaswamy Periyar. One of the 22 pledges that Dr. B.R. Ambedkar administered to his followers while embracing Buddhism in 1956 was 1956. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, he embraced Buddhism. He says, I shall have no faith in Rama and Krishna, he said. Along, why? When he said like this, many of the untouchables during the time period of 1956, many of them embraced to Buddhism. They also, even today, okay, they are kith and kins. Even today, many of them, they won't believe Lord or Krishna as a God. They say they were all not at all God. They were all not the incarnation of Vishnu. They were all human beings. That's it. So they never give that focus light. Who are believed to be the incarnation of God or not shall I worship him. So non-upper caste assertion in politics has sometimes been manifested in the criticism of Ramacharitra Manas. Critics have used these part of the poem to accuse Tulasidas of being against the non-upper castes and women, and a flag bearer of the idea of Brahmanical superiority. Because Tulasidas was a Brahmin, he upheld Ramayana, he upheld Brahmanical supremacy. Okay, so many of the areas, even some of the leaders, even today, they won't accept Lord or Krishna as the Lord Ram or Krishna as the God. So that is the problem here. Okay, fine. So this is one of the current affairs. And next current affairs is, it is the most frequently coming current affair. Every year this current affairs is expected. Battle of Bhima Koregan. What is this Battle of Bhima Koregan? As you need to understand, my dears. Listen, after the death of Chhatrapati Shivaji, the Maratha leadership was taken control by Peshwas. The first Peshwa, Balaji Vishwanath, was so strong. His son Bajirao also strong. But the Peshwas gradually lost its powers and prestige when they signed a subsidiary alliance in the year of 1803. Why subsidiary alliance is important for British? When you sign subsidiary alliance, you are openly saying a fact that you are under the paramountcy of British. Because subsidiary alliance was imposed on Indian states, where the British had the intention of accumulating more Indian states under the orbit of British power. Got it? So when this Bajirao II, the last Peshwa, when he signed the subsidiary alliance, automatically the problem comes for the Marathas. So slowly what happens? The third Maratha war, you should know there are 3 Anglo-Maratha war held. Okay, first one is 1775 to 1783. Second one is 1803 to 1806. Third one is 1817 to 1818. The last Anglo-Maratha war is so important. Why? Because in the last Anglo, that is the third Anglo-Maratha war, only the Peshwas was completely defeated by the British. Okay, and the Pune was taken. Hereafter, the Peshwas, their homeland was not Pune. The Peshwas were pensioned off and Pune was taken. Okay, you see, in this war, 1817 to 1818 war, understand, my dears, in Maharashtra, there was a particular community. They were all the depressed section. Okay, so what was their community name? Mahars. This Mahar, they were all under the military service of Chhatrapati Shivaji. And later they were all under the military service of Peshwas. But before the third Anglo-Maratha war, these Mahars were not taken into account. What the Mahars say, this Peshwa Bajirao literally, intentionally hurt them. Intentionally, they hurt them. With the why they hurt? Because they were all considered to be the Shudras. So, in the year of 1818, when the Bhima Koregan battle was there, the battle was between East India Company versus Maratha Peshwa. So, this Mahar community joined with whom? Yes, British. Okay, so every year when they try to commemorate that event, today the Marathas, that is the upper caste Hindus, they used to attack the Mahar communities. Okay, you see, the Battle of Koregan or Bhima Koregan took place in 1st January 1818 in the village of Koregan, Maharashtra, between the troops of Maratha ruler Bajirao Peshwa II and 800 troops of the British East Indian Company. The soldiers of the East India Company successfully fought the Peshwa troops, preventing them from advancing into Pune. After 12 hours of long battle, the loss of 600 men, and fearing reinforcements from Pune, Bajirao II withdrew his troops from Koregan and gave his efforts to attack the Pune. So he was sit back. The Peshwas had established themselves as overlords of the Deccan till the end of the 18th century. In 1802, the British East India Company has entered into the treaties with Marathas. This is what I said as subsidiary alliance, which included the Peshwas of Pune, Scindias of Gwalior, Holkars of Indur, Gaekwads of Baroda, and Bhonsles of Nagpur. They were all the Maratha Sardars. Marathas abdinale, they were all a family confederacy. Marathas na yaru? 5 groups was there. The 5 groups joined to form Marathas. Ivanga 5 per. The Marathas, they felt that they belonged to, according to the Varnashrama, they said that they were all Kshatriyas or Brahmins because the Peshwas are Brahmins, Chatpavin Brahmins. The other ones were all, if you take Shivaji, Chhatrapati Shivaji was basically from Bhonsle, he was from Nagpur. RSS headquarters is Nagpur. Okay, so under this treaties, these former rulers ceded a large number of their rights of overlordship, revenue, and other privileges. Peshwa leader Bajirao II, who was the last of the reluctant Maratha leaders, was defeated by the British in the Battle of Kadki in November 1817 and had escaped to Satara. Bajirao, cornered after being pursued by the British Colonel Smith for 2 months, turned his focus and his 30,000 strong army to Pune at the end of the December 1817. So, Totutaru, Pune ku odi poidradhu. Pune la ivara 30,000 soldiers vachu corner பண்றாங்க. Okay, so அப்படி corner பண்ணும்போது என்ன ஆகுது? So who were all the Mahars? Historically, Mahars were the untouchables of Maharashtra, but the nature of their work, often in administration or military roles, situated them with the upper caste quite regularly. Maratha King Shivaji recruited a number of Mahars into the Maratha army. The Mahar men often served as the gods or soldiers. The Mahar community even fought alongside Peshwa forces in many battles, including the Third Battle of Panipat. Third Battle of Panipat fought in the year of 1761. By that time, the Mahars fought on the side of Peshwas only. However, relationship between the Mahars and Peshwas turned sour after Bajirao II reportedly insulted the community. As prejudice. Okay, vengeance. Yeah. So by rejecting their offer to join and serve in this army. Okay, நீங்க in army la serve பண்ண வேண்டாம்னு. So this Mahars, what they did in 19th century, Peshwas were considered as the high caste Brahmins, while Mahars were considered to be the untouchables. The Peshwas were notorious for their persecution of Mahars. Mahar Dalits faced several injustices under the Peshwa rule. So this victory was significant for the Dalits who has been marginalized and oppressed for so long. So this Dalits fought on whose side? They fought on the side of British in Bhima Koregan. Okay, so a 60-foot commemorative obelisk என்றது நினைவுச்சின்னம். It will be looking like this. You can see many World War and all, they will have a commemorating pillar. So this is what we call it as obelisk. To honor the fallen soldiers of the Bombay Native Infantry was erected at the battle site and inscribed with the names of 49 soldiers. So the 49 soldiers' names were all there in the particular obelisk. 22 of the names mentioned in the list belonging to the people from the Mahar community. 49 பேர்ல 22 பேரு Mahar community சார்ந்தவங்கன்னு எழுதிருக்கு. While it was built by the British in 1818, the obelisk was carried on the Mahar regiment crest till as late as 1947. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar visited the site on 1st January 1927 on the 109th anniversary of the battle. Every year, leaders from the downtrodden leaders, which means the Dalit leaders or untouchable leaders all over India, they will come and they visit the site. Okay, so that particular site is none other than the Bhima Koregan. So why there is a violence? The event commemorating 200 this year, 2023, 200th anniversary of the battle has been met with protest even before 1st January, with a number of right-wing groups opposing the event as an anti-national, anti-casteist. What they say, 49 people they died. Only 22 people were all Mahars. Why the 22 people Mahars? Continuously, they were all, linking their name. So you are trying to be, it is a war of British. So the commemoration is called to all Indians to rise against the forces that are promoting hatred and violence to the caste lines. ஜாதியால யாரெல்லாம் ஒண்ணு சேர்றாங்களோ அவங்களை எதிர்க்கிறதுக்காக நீங்க வாங்கன்றாங்க இந்த groups. So one side it was the one who support for Mahars, and another side who say anti-national or anti-caste. The British army had people from all the castes, including Mahar, Maratha, and also Brahmins. The Peshwa army too had people from all the castes, including Maratha and Mahar. What they say, Peshwa army also had Mahar. But why you want to celebrate this 22 people who fought on the side of British? Okay, so this was a war between the British and the Indian rulers, and not between Mahars or Peshwas. So this is what the people who call for anti-national forces, they say like this. This is the war between the British and native rulers, not a war between Mahars and also Peshwas. So don't do this. So this is what the current affairs. So the next, last but not least, about Subhash Chandra Bose. Okay, we will he was born on 23rd January 1897. Subhash was born on Cuttack. Okay, Odisha. That time it was a Bengal province. His Jayanti is celebrated as Parakram Divas. Subhash was twice elected as the president of Indian National Congress, 1938 Haripura or Tripuri. He resigned from the Congress presidentship in 1939 and organized All India Forward Bloc. Subhash oda katchi per enna? All India Forward Bloc. So Subhash, he was also the one who cleared the prestigious Indian Civil Service. 4th rank he has got. Okay, well, that time civil service examination conducted India and also along with the British. Both British people and Indian people they wrote. Adala 4th rank அவர் கெத்தார்கள எஸ் ஆனா வேலையை விட்டார். He enrolled, he selected. Okay, when he understood that it is completely his mindset won't work because his mind is full of Indian independence. He is basically a leftist fellow, a socialist fellow. When he enrolled to the civil services, then he felt that this particular work won't suit to him. So he resigned actually. Okay, he was highly influenced by Vivekananda's teaching and considered him as his spiritual guru. Okay, his political mentor was C.R. Das. This is a fact. Okay, who was the political mentor of Gandhi? Gopala Krishna Gokhale. Who was the political mentor of Subhash? Chittaranjan Das, C.R. Das. He was the president of Swaraj Party. So you know Subhash Chandra Bose and Gandhiji, you understand Gandhiji's disciple was Subhash. Subhash and Gandhiji in personal, they don't have any issues at all. Okay. Subhash used to call Gandhi as Deshpita. காந்திக்கு தேச தந்தை அப்படின்னு பேர் கொடுத்தது சுபாஷ் தான். சுபாஷை ஒரு பேட்ரியாட் அமாங் தி பேட்ரியாட்ஸ் சொல்லுவாரு. இவங்களுக்கு பர்சனலாவே எந்த பிரச்சனையும் இல்லை. But the things got changed after 1938 when Subhash openly said he is going to support for Adolf Hitler. And Subhash openly said, he said that Gandhian ways of Satyagraha won't fetch any result. In 1938, when he has become the president, he said the followers, I doubt the followers of Gandhi whether they have brain or not. இப்படிலாம் ஓப்பனா ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் விட்டார். Because he doesn't believe in the concept of non-violence that never fetched any result. According to Subhash, Gandhi as a political leader always failed. So in the year of 1939, when he re-elected in the Indian National Congress president, okay, he openly supported for what? He openly supported for World War II on the side of Germany. So he resigned from Congress, he started Forward Bloc. Okay, but by 1940, till 1940, he was in house arrest. Then 1940, he escaped from house arrest. He met Adolf Hitler. Okay, then from Germany, he was referred to Japan. Okay, the Japanese referred Subhash to another Indian leaders like Ras Bihari Bose, where in Singapore in 1942, he restarted the Azad Hind Fauj. Okay, fine. Bose has arrived in the Port Blair, Andaman and Nicobar Island in 1943 after Japan handed them over as Azad Hind government. Japan had captured the island during the Second World War. He had announced the establishment of the provisional government called Azad Hind Fauj in Singapore. It is what we know as Arzi Hukumat. In Hindi, it was called Arzi Hukumat. He Azad, which means Azad Hind Fauj, which means Indian National Army. It was supported by the Axis powers of the Imperial Japan, Nazi Germany, and Italian Social Republic and their allies. He had launched a struggle to free India from the British rule under the banner of the provincial government in exile during the later part of the Second World War. Okay, he only started the so-called the officers training academy. Okay, this officers training academy he started outside India. After independence, our Indian army they took this name and they were all the one giving training for our beloved military officers. Another the officers training academy. Okay, fine. So this is and famously Subhash. Okay, yeah, Subhash Chandra Bose Abda Prabandhan Purashkar. The annual Subhash Chandra Bose Abda Prabandhan Purashkar has been instituted to recognize and honor the invaluable contribution and selfless services rendered by the individuals and organizations in India in the field of disaster management. It is an important area. The field of disaster management, the one who work, they were all given the title of Subhash Chandra Bose Abda Prabandhan Purashkar. This award is announced every year in 23rd January. It carries a cash prize of 51 lakhs and a certificate in the case of an institution and rupees 5 lakhs and a certificate in the case of an individual. Got it? Fine. So finally, these are all the important sessions, important work. Okay, I will share this PPT. You can later collect it. These are all the important facts actually. Bengal Gazette founded by James Assas Taki. Samwad Comedy. Who is Samwad Comedy? Rajaram Mohan Roy. Miratul Akbar in Persian language. Rajaram Mohan Roy. Rastu Goftar. Dadabhai Naoroji. Som Prakash. It was previously asked UPSC. Som Prakash written by Ishwara Chandra Vidyasagar. Purida. இதெல்லாம் already கேட்டது. Indian Mirror. There is another Indian Mirror. Debendranath Tagore. Indian Opinion is there. Indian Mirror is there. Don't confuse. Amrit Basar Patrika. Sisir Kumar Ghosh and Motilal Ghosh. This is the first newspaper that was got when the British enacted the Vernacular Press Act. This was the first Patrika. Okay, that was where the British targeted actually. Okay, so Amrit Basar Patrika. And Hindu by Veera Raghavacharya and Subramanya Iyer, Sudeshamitran, Sudharak, Gopal Ganesh, Gigi Agarkar, Sudharak. This is also asked previously. Prabuddha Bharat, already asked in previous year UPSC. Prabuddha Bharat by Vivekananda. Okay, Prabuddha Bharat. Originally, it was a monthly journal. Okay, it was written by Vivekananda, but the words of Vivekananda was translated to these authors. And Udbodhan, also Swami Vivekananda. Udbodhan and Prabuddha Bharat. Okay, fine. And the next is Indian Opinion by Gandhi. Bande Matram by Aravindo Ghosh. Bande Matram. Okay, fine. Bombay Chronicles by Firosha Mehta. Al Hilal. This is also, it was there in NCERT also. Al Hilal by Abul Kalam Azad. New India by Annie Besant. Young India by Gandhi. New India by Annie Besant. Okay, independent newspaper. Yeah, independent. Newspaper. Independent. The newspaper name is Independent. Motilal Nehru. Okay, Mook Nayak, a famous. Okay, a famous journal from Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Navjeevan. It is from. It's a weekly. Varapatrika. Navjeevan. Harijan, M.K. Gandhi. It's a weekly journal. Hindustan Dainik Hindi newspaper. That is Madan Mohan Malviya. Hindustan. Hindustan. Okay. Purida. So these are all the newspapers because personalities and newspaper you may get a question. Okay. So this is what about today's class. We will see in the next class actually. Okay. Bye. Take care. Another session is there. Please wait.
Right, so we meet again. Okay, today I've collected a few topics for maybe society-related issues as well as some miscellaneous topics, right? So I think you have one more current affairs class, right? Tomorrow. Yeah. Right. So how's your prelims preparation going? Fine. Not satisfactory. Okay. So the first topic we are going to look into. Right. The first topic for today is I'll send you the PDF file relevant. Okay, so today we'll look into AIMS cyber attack. Did you news kelipattingla? Okay, so what was this attack? Yeah. Okay. Okay, it was alleged that it was a, yeah, fine. So it is actually a ransomware. Cybersecurity has been a major issue recent days because due to the high demand of people with respect to information technology, high usage of internet, the data that is produced each and every hour, right? It's very precious, it's very important, but cybersecurity is not very fine nowadays. So leakage of data will be, like we are losing our resources, fine? Now, around 6,500 systems, computers were hacked. I mean, they were under attack by this ransomware, and around 3 crore patients' data were extracted, right? Isn't this some, very important thing to learn? Now, so today, under this topic, we'll learn that what is a malware? I mean, what are the types of cyber attacks that is currently present? Of course, there are lots and lots of cyber attacks, but we'll see a few relevant types of cyber attacks. And what is the cyber security related law that is present currently in our country? We'll look into them. Certain regulatory bodies that are trying to regulate it. Of course, they're not able to completely regulate it, right? Fine. So yes, now, what are the cyber attacks you know? Of course, you would have heard about a lot of cyber attacks. If you can say a few. Cyber attacks kandipa paathirupinga, right? Yeah. First basic thing is a malware. What is a malware? It is a malicious software, right? But there are lots of types of malware. I'll explain it later. Secondly, there's a DOS attack, that is denial of service attack, right? And then we have phishing, we have spoofing, we have man in the middle attack, lots and lots of them, right? So under malware, as I said, it is a kind of malicious software which shouldn't have entered into our systems. Our systems, it's a private thing, right? But these malicious softwares, its idea is that it tries to penetrate into your system and tries to collect the data that which you consider as private information, right? There are several types of malware. For example, we have ransomware. As the name indicates, this malware, it enters your system. What it does is it encrypts your data, right? It encrypts your data, which the institution requires for certain reasons. For example, this AIMS, of course, it requires patient's data for further processing. But imagine this kind of malware getting in between and trying to encrypt the data and not making it available to the institution. Of course, it is tougher, right? So ransomware, what it does is it encrypts the data and it demands a ransom in return. Now, this is what we generally call in political terms as quid pro quo. Have you heard about this? You do something, I mean, you ask something, you get something in return, right? Of course, if you have seen this movie, I mean, Silence of the Lambs, I think, this movie, it explains this statement, quid pro quo, right? So such an attack is ransomware. It demands, first of all, it does something, it demands data from you. If you pay it, it will, decrypt the data and release it to yourselves, right? So that's ransomware. Apart from this, we have worms. It gets into your system, it replicates, and then it takes the entire control of your system, right? That's worm. We have Trojans. Yeah, Trojans, right? What it does is it deceives the user as a, as a good software or a, not as a malware. அதாவது இது வந்து ஒரு லைக் உண்மையான ஒரு நல்ல சாஃப்ட்வேர் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி இது வந்து இருக்கும், ரைட்டா? ஸோ இதை நம்பி people would install the software and use it, but later on there are lots of virus again worms and Trojans present within the Trojans, so it will take over the system, right? So that's all about Trojans. And similarly, there are lots of other types of malwares as well, fileless malwares, which don't occupy a certain space in your in your storage. Aதாவது generally you have storage, right? ROM, hard disk. These are storage devices. But this thing, fileless malware, it won't occupy a certain space, which means the antivirus softwares would not be able to detect it. Instead, what it does is it occupies the floating memory, RAM, yeah, random access memory. It occupies this space and it tries to collect the data, right? So there are so many kinds of malware like this. And denial of service, what it signifies is it occupies a network of computers. It floods the system with so much of demands. For example, if B is a system and A wants a service from B, it's fine that B provides this service. But in DOS, there's a complete network which tries to flood B with so much of demands so that, it occupies the entire traffic, internet traffic, so that B won't be able to respond, right? It hangs, we will find certain websites hanging, right? So that situation comes under denial of service, right? Fine. And the next one is phishing. Just like the same principle we use for phishing. Capturing fish. So that is phishing. You put in some kind of data as a bait. Like, for example, you have won a lucky draw. You have won a free ticket for some kind of tourism thing and like that, right? So it tries to deceive people using these kind of popular tricks. And if you're vulnerable, if you're not aware of these kind of attacks, you would obviously click that and you would enter the system, and you will try to give your personal details. For example, like credit card details, or of course, my own roommate lost 5,000 rupees last week. Proud roommate. Okay, right? So such kind of activities are also happening. So this comes under phishing. Okay. Now spoofing, when some personalities, like famous personalities, for example, if I pretend like Mark Zuckerberg and ask you for your personal data, now that is spoofing, right? Such kind of attacks. I pretend like some famous personality and I try to interact with you and gain your personal data. Now that is spoofing, right? Not just these, there are lots and lots of malware attacks. If you have time, you can definitely go deeper into it. Now, after cyber attacks, we'll have to look into the regulations that are present, which protects the people and then the data from cyber attacks. Now, do you have any idea about the cyber regulations that are present currently? Yeah? Is there any regulation present currently with us? Is there any? Irka? What is that? Yeah? Sorry. Okay, I'm not able to certain. Okay, fine. Computer Emergency Response Team of India, right? Yes, that's a regulatory body. I'll come to it in a minute, right? So the regulation we have IPC, which is a colonial law, which has no updation, which is not enough to deal with the cybersecurity issue like we currently face. Secondly, we have IT Act, yeah, Information Technology Act, right? Now, this is, of course, a famous act which we should have a deeper analysis about. Why? Because there are 3 previous year questions that are related to this IT Act. Do you remember digital signature question that has been asked before? Digital signature. The question was there, I think in 2019. Public key infrastructure. You would have heard these terms, right? In previous year questions, these terms were asked. What is public key infrastructure? And again, cyber insurance was asked, right? So, of course, all these terms had its base in IT Act. Okay. Now, let's see one by one. It has certain important terms, like what I've said now. I'll explain it in a minute. Secondly, certain provisions are very important, like, for example, Section 66, Section 66A, right? These are frequently used. And thirdly, we'll look into the regulatory bodies. Now, the terms, as I said, digital signature, digital certificate, key pairs, public key infrastructure. I'll explain it. Now, let us consider a journalist who wants information from the general public, right? Now, this information must be a secured information. Let us assume that person A, person B, and person C wants to send information to this journalist. And this channel of, this interaction must be secure, right? For that, what they used to do is they would, person C would encrypt his information using a key. The same key is used by the journalist to decrypt it and open it and obviously read it, right? This is the general principle of cryptography. Cryptography is you log something, you hide something, and you want you would give the key to the person who you want to give the data, right? So that is this entire principle of cryptography. So in that, now this principle of both journalist and the person using the same key is termed as symmetric cryptography, right? Now this term, symmetric cryptography, is not secure because what journalist would do is he would put the key in the public. Why? Because only if he puts the key in the public, person C would be able to know the key and he would be able to encrypt the data and send it to this person. Now the issue is both journalist and C uses the same key. As this key is globally present, anyone can decrypt this, tamper with it, and send it to the journalist, right? So it is unsecure. புரியுதா? அதாவது journalist actually என்ன பண்ணுவார் அப்படின்னா, புரியுதுல? Right. Journalist வந்துட்டு அவருக்கு கிடைக்கக்கூடிய information must be secured அப்படின்னு நினைப்பார். For that, the information that he receives from C must be encrypted. அது encrypt ஆகணும் அப்படின்னா journalist என்ன பண்ணுவார் அப்படின்னா ஒரு key actually public spotல போடுவார். He publishes the key data in the public. எதுக்கு அப்படின்னா A, B or C எந்த பப்ளிக்கா இருந்தாலும் if they want to give journalists the data and don't want to reveal their personal information, what they would do is they would encrypt the information using this key, which journalist has put in the public spot. And பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா, if this key is in the public spot, anyone can use it. Because it is not just for encryption, it is also for decryption. இப்போ நாலாவதா D வந்து உள்ள புகுந்து அதே global, publicல இருக்கக்கூடிய கீயை யூஸ் பண்ணி if he wants to decrypt it and tamper with it, அந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷனை மாத்தி அங்க சென்ட் பண்ண முடியும் இல்லையா? So symmetric cryptography has this flaw. So அதுக்காக வந்ததுதான் என்னன்னா public key cryptography அப்படிங்கிறது. That is asymmetric cryptography. என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க? What the journalist does is the key that he puts into in the public forum, that is a public key, which is different from the key journalist now has. It is a private key now. ரெண்டு விதமான key யூஸ் பண்றாங்க இங்க, right? In the public key, they will put it in the public forum, and A or B or C can use this key, public key, to encrypt the data. அதை வந்து க்ளோஸ் பண்ணி like send பண்றதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். But it cannot be used to decrypt the data. Only J with his own private key can decrypt this data. So this is called as public key or asymmetric cryptography. Fine. So இதுல அந்த key generate பண்ணக்கூடிய purpose இருக்குல்ல, the public key generation, private key generation. For example, this private key is certified by a third party. அதாவது இந்த private key journalist is not an expert in this process of key generation and all. So he gives this job to a third party person. He is known as the certificate authority. This certificate authority, he provides the digital certificate for it. அதாவது in the public key இருக்குல்ல, this is going to be present in the public forum. So person A and B and C must believe that it is the public key that has been published by the journalist. So it must be certified, right? So digital certificate அப்படிங்கிறது what it contains is, it contains a ledger, it contains the public key, and a signature, right? Now, this is a digital certificate, a digital signature, which is given by a third party to the journalist, which the journalist publishes in the public forum, which A and B and C uses to verify that the key is authenticated. Okay, so this is the entire process. The process of creating public key, private key, this entire process, any rules or any guidelines that is used for the entire process, that is termed as public key infrastructure. We generally, when we see this term public key infrastructure, we would generally think that, okay, this is something related to the society because the word public is there, right? But it is something that is related to the production and maintenance and anything that guides this process, right? So that is called as public key infrastructure. Now, I hope that you would have at least a little bit of idea about digital certificate, digital signature, public key infrastructure. Okay, fine. So that's all about these terms. And further, this IT Act contains another term, that is computer contaminant. What computer contaminant means? A simple general logic. Computer contaminant na enna irukka mudiyum? What is a computer contaminant? Obviously, anything that attacks the computer which is not related to it is computer contaminant, right? Fine. These are fine with the terms. Now, what are the important provisions? Now, there's section 66. Section 66 has punishments which are related to certain cyber crimes. Simple. So that's not much important, but now section 66A, now this is important because you would have heard about Shreya Singhal case, right? Yeah. Thing is, 66A, it gives government the authority to stop or, ban or consider any speech, online speech as a crime, right? But obviously you would have, you may have an idea that such an activity is against the constitution. It is against the fundamental rights, right? It has a chilling effect over the fundamental rights, freedom of speech simply. So Shreya Singhal, she filed a PIL against this particular law, and Supreme Court obviously held this provision as unconstitutional. But it hasn't been struck down yet. It is still present in the Act, and that is the bone of contention between Supreme Court and government in this particular case. Now, apart from this, there's 69. 69 provides government an authority to, do whatever it wants. And under this, 69A, using this provision, the government banned certain applications, Chinese applications, right? For example, like TikTok, PUBG. It explained that these applications are gathering data from the public, from Indians, right? So it cited this as a reason and banned certain applications. So that is all about 69, right? Now, the third thing is how the entire cybersecurity has been regulated in India. Of course, it is done according to the IT Act. What are the regulatory bodies that are present? Of course, as you said, there is Computer Emergency Response Team, India. It was created in 2004. It deals with any kind of cybersecurity issues. It provides early warning. It provides guidelines, and it has it uses certain schemes like Cyber Swachh Kendra, right? You would have heard about it. It's a scheme through which you can diagnose your computer for any kind of cyber attacks, right? அதை நீங்க clean பண்ணலாம். அதுல ஏதாவது ஒரு maybe virus attack ஏதாவது இருந்துச்சுன்னா you can clear it. Fine. So that's all about certain. The other regulatory body is National Critical Infrastructure Protection Center. Critical infrastructure. What is critical information infrastructure? National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center. What is critical information infrastructure? Yeah. Okay, it's something which is important, right? Important for the society, important for the economy. Consider Kudangulam Kudangulam plant's entire network is hacked by maybe malicious software or something like that. Of course, it is an important thing, right? It is a critical software and it has some security concerns as well. So obviously, this kind of infrastructure, when it comes under attack, this is the center that first makes a move, right? Of course, certain has also an umbrella regulation with respect to critical information infrastructure, but this has closer relation with it. That's the issue also, because ரெண்டு பேருமே பண்றாங்க, so overlapping இருக்கு அப்படிங்கறதுனால அந்த பிரச்சனை இருக்கு, right? And okay, the adjudication is done by TDSAT, that is Telecom Dispute Settlement Appellate Tribunal, TDSAT, right? According to TRI. This was created according to TRI Act. Just like how National Green Tribunal follows no civil procedure code or criminal procedure code, it just follows natural justice, right? Similarly, TDSAT also follows natural justice when it comes to cybersecurity, because this is completely a brand new thing. Cybersecurity is something which is not familiar for most of the laws. You're still using IPC to handle these kind of issues, right? So TDSAT may use its wider powers. It can use natural justice as its cover to, handle these kind of cases, right? Yeah. And apart from this, we have National Security Council, which is chaired by National Security Advisor. He advises Prime Minister. And under this National Security Council, we have National Cyber Coordination Center, Cyber Security Coordination Center. He's directly under Prime Minister's office. He directly advises Cyber Security Coordination Center. I'll send the PDF. Right. So this is the kind of regulation that are going on for cyber security, right? Hope you have got some idea about cyber security, right? So next topic is, did you come across these two places in news? Parasnath Wildlife Sanctuary and Shatranjay Hills. Yeah, Parasnath, no? Wildlife Sanctuary. Shatranjay Hills. Okay, second one, you may not have an idea, but Parasnath, can you try to decode it? கொஞ்சம் அது எங்கேயாவது ஹிஸ்டரியில் ஏதாவது பார்த்த மாதிரி இருக்கா பரஸ்நாத்? கொஞ்சம் word is a bit modified. Yeah, exactly. The 23rd Tirthankaras, Parasnath. The word is modified a bit. That's it. Okay. Parsavanath, you may have read, right? Yeah. Now, this is a place where Santal tribes are residing. Right. Now, the issue is government is trying to make this zone into an eco-sensitive zone, right? To protect it, to allow tourism into it. So the Jain community feels that if tourism is allowed, then the sanctity of this place would be affected. They feel in such a way, right? So there are protests that are going on. So this was in news for a very long time. And secondly, Shatranjay Hills. This is also a Jain site. Now, the significance with respect to this is there was a vandalization event that took place in this spot where Jain statues were attacked by an unknown mob, obviously. Right. So that's why Shatranjay Hills was in news, right? Now, Shatranjay Hills is present in, can you guess the state? Yeah, Gujarat. And Parasnath, Jharkhand. Can you tell me any other Jain sites that you know? I mean, of course, you would have prepared history, ancient history, Jain sites, few Jain sites, you know. Yeah? You can tell me the site. We have Mount Abu. Yeah? It is the high. Yeah, Karnataka and the Gomateshwara statue. Right. Any other? Wallaby in Gujarat. Sikkim? I mean, is there any particular spot like that? Okay, fine. ஏன்னா எனக்கு சிக்கிம்ல எதுவும் தெரியாது, அதனால கேட்டேன். Maybe monasteries. Okay, fine. Right. So yeah, these two spots were in news. Okay, so it's better if you're familiar with these places, right? Yeah. Secondly, this is one of the most important topics that the millet revolution. இது யாரும் உங்களுக்கு நடத்தியிருக்காங்களா ஏற்கனவே? இல்ல. Fine. Millet revolution. Now, of course, you would obviously know why millet was in news, because 2023 was announced as an international year of millets. And why is it significant for India? Why is millet significant for India? Because we pushed for this initiative, right? Yeah, we promoted this. We wanted United Nations General Assembly to take this as a matter of discussion and to consider 2023 as a year of International Year of Millets, right? FAO passed this resolution, and obviously this, yeah, it is fixed as 2023 is fixed as an International Year of Millets right now. Now, what is India's place in millets production? Yeah, of course, India is the largest producer, around 39%, I think. Yeah, in certain sites it is referred to as 20%, certain sites as 35%. But whatever, we have a significant place in millet production. We are the 5th largest exporter of millets, right? Ukraine is the 1st largest exporter, right? So obviously we have a significant position. That's fine. We are advocating that millets is a nutritious, it provides a nutritious diet. Now we'll look into certain features of millet. Of course, millets are nutritious, no doubt about that. It is high in protein, it is high in minerals, high in fibers. It's, what about gluten? Is it high in gluten? Gluten free, of course. What is gluten? Actually, people, and the health related, gluten is certain. Of course, yeah. It gives this flexible elasticity in wheat, right? So health conscious people used to avoid this gluten thing. Generally, people would not care about gluten. Yeah. So it is gluten free. It is considered a hardy crop. What is hardy crop? What do you mean by a hardy crop? It is drought resilient. It is climate resilient, climate friendly. I mean, it can grow in any extreme conditions. It is photo insensitive. What do you mean by photo insensitive? It doesn't care whether sun rises or sets. It just grows, right? Right. It is photo insensitive. And any other specific term that you found while learning millets? What is glycemic index? It is said that millet has a low glycemic index. What is glycemic index? Yeah, it raises the blood sugar levels, right? Whenever you consume a product, especially carbohydrate-rich product, it rises your blood sugar levels, right? But millets, of course, it would also rise the blood sugar levels, but this rise is very low or very slow. When you consume rice or wheat, it just pumps up your, blood sugar levels. It's very high. So fortunately, millet has a very low glycemic index, right? So India promotes millets for all these reasons, but does it practices as it preaches? What is the place of India in millet production? Now, forget about India being the top producer of millet, 5th largest exporter of millet, but what is its position within India? India, who's, what is it being done? Enna nadakudhu inga? Last, we have seen that Global Hunger Index ranked India as one of the poor nations. It has a severe issue of malnutrition. People are suffering from, children are suffering from wasting, stunting, and all these things. So don't you think that millets can be used for, through ICDS, through Anganwadi centers, Poshan, PDS, of course, right? But for that, India must procure these things, right? Just like it procures rice, wheat through, Food Corporation of India. It must guarantee MSP. But does it really guarantee MSP? Why not? Why not? Well, try to remember the 23 crops. Millets are being provided MSP. 23 crops are being provided MSP, and millets are also a part of it. What are those millets? Yeah, ragi, bajra, sorghum. Yeah. Okay, there are 2 types of millets. One, major millets, and the second one is minor millets. Now I'm asking you, are both these kind of millets being, being given MSP support? Only major millets are being given MSP support. What are those crops? Of course, all those crops are major millets. We have sorghum, we have pearl millet, we have finger millet. Pearl is nothing but bajra. Finger is nothing but ragi. And sorghum, I think jowar. Yeah. What about barley? Barley is not at all a millet, actually. Barley is not a millet. Yeah, it is a cereal. Yeah, just like a corn. Yes. Fine. Yeah, we would not generally get deeper into it. Bajra அப்படிங்கிறது millet ன்னு நினைச்சிருப்போம். அதாவது வாயில் நுழையாதெல்லாம் millet, you would think, right? Fine. So only major millets are provided with MSP support. But what about the procurement? Of course, MSP support is being provided, but what about procurement? We are procuring around 35 lakh tons, 35 million tons of rice and wheat, both separately. 35 tons of wheat, 35 million tons of rice. But what is the status of procurement of major millets? Just 4 lakh tons, which is very negligible, right? Which is not enough to satisfy an entire nation which wants nutri-rich diets, right? So apart from preaching to the international community, we should also take certain actions domestically, right? Because of course there are lots of schemes that we are implementing, like biofortification, food fortification, all these things, but this would make the job easier, right? So we should promote the farmers to grow all these kind of millets, so that we can of course subsidies right. So that's all about major. And one more thing is that of course India provides all these India grows all these kind of millets, but can you guess which one is the topmost crop produced in India? Topmost millet that is produced in India? Sorghum or pearl or finger? Pearl millet, 60% of it, right? So this is the largest millet that is being produced in India. Fine. Now this particular term, of course, we are getting into this cobweb of cyber security again. Dark patterns. Now UPSC has this habit of asking certain terms that we are not familiar with, right? It just finds but these terms are somewhere dispersed in the internet. Okay, Drishti IAS tries to find these information from wherever and makes the job of UPSC much more tougher, and of course our jobs too, right? Okay, because it tries to avoid all these information present with these certain UPSC websites. Fine. Now what is dark pattern? Of course it is related to cyber security. Can you guess anything about that? Of course you can never guess if you are not familiar with this term. Dark pattern அப்படிங்கிறது, you would have come across, you would have visited certain sites. When you try to download something, அந்த நேரம் பார்த்தா you would get ad in front of you, right? Okay, when you try to close this ad, you will search for the into mark, which is never ever visible to you. Yeah, it won't work. Yeah. When you use Instagram would feed you with advertisement which you are not at all concerned about, right? But we would think generally that okay, it is also one more reel that is coming along with the other reels, but of course it is not actually a reel, it is actually an advertisement. Okay, when it ends, அது முடியும் போது தான் நமக்கே தெரியும் ஓகே இது ஆட் போல அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு, right? So these are all dark patterns. I mean, these are use of dark patterns is an unethical thing that is taking place. This big tech companies like Google, YouTube, Instagram, they're using dark patterns. Why? Because it wants to gather data from you. It wants to use your time, right? We would generally search for something in Flipkart. It would pop up in your Instagram or some other pages. Reason is dark patterns, right? They've named it as dark patterns. Of course, these are all techniques that big tech companies, the big tech companies means Google, YouTube, and all these big companies, they use dark patterns to gather information from you, right? It is still under a process of research. They are being studied. Why and எதுக்கு இத பண்றாங்க, இது எப்படி ஸ்டாப் பண்றது அப்படிங்கிறது வழி இல்ல. Of course there are lots of softwares that have arisen to stop this issue, but still இத வந்து கண்ட்ரோல் பண்ணவே முடியல. It is uncontrollable right now, right? Fine. Stop patterns. What do you think about the word secular in preamble? Yeah? No religion for state? Oh, that's a Western concept of secularism. What about India? Of course, India should give equal importance to all the religion. We are accommodative. It's a positive sense of secularism. But whatever that is happening in India for the past 2 or 3 or 4 years, especially after COVID, of course, you would have come across this term, this news, Tablighi Jamaat incident, all these things, right? And even after that, there are lots of religious hatred that has been promoted. And it is alleged that the government has also a huge part on this. Pew Research Center has released a report, has released an index. Social Hostilities Index. And unfortunately, we have a very good score in this index, which is definitely not good, right? High scores indicate that there are rising religious crimes and incidents and violence that are taking place in India, right? So just keep this thing in mind. Of course, UPSC has this habit of asking certain indices, not frequently, but yeah, it has already asked certain indexes, right? So social hostility index, released by Pew Research Center. Now, there's one incident that was really very important. It shook the entire social network. It was the Dwarka acid attack. Heard about it? You've heard about Dwarka acid attack? இந்த படம் பாத்தீங்களா Chapak, that movie of Deepika Padukone? Yeah, right. It was the story of Lakshmi Agarwal, I think. Of course, that's an old story, but this is something new. In the capital of Delhi, a 17-year-old schoolgirl was attacked. Acid was thrown onto her face, and the accused says that acid was bought from an e-commerce website, Flipkart, of course, right? So is acid easily available? I mean, it is available, of course, but is it easily available for sale? Why is it available for sale? Isn't there any regulation with respect to acid attack? There are certain various horrendous crimes present in our country. There are various regulations for it. But what about regulation for acid attack? You have any idea about any regulation with respect to acid attack? There was actually no regulation until 2013. In 2013, there was a case, Lakshmi Agarwal case, in which Supreme Court itself came up front and gave guidelines to prevent acid attack. It says that over-the-counter sale of acids must be prevented, must be banned, right? And it is banned. And there's one more, I mean, a lot of guidelines were given by Supreme Court, and it says that if a person is to buy acid from a retail shop, he must be 18 years old. He must be, he must provide all his personal information, his name, the purpose he's buying this acid for, the quantity of acid he is buying. So all these things must be, it has given us guidelines, and it instructed the center to enact laws with respect to acid attack. And center has not yet enacted a law. It has, made certain changes in Poisons Act. Now, the issue is acid attacks are generally, acid as a thing, when we think generally, Drugs and Cosmetics Acts is the general legislation that would come to our mind when we talk about acids. But it is actually regulated under Poisons Act, right? Now, there are various regulations on the state level. Center has, given guidelines to the states to enact certain laws for acid attack, and certain states have created, certain states have not created, right? Fine. So the thing is, whatever you have to remember is Poisons Act of 1990. Now, this famous incident, Subway has filed a case against Suburb. Who is Subway? Who is Suburb? The name itself, okay, let me say a familiar company. company's name. Cuckoo FM and Pocket FM. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? Cuckoo FM and Pocket FM. Yeah. So Pocket FM has filed a case against Cuckoo FM. Why? Obviously, you would generally try to அது புரிஞ்சுக்க முடியும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். Copyrights issue. This Rich Dad Poor Dad book, you know, you would have heard about. Yeah. Think Like a Monk. So such books are copyrighted by this particular group, I mean Pocket FM. But the summary of these books are present in Cuckoo FM. So Pocket FM has filed a case against Cuckoo FM, claiming that it has violated my copyright rights. So there's a need that you should learn Copyrights Act. IPRs are very important. And secondly, again, I talked about suburb versus subway thing, right? In fact, subway is a famous, the burger la irukla idu and Wikipedia idam right? Subway. So suburb actually uses this closely related term, suburb, and the subungra vaartha vandirucha, that's why they have filed trademark issue against suburb, right? இந்த மாதிரி நிறைய பார்க்கலாம். Like we have Abibas for Adidas, we have Pama for Puma, right? In the மாதிரி நிறைய, this is known as deceptive similarity. They're not exactly similar, but when people look at it, just they'll be deceived, like with the names or with the logo or something like that. எங்க ஊர்ல LFC ன்னு ஒன்று இருக்கு. Of course, it tastes better than KFC, but still, yeah, it's a trademark is being violated there, right? Okay, so we need to look at the intellectual property right rules that are present in our country. Okay, so what are the intellectual property rights that is being provided in India? There are, of course, many. We have copyrights, we have, of course, trademarks, we have patents. Any other intellectual property? Intellectual property, GI tag. Any other? BIS is a certification agency. That's quality control, right? Where? Copyrights Act, trademarks, patents, GI, Industrial Designs Act, Protection of Plant Varieties, PPV, right? Of course, there's an act, PPV Act, Protection of Plant Varieties Act. Yeah, of course, you would have heard this news, right? PepsiCo filing a case against Gujarat farmers for growing and selling the potato seeds that PepsiCo has given to them. Yeah, it'll get too persa poirum, right? Another PepsiCo, to produce Lay's, it requires a type of potato there, right? So it gives a certain kind of seed, quality seed, to the farmers. The farmers are actually buying it, growing it, and selling it to the public, which they think it violates the rights of the researcher, I mean PepsiCo. But actually, this PPV also guarantees the right of farmers and farmers' rights. The farmers can sell it, right? So that was an issue 3 years back, so maybe not too much relevant now. We'll look into Copyrights Act, Trademarks Act, and GI tag. Of course, GI tag, it's always in news because last year, the unpronounceable terms that comes in news, right? Last year we have GUCCHI. Pronounce it however you want, Gucci or Guki or whatever. Right, now in Ladakh, the first ever GI has been given. It is named as Raksi Carpo apricot. This is an apricot variety that has been given GI tag now. Now we'll look into all these things, Copyrights Act. Now, let me say, you're a singer, you're a writer, you've written a novel. What do you think would be the entire term for this copyright? எத்தனை வருஷம் validity இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க? 60 years you would have. 60 years validity. For certain kind of artistic works, you would be given 60 years, and for certain kinds of artistic works, you would be given your entire lifetime plus 60 years, right? So Copyright Act gives you 60 years of IPR protection. Now it is regulated by Controller General of Patents, Trademarks. It is present at a DPIIT. There's a department under Ministry of Commerce. So this department and the registrar, that is the Controller General of Patents, Trademarks, and Copyrights, regulates this particular copyrights. Okay, fine. Now, there are certain international conventions with respect to Copyrights Act. Any idea about that? Enna convention irukka mudiyum? We have WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization, under United Nations, WIPO. Right? Would have heard about it, but maybe on the interconnect panna mudiyama irundirukalam. But we have TRIPS. Yeah, TRIPS, Trade Related Intellectual Property System. This comes under World Trade Organization, and there are other conventions as well. There is Berne Convention. There is Rome Convention. All these are related to Copyrights Act. Most of the countries would sign with these acts so that, for example, India, if I'm writing a novel, I don't want any other person without my permission to read it or to publish, not to read it, but to publish it, right? Or to, summary create pandrathu, and mari vella panna koodadhu nenapan, right? So Rome, Berne, and WIPO and TRIPS, India is a signatory to everything, and our copyrighted products are protected globally. Okay, fine. Now, what about trademarks? Copyrights is given 60 years of protection. What about trademarks? Trademarks are given how many years of protection? What do you think about this? 10 years. 10 years of protection. Again, the same Controller General of Patent, Copyright, and Trademark is also the regulator for this trademarks, right? It is given 10 years of protection. And is there any international convention with respect to trademarks? Trademark related convention? There's Madrid Convention. Of course, these are, all these things are inclusive within this too, WIPO and TRIPS. Okay. Apart from that, there is Madrid Protocol for trademarks. Patent is a huge topic. It has, நிறைய பேச வேண்டியிருக்கும். So in news illa, maybe next time you'll look into it. What about GI tag? How many years of protection does GI guarantee? 10 years again. Right? Fine. The thing about GI is you would find certain products given GI tag. You would have to remember it. In the state level, நம்ம ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்க வேண்டியிருக்கும். அது பெரிய வேலை. Right? அதை உட்காந்து மனப்பாடம் பண்ண வேண்டாம். But try to remember. Okay, இந்த ஸ்டேட்ல வரதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. இப்போ for example, Kerala, Tamil Nadu அப்படிங்கும்போது ஈஸியா கண்டுபிடிச்சிடலாம். The words are very easy for us. But with respect to certain products, like for example from Northeast, from Ladakh, it's tough to remember, right? And just try to remember those that are in news. If news la irukakudiyadhu, you can try to remember, because last time Gucci was asked, and not just from where it belongs, they delved deeper into it and they asked about its geographical properties. Yeah, it's a lichen or a mushroom or whatever. Where does it grow? So we can't predict how he gets into it. So fine. That's all about Gucci and all these IPR acts. Right? There are various social issues within this 2 months. All I can conduct is these two. For example, we have green hydrogen mission. Is it covered for you? A green hydrogen mission, you can note it down and you can do a bit of study into this. Personality rights versus publicity rights. We have Amitabh Bachchan and Rajnikant claiming that their faces and their names should not be used anywhere without their permission. Personality rights versus publicity rights, right? We have to learn that. We have Meitei Mayak. It's a Manipuri script. It's a Manipuri script, just like a Brahmi script. It was in news. அதாவது இப்போ மணிப்பூர்ல இருக்கக்கூடிய அஃபிஷியல் டாக்குமெண்ட்லாம் இந்த ஸ்கிரிப்ட் யூஸ் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு நியூஸ் வந்திருக்கு. First, the most heart-wrenching thing is you open this UPSC question paper and the first question that strikes you is this kind of questions. இதை விட மோசமான விஷயம் இருக்கவே முடியாது. Right? You can't do anything about it. Right? You have to look into it. Talavidhi, next page. Fine. Yeah, so remember these things. Regulation of airlines. Of course, there are lots and lots of issues with respect to airlines. A co-passenger urinating upon a co-passenger, an MP trying to open an emergency door, lots of air crashes in Nepal. என்ன நடக்க முடியுமோ அங்க நடந்துருச்சு ஏர்லைன்ஸ்ல. So try to remember the regulation that is present with respect to airlines. For example, we have Airports Act, we have Ministry of Civil Aviation, we have DGCA, Director General of Civil Aviation, we have Airports Authority of India. இவங்க உங்களோட பர்பஸ் வேற வேற, right? Whatever they're doing, they have certain roles. For example, BCAS, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security. Now, this studies about the security things. It provides guidelines with respect to airline security. Now, there's Airports Authority of India. It deals with minor airports. We have Airports Economic Regulatory Authority. It deals with the tariffs that is fixed in major airports, right? You can visit Ministry of Civil Aviation page, and you can find the entire regulatory body details in that, right? Chinna variation, but it's very important if they're asking question, because December and January month is fully loaded with airlines related cases. Okay, so maybe UPSC may be interested in such kind of activities. Okay, Create in India campaign, tourist police. I'll send you. Fine. These are some topics that I found was very important for December and January. Okay, fine. So thank you so much.
No Tamil here. You don't know Tamil. Okay. So do you people read newspapers along with our magazine which we provide? Okay. That's fine. If you are reading newspaper, then you might have come across this remote voting machine. So since we are nearing prelims, I'll be keeping my discussion only to a prelims point of view, and I'll try to finish it fast, like in 1.5 hours or something. Okay. So remote voting machine, have you heard of this? So what is special about this? Who's the main target for remote voting machine? Migrant voters. So you might have heard of something called as ETPBS. Have you heard of this one? It is being used in India. This is for electronically transmitted postal ballot system. So this is being used for service voters. Service voter na theriyumla. So people who are in central government service, who are posted in other states, etc., or other cities, they too have to vote. They too need to cast their vote. So how does this system work? First, before venturing into remote voting system, I'll tell you about general EVM. You people know how an EVM machine works, right? Has any of you not casted a vote in your life so far? Voter earlier. Okay. Everyone has casted a vote, so you people know how a EVM works. So how is ETPBS different from this? Postal ballot. So idu eppadi vala seiyuna? First, let's say you belong to some central government post and you're working in Delhi or somewhere, but your vote is due in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu election, or even there is a general election, but you're posted in Delhi. Long before, or like 2 or 3 weeks before the election happens, nomination file பண்ணிடுவாங்கல்ல. At that time, the election commission gets a list of nominees and they will print it in a paper. On the paper, not printed in a paper, they'll make it ready for print. உங்களுக்கு அந்த link அனுப்புவாங்க. It will be encrypted. So once you want to cast your vote, you log in into your portal and open it through a OTP. அதுக்கப்புறமா அந்த பேப்பரை you print that paper and you cast a vote there. முன்னாடிலாம் ஓட்டு போறாங்க தெரியுமா, they put a seal. அந்த மாதிரி you cast a vote there, like ticking and signing, and then you put it in an envelope and seal it and send it back to the election commission. Okay, so that is how you are casting your vote. Is this completely end-to-end encrypted? No, it's not. It's not completely end-to-end encrypted. It is encrypted only till you take a printout of it. After you print it, anyone can see who you're voting for. It's just a mere seal of paper. So யாருனாலும் பிரிச்சு பார்த்துக்கலாம் அது. And it is not completely foolproof. Okay, so since 2015, the Supreme Court of India has been advising the government of India to look for viable options to include a better way for this as well as for internal migrants. Do you know, in 2019, like it says here, only these many people casted their vote. So 30 crore people in India did not vote. What is 30 crore in world scenario? 30 crore population from the Eulabers. How big is 30 crore? It will be probably among the top 10 countries. That's how big 30 crore is. So we are essentially disenfranchising them. So disenfranchising someone based on their location, we cannot do that, and it is undemocratic. We have to provide a way for them to vote. So this is wrong in a democracy. We are providing what is opposite of that, universal adult franchise. Okay, so this works in multiple constituencies, and it can connect around 96 different constituencies to one voting machine. On the 96 constituencies, you can cast a vote. And most of these internal migrants in India, that is domestic migrants, like around 80% of them migrate within the states. So let's say someone from a village in UP is migrating to a different place for better work. 80% of them go to other cities in UP. எல்லாருமே வெளியே வேற ஸ்டேட் போயிட மாட்டாங்க. Okay. So since this is the case, state elections won't get affected much because யூபியில் ஸ்டேட் எலெக்ஷன் எந்த வருஷம் நடக்கும்? 22ல நடந்துச்சா? போன வருஷம் நடந்துச்சா? தமிழ்நாட்டில் எந்த வருஷம் நடக்கும்? 21ல நடந்துச்சு. ஸோ தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து யூபியில இருந்து ஒருத்தர் தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து மைக்ரண்ட் லேபரா இருக்காரு. இஃப் யூ வாண்ட்ஸ் டு காஸ்ட் ஹிஸ் கான்ஸ்டியூண்ட் ஸ்டேட் அசம்பிளி ஓட், அப்போ பண்ண முடியாது. பட் ஜெனரல் அசம்பிளிக்கு பண்ணலாம். சின்ஸ் 80% ஆஃப் தெம் migrate only within the states, this is not that bad. We are finding a better alternative, and konjama, like in future we might integrate the elections. We'll have simultaneous elections for both center and state. And this will start working on this. Okay, so this is it. Nothing much can be asked for prelims, and this is just a modified version of EVM, nothing more. They'll just include more capacities in this. Okay, இந்த மாதிரி எவ்வளவு வைக்கலாம் தெரியுமா? How many such machines can you keep? The polling machines, how many can you keep? As many as possible. There's no restriction, and only the counting that unit is there'll be one. So did you read about Rohini Commission? What was this about? It was all about studying the subcategorization of OBC. Okay, so it was constituted under 340, which provides for that allows parliament to government to set up commissions to study all these three things. Extent of inequitable distribution of benefits of reservation. So if OBC is getting 27% of reservation in India, there are some particular communities or castes which are getting more out of that 27%, and some are not getting anything at all. In order to correct this, they're calling for a subcategorization. And this committee, Rohini Commission, she was a justice. She's a justice, and committee led by that woman, justice, found that around 25% of all subcategories in OBC is taking up 97% of government jobs. So there's a mismatch. Can you see? 27% alanga, they are taking up 97% of all the government jobs, and within that 25%, 25% of this 25% make up only just 10 communities in India. Just 10 communities. While there are over 2,500 OBC communities, only 10%, only 10 communities is taking up a substantial part of this 97% jobs. Okay, so idinala this Rohini Commission came up with some findings. So these were the findings, and they gave some suggestions on how to subcategorize it. They wanted to categorize it into 4. So first category will get 2%, second category will get 6%, third category will get 9%, fourth category will get 10% of share. So does it add up? That adds up to 27, right? So the 27% in the Pirikilana, the Rohini Commission has recommended the government. Okay, so do you know the first and second commissions which were in place to study the OBC reservation? Kaka Kelkar was the first commission, and second one was Mandal Commission. So Kaka Kelkar Commission was set up in 1953 in order to study what is meant by that socially and educationally backward. So in your Article 15, there will be a phrase given, socially and educationally backward. Article 15 Kaka Kelkar Committee was set up to find that, and யாரெல்லாம் அது கீழே வருவாங்கன்னு the government wanted an idea. And the Mandal Commission in 1990 it recommended the government to give 27% reservation for OBC. And the subsequent Indira Sahni case decided that we should not breach 50%, and it gets unconstitutional if you do that. Okay, so this is it for prelims. By the way, I said that socially and educationally backward. அது Article 15 மட்டும் இருக்குமா 16 இருக்குமா 16 இருக்குமா? The phrase socially and educationally backward, is it present only in Article 15 or Article 16 as well? 15 only. So it is present only in 15 only, and it doesn't come under 16. So remember that. Okay, that's it about Lohini Commission for prelims. So did you see this bill? Multi-state cooperative societies. So you people know what cooperative societies are. So going to the history of cooperative societies, how did we come up with this idea of cooperative societies? Was it native to India? It was not native to India. We inspired from German model in late 1800s or late 19th centuries. So Germany, there was a robust cooperative society model, and we got inspired by that. And the British government during 1904, 1905, on the time, the government too aided us in setting up some cooperative societies. And it also became a part of Gandhian ideology, and we pushed for it. It was not given either in DPSP. Was it given in DPSP explicitly in the original constitution? No. It was added by an amendment, 43B. Okay. And on the amendment, we added another thing called Part 9B of the Constitution. Article 243 ZH2ZT. So this comprises of your cooperative society. So does it have any constitutional recognition? Yes, it does. Act it is for multi-state cooperative societies. Cooperative societies which extend along different states. Can you give an example of that? Amul. So Amul is a cooperative society which is present across different states. So new proposal any cooperative society can merge into an existing multi-state cooperative society. Munadi in the provision it was in such a way that only another multi-state cooperative society can merge with an existing multi-state cooperative society. Either multi-state or it can be anything. Okay, as long as it is registered under cooperative societies. So everything is to improve the ease of doing business. And this original act was 2002. Exactly after 20 years, we are passing an amendment bill. And other provisions of the bills were creating Central Cooperative Election Authority. And by the way, the merger they may not ask that much, but still it's better to know. 2/3 of members of that cooperative society's legislative body, they have to be present in voting. Okay, so it requires a special majority in order to contemplate mergers and all. So this is a new thing. So this one they might ask in prelims. Taniya Central Cooperative Election Authority no set up with this bill. Okay, and they're also going to set up a cooperative rehabilitation, reconstruction and development fund. So if there are new funds like this which are mandated by acts, you should definitely study. What does this fund do? The fund no, read this, rehabilitation. So it is to revive sick cooperative societies. Okay, cooperative societies which are on the verge of bankruptcy. அந்த மாதிரி societies in order to revive them and recapitalize them. அதுக்காக உள்ள fund. Because it is a novel feature in Indian political system, the cooperative societies. We cannot let them die. Okay, adhanala we are setting up a new fund to revive them. And it also allows the central government to override boards. So in the function regular multi-state cooperative society boards to appoint members to rehabilitation fund. In the step, the central government has been empowered to revive it, and this has been called as a limitation because it is giving excessive powers to the central government to play with the cooperative societies board. Okay, this is what is called as a limitation by the opposition, but everything else is fine so far. That's it with cooperative societies. And next comes your National Statistical Commission. So this was set up in 2005. Now we pay a news law on the commissioner got changed. The chairperson got changed, not commissioner. The chairperson got changed. So the only thing you have to remember here is the composition. Chairperson plus 4 members. All of them are to be specialized and experienced in some specified statistical fields. And there is an ex officio member. Can you guess who this would be? Ex officio member na வேற ஏதாவது ஒரு ஆபீஸ்ல இருந்து அந்த ஆபீஸ் அசியூம் பண்ணாலே he gets to be a member of this commission. For example, ex officio meaning தெரியும்ல? By default. So vice president becomes the ex officio chairman of Rajya Sabha. அந்த மாதிரி. Oh, he's chairman of Niti Aayog. Who is the chairperson of Niti Aayog right now? Amitabh Kant. Huh? Did they change? When? Is it? I remember reading Amitabh Kant last. Yeah, they changed. Subramaniam Iyer. Yeah, I forgot that. So yeah, Subramaniam Iyer gets to be the chairperson of Niti Aayog. So he becomes an ex officio member. So this is essentially 3 members plus this person. So total 5 பேர். Okay, and it also includes the secretary of this ministry. In the ministry க்கு கீழ தான் this statistical commission comes. Okay, so what's the role of the statistical commission? It's given here, and I'm sure this is not too hard to remember or guess when if it comes as a statement in prelims. Okay, evolve policies, priorities, standards in statistical matters, and it also includes evolving models. Okay, secret sitting of Lok Sabha. Why was this in news? Did it happen? Any secret sitting? Secret sitting has never happened in the history of Lok Sabha. Okay, நடந்ததே கிடையாது. But it was in news because Rahul Gandhi just uttered it. Because in 1964, Nehru was advised to go for a secret sitting when there was a war with China. So in 1962, when there was a war with China, Nehru was advised to do that, but he did not go for that. So Rahul Gandhi just reiterated that incidents and told how noble his grandfather, or whoever was great grandfather. So எங்க இருக்குன்னா it is given under rule 248 of Lok Sabha rules and procedures. Okay, and it can be done only on request made by leader of the house. Prelims speaker of the house கொடுத்தா தப்பு. Leader of the house. Who's the leader of the house? Prime Minister. What if Prime Minister is from Rajya Sabha? Who gets to be? Member. Minister. If Prime Minister is from Rajya Sabha or leader of the house யார் இருப்பாங்கன்னா the Prime Minister will nominate a cabinet minister. It has to be a cabinet minister. Okay. So when the secret sitting happens, this is what will be the consequence. No stranger shall be permitted to be present in the chamber, lobby, or galleries. Has anyone been to the parliament? Been to the parliament. So you have seen the galleries and all. So there is a lot of space for people to sit there in the galleries. On a secret sitting, no one is allowed. But there is one exception. Rajya Sabha members can observe the session from the galleries. So Lok Sabha, இப்போ இருக்கிற பார்லிமெண்ட்ல Lok Sabha takes place in a hall with a green flooring. பார்த்திருக்கீங்களா லோக் சபா டிவில ஃப்ளோர் கிரீன் கலர்ல இருந்துச்சுன்னா அது என்னது? ராஜ்யசபாக்கு என்ன கலர்? What color will be red color? So the green color hall, it is the bigger one because it has to accommodate 550 people. It is bigger, and because of that, the gallery is also much bigger, and the Rajya Sabha MPs gets to sit in the gallery and view this proceeding if they want. Okay. And other members authorized by the speaker. In the member, this does not refer to members of parliament, but if the speaker thinks like someone from general public, even you and me, if the speaker permits us, we can go. This permission is authorized by the speaker, not leader of the house. So since it is available to parliament, it should be available to state legislatures as well. The first ever state to conduct a secret sitting was Chhattisgarh. Where in the state of Manadale. Okay. They do not want the parliamentary debates or decisions to be leaked to outsiders. So they are number represent money for so we have to put our trust in them and imagine that they are going to only talk for the good of the country. So war time la their war strategies might get leaked. That's war time அந்த மாதிரி emergency situation காக கொடுத்திருக்கிற position தான் secret sitting. Okay. So it was just a news, that's all. No one wanted a secret sitting right now. அதை பத்தி யாரும் பேசல. Rahul Gandhi just reiterated what his great grandfather did. So did you come across this one? Chan Vishwas Provision Bill. So all this bill is going to amend 42 acts only to improve ease of doing business. So this is one of the key improvement sectors of this government, NDA government, Modi government, 2014 and 2019 la ease of doing business has been their best achievement so far. So இதுல இருந்து question வரதுக்கு நிறைய chance இருக்கு. And India's ease of doing business rank was around 130 or something in 2014. Right now we are within 50, rank 50 or 60 somewhere. So that has been the improvement. Adnala the government likes to question us on that. So என்னென்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா they have been decriminalizing certain offenses. என்ன மாதிரி offense-னா for example in Agricultural Produce Act னு ஒன்று இருக்கு. In that act if someone is replicating a logo or a copyright or something, earlier they were given 25,000 penalty fine and 3 years of imprisonment. Now they have removed that imprisonment and increased the fine to 8 lakhs or something. This will improve the ease of doing business because the businessman is not getting arrested and imprisoned. So on the mari நிறைய actல they have the criminalizing part has been done away with and only fines are there as penalties right now. Okay. And this bill is also appointing adjudicating officers for some of these acts. ஒரு ஆக்டுக்கு ஒன்று இல்லை, blanket for agriculture-க்கு 2-3 act இருந்துச்சுன்னா agriculture-க்கு they will appoint an adjudicating officer. Okay. So this will have powers like a tribunal. So it will have an appellate to எந்த கோர்ட்டுக்கு போகுமா இல்லை போகாதா? So if the officers are adjudicating something and if you don't like what they say, what will you do? You take it to an appeal. Where? Court. Which court? High Court or Supreme Court? Supreme Court in this case. And specifies the appellate mechanisms. That has been given. Personality rights. So what are personality rights? I never heard of this when I was doing my preparation. He filed it. Did he file? I don't know. Okay. So when a person feels that their personality is being misused or infringed, or people are snooping into their private lives, etc., people can call for these personality rights. The only example I saw in news was this. Amitabh Bachchan recently called for it. So there are two types of rights under personality rights. One is right of publicity and one is right to privacy. Right of publicity என்ன இருக்கும்னா, some content of these public personalities like this get publicized. They can have a say over what gets publicized and what not. Okay. And right to privacy is well known. They can say that some part of their life should stay private and it should not be publicized. Okay. So these இருக்கிறது இந்த statutes கீழ தான் வரும். Nothing, no new statutes or acts are in place to ensure this. And what's the ethical issue? How does it mislead the consumer? Okay. So let's say this man is promoting a toothpaste and we don't know what he's using in his private life, if he's really using that toothpaste or not. We want to find out. And let's say some investigative journalist puts a camera in his house and finds out what toothpaste he's using. And we find out that he's using a foreign brand and not even an Indian brand, but he's promoting a herbal brand from India. So what do we do then? We realize that we are being misled by this personality. Correct? So that is the ethical issue involved here. If they have blanket privacy, then we might face such issues. Okay. So that's it about personality rights. Personality rights na enna therinja bodum. At most, what they can do in prelims is give you a list of 4 statements and ask you which of the following best represents personality rights. Definition na irukum most. Okay. So this has been in news evergreen since 2015. So Article 124, what does it talk about? Composition of Supreme Court. Okay. Yaar appoint பண்ணுவாங்க. Composition of Supreme Court was given in Article 124. And when did this collegium thing came in? எப்போ வந்துச்சு collegium? Second judge's case. Second judge's case க்கு முன்னாடி second judge's case க்கு முன்னாடி the president was appointing, but the president did not have to follow whatever the chief justice says. Chief justice கிட்ட consult பண்ணனும், but it was not binding because first judge's case oda judgment என்னன்னா, what's that word? There is a word in the constitution. Right? Consultation does not mean consensus. Okay, that was what was said in first judge's case. Consultation. The president has to consult the chief justice regarding the appointment of judges. But on the consultation is merely a consultation. That's what first judge's case said. And it doesn't mean consensus. Consensus na our solradam pannu, or there should be consensus between president and chief justice. Second judge's case was a 9-bench constitutional bench. It was really big. And adula enna sonnanga collegium, they gave for collegium and chief justice solradam pannu. Chief justice had the say, and it gave 2 senior most judges as a part of collegium. Third judge's case adula enna sonnanga 4 senior most judges and chief justice of India was included as a part of the collegium itself. Adukku munadi chief justice of India was not a part of the collegium. Collegium comprised of senior most judges. How many people are there in this picture? They are the collegium right now. Huh? Not 5th member, 6th member. So right now we have 4 plus 1, correct? Chief justice and 4 members. Until May 13 or some of this year, the 6th member is also being added to the collegium. the Supreme, I forgot the name of the sixth member. He will be the next Chief Justice of India, by the way. That was the justification of the Chief Justice of India, the present Chief Justice. The present one is Chandrachud. The next one, I forgot his name. So our in the collegium, he's a part of the collegium right now. So that is why it has 6 members right now. Yeah, Chief Justice need not have to come from the collegium. He can be a part of collegium. Chief Justice has to be a part of collegium. It need not come out of a collegium. Okay. NJAC. So what was NJAC? It was this amendment was added in 2015. So collegium la yaar yaar irukanga? Only the judicial members, right? So NJAC wanted to include the law minister and some person nominated by the president in consultation with Chief Justice of India. On the mar, so 2 members outside judicial sphere, and this commission should be aiding the president and Chief Justice of India in appointment of judges to Supreme Court. Adan sonnanga. But the court struck it down. Okay, the court called this unconstitutional. And unconstitutional sonnanga. Article 50, separation of powers between judiciary and executive. Executive should not play a role in judiciary. So they struck it down, and this article, and consequently many clauses were added to 124, 125 till 127. On the clause ellame, they were struck down. Does the parliament have any power over appointment? Can parliament make laws like this? Parliament can make laws, but court will strike it down. Court does not remove parliament's power to make laws, but parliament epola in the mari executive illana, when parliament is trying to increase government's role in appointment of judges, the court will strike it down. Okay, but the court will not restrict parliament's powers to do so. So, role of government in judicial appointment. Does government have any role? The government can ask the question the collegium's recommendation. Actually, it can question once, but if the collegium recommends or reiterates the same name again, the president has to follow it. Okay. So this is a evergreen tussle between government and judiciary. Questions may come, but more than prelims, it's important for mains. Again, this one is new in India. Obscenity laws. What is obscene or obscenity? What's the meaning of this word called obscene? Something vulgar or revealing in an inappropriate way. Okay, that is obscenity. So if there are any nude scenes on any movie, we call it obscenity. Okay. Inga obscenity law has been in news because of an actress in Mumbai called Urfi Javed. So some people, some right-wing groups filed a complaint against her, saying that she was detrimental to the public morality. And this is the definition of obscenity. So these are the sections of IPC which govern obscenity laws in India. Section 292 defines obscenity. 293 talks about objects of obscenity, such as videotapes or anything, pictures, images, etc. If you are possessing or distributing them, then you are liable to be called as an offender. And 294 is being obscene in public. Okay. And not just in physical manner, digital sphere, even if there is any obscenity present in the digital sphere, the section 67A of the IT Act will take care of it. It also imposes like 5 years imprisonment and 25,000 fine. So a lot of celebrities in India were called out regarding this law. This is one such person. Don't know this. No one knows this person. Okay, he's a former actor, male model called Milind Soman. So, ஒரு விஷயம் obscene இல்லையானா how does the judiciary find out? Using a test called Hicklin test. So this was given in by a case in UK. நம்ம ஊர்ல உள்ள டெஸ்ட் இல்ல. It was given by a UK court to determine whether an act is obscene or not. According to that test, this is the wording of the test. So this is that Hicklin test. இது நடந்தா மட்டும்தான் deprave and corrupt those whose minds are open to such influence. So it is, even the definition is a bit open for judiciary to determine, but still this is the Hicklin test. This was what judiciary was using to determine if something is obscene or not. But from after 2014, the court started to do away with this test, and court wanted to look at the intrinsicity of any photograph or video or anything. For example, so there are some nude scenes in TV series like Game of Thrones. Have any of you seen that series called Game of Thrones? But it's not their motive to promote only that obscene part. It is a part of the story. That's what they say. So that is not banned in India. Okay. So it will come out with a certificate called adult supervision is needed, but it is not entirely banned in India. So ஒரு விஷயத்தை obscene இல்லையான்னு பார்க்குறோம்னா we cannot take it out of context and look at it. We have to look at it in the context of the bigger picture. Okay. So the court is moving to much more rational way of looking at it than the Hicklin test. Hicklin test was not that rational. It was an old test. Okay. Article 19 got expanded. Did anyone read about this? So now it includes enforcing rights against private entities. How can a private party restrict your Article 19? So what are the fundamental rights which are available against private parties? Except 19 வெளியே சொல்லுங்க. Have you heard of this 15(2) being permitted in public spaces like hotels, etc., temples, public wells, etc.? So even a private individual can deprive you of this right under untouchability. So this can be enforced against a private individual. Likewise, right now the court has found out that 19 can also be infringed by other private individuals, not just by the state. எப்படி infringe பண்ணலாம் 19? How can a private individual take away your Article 19? Hate speech. Okay. Okay. Hate speech and free speech, they can be restricted by 19(2). Defamation, those things can be restricted by 19(2) under reasonable restrictions. So by the way, that is necessary. That is enough for prelims, and I'll tell you one more important thing. What is government stance on right to privacy? Puttaswamy judgment law, right to privacy was given in 2017. Right to privacy was considered as a right to life under Article 21. But what was government's stance, the present government stance on that case? Yeah. So there is always this issue of security versus privacy. So on a broader sphere, this can be regarded as horizontal versus vertical freedom. Vertical na, it is what a state can take away from you. Okay. Horizontal na, even other citizens can infringe your rights. That is, in global scenario, in countries like USA, individuals have more rights, correct, than our country. So there, earlier it was, it was vertical in nature in USA. முன்னாடி இந்த sorry, it was horizontal in nature in USA at first. யூஎஸ்ஏவோட சுப்ரீம் கோர்ட் அதுக்கப்புறமா என்ன மாதிரி ரூலிங்லாம் கொடுக்க ஆரம்பிச்சாங்கன்னா, ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் த நியூயார்க் டைம்ஸ் கேஸ்னு ஒன்று இருந்துச்சு. நியூயார்க் டைம்ஸ் ரோட் சம் டிஃபேமிங் ஆர்டிக்கல் அபவுட் சம் பீப்புள் அங்கே இருக்கிற சம் கம்யூனிட்டிஸ், அண்ட் cases were filed against New York Times, but their Supreme Court did not take up that case, saying that on broader sense of national security, this cannot be taken up. So USA it is moving from horizontal to vertical, and in no country it is purely horizontal, not purely vertical. Yeah, I'm reiterating, vertical na what the state can do, horizontal na what other citizens or other private individuals can do. Okay, so there needs to be balance between this. Next comes the Assam delimitation. So section 8A of RPA 1951, it gives delimitation of some parliamentary and assembly constituencies in Arunachal Pradesh, Assam, Manipur and Nagaland, the நாலு ஸ்டேட்டுக்கு மட்டும். ஏன் இப்போ தனியாக delimitation பண்றாங்களா? லாஸ்ட் டைம் Assam was delimited was in 1971 and based on that census. நம்மளுக்குலாம் எந்த இயர்ல சீட், how is our constituencies delimited in Tamil Nadu? Can anyone tell? Based on which census? 2001 census. It was amended by the 87th Amendment Act. Okay. Number of seats, it's based on 1971 census. ஒரு ஸ்டேட்டுக்கு எவ்வளோ சீட் அலாட் பண்ணிருக்காங்கல்ல, it is based on 1971 census. They still haven't changed it for a reason, in order to incentivize those states to go for a population control. So that's why they are not removing this. But if you look at the parliamentary proportion, it is somewhat unfair for us to have 40 seats or 39 seats in Lok Sabha and 18 seats in Rajya Sabha. This 18 is almost twice the number of Bihar. But to compare our population with Bihar, theirs is far more than us. But the government wanted to incentivize the states which went for population control. This thing will soon change in 2026. It was valid till 2001, and they amended that again in 2001 by the 84th Amendment Act. And 84th Amendment Act என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா, number of seats allotted to each state need not change, but the constituencies should be delimited based on 1991 census. And after that, in 87th Amendment Act of 2004, they changed this to 2001 census. இப்போ according to article, I forgot which article, 82 and 170 for center and state respectively. According to these articles, for these states, they have to go with 2001 census. But right now we even have the 2011 census. So that is the issue here. In 2011 census எடுக்க மாட்டோம், in 2001 censusல போறோம்னு they are questioning the delimitation commission, but they are sticking to this. எல்லா ஸ்டேட்லயுமே 2001 censusல தான் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். So we'll be going for that. Okay, I'll move on. So you know the census is getting delayed because of multiple reasons. Like COVID was one small reason, but there are technical reasons as well. And do you people know the difference between NPR and NRC? National Population Registry and National Population Register and National Registry for Citizenship. ரெண்டுக்கும் வித்தியாசம் தெரியுமா? So NPR contains a list of people who are residents of India, living in India, population that is living in India at any point of time. NRC, as the word citizens are there, it is a register for citizens of India living in India and outside India as well. Okay, this is an old thing, 1955 la kuduthathu. This is relatively newer. All you have to know is who conducts the census. And NPR authority is also the Registrar General of India. Census will take place on two bases. First step, first phase, housing census. They'll get a census of the houses. And the second phase, they'll calculate, they will do the data of population, like demographics, evlo vayas, caste, socio-economic caste census, otherla second phase. So that is, those are the two phases, housing and population, demographic based. So court said, don't delay it any further. Okay, so it is postponed till September of this year, and we are expected to have the census data by 2024-25. We'll have the data. Try solving this question. One only. Okay, even one is a little extreme. Either extreme na, either adum konja extreme na. So answer is neither one nor two. Did not increase more than 3 times. It was somewhat lesser, little lesser than 3 times. So did you come across this? This was given under NEP 2022, and this also got some funds allocated in 22-23 budget. 1 hour budget. Okay, so National Digital University na, does it work for higher education or for school education as well? Higher education only, because university didn't pay earlier. So it works on the basis of hub and spoke model. What is hub and spoke model? Hub and spoke. One central body or central platform will be providing services to multiple students. Okay, not one-to-one. It's hub and spoke. Courses will take place on SWAYAM platform. There is a full form for SWAYAM, Student Web Active Learning for Young Some Minds, and the active minds or something like that, attentive minds. Or so hub and spoke model na, like imagine a wheel. There will be a pivotal point, right? And from that there will be spokes. So like that, hub and spoke na, a central entity like this SWAYAM portal. From there they will be providing the services. Services here is courses, video lectures, etc., notes, online notes, video lectures, etc. They'll be providing to multiple students. So it won't be one-on-one. And there is another portal, Samarth portal, for IT and administrative services. And this is an important thing. Private universities are also included in this time. And students will be evaluated based on their credits. I hope all of you have graduated. Everyone is a graduate here, right? So you people know about credits. But one different thing from what we studied or you people studied and what's going to happen under digital university or the future education or the future, there will be multiple exit points. For example, you join a course, a 4-year course. If you leave that course at the end of the first year, what will happen? First year, we just get called as dropouts. Here, after finishing some amount of credits, let's say 9 credits at the end of first year, அவ்வளோ கிரெடிட் வாங்கிட்டு if you exit at that point you will still have some certificate to work as something or to apply for certain jobs. Second year முடிச்சா you will have 18 credits and a better qualification. So they will be providing multiple exit points. You will never get called as dropouts if you exit much before before the course duration. Okay. இப்போ இதுக்கப்புறம் வந்துட்டு இருக்கு இந்த மாதிரி system. When we studied it wasn't there, right? So that is one other key component of NDU. So Competition Commission Act. இதுக்கு கீழே Competition Commission of India, the chairman got replaced. So it was a news. Competition Act was a part of our liberalization program. So we went for LPG reforms since 1991, correct? Not everything took place overnight. We are still in the form of liberalizing, privatizing, and globalizing. As a part of that, we replaced the earlier MRTP Act into Competition Act. MRTP na Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practices Act. So this is the mandate of the Competition Commission. Yeah. Yeah, that thing was also on news. So Google was questioned by Competition Commission of India for So for that, Google replied that if we have to follow your orders, then the cost of products in India will increase, and that is going to cause some socio-economic issues in India. That was Google's response. Monopoly irukranala we have some advantages. That is Google's point. Okay. And this is also a quasi-judicial body. So whenever there is a what's the meaning of a quasi-judicial body? They can adjudicate on certain things. They can be a judge on certain things, like if any company is becoming a monopolizing over any sector or not. Okay. And their orders can be appealed to National Company Law Tribunal. You come across this one, right? NCLT, National Company Law Tribunal. So try reading this. This was 2022 prelims question. One is wrong. So it is given in the act itself, in e-commerce, not act, in e-commerce rules. E-commerce 2021 rules non irundhuchu, adula one was the opposite of one was given. So the foreign e-commerce companies in India, like Walmart and Amazon, they cannot sell their own goods in our market. But you may have seen some brands called Amazon symbol. Amazon app vachirukkinga. Do people have Amazon app? Have you come across this brand called Amazon symbol? SYMBOL symbol. So it is Amazon's brand, but Amazon does not directly own it. So they have bypassed this rule and they have been selling. So the answer for this is only 2. So did you see this? இது பாத்தீங்களா? So government approved this body as a self-regulatory body for publishers of news across the country. News and current affairs in government's words. So it does not have any government officials in this body, but it does 47 news publishers. Under the news publishing agency, there will be one representative, and 47 such representative make up this body. So government can approve such bodies. Rule 12 of IT rules 2021. And so far government has done approved 9 such self-regulatory bodies for looking over ethical issues and such allied matters in media. So இதுக்கு மேல prelims எதுவும் கேட்க மாட்டாங்க இந்த டாபிக்ல. Government எப்படி அப்ரூவ் பண்ணுனா it's based on IT rules 2000 and it's not just IT rules, ethics and management ன்னு ஒரு bracketல IT rules, IT ethics and management rules. So there was this issue as well, Modi documentary. We do not have to get into the substance of this and pass a judgment on whether this was right or wrong. What did our ministries do? That's all we need to know. What did MEA do? Called it misinformation. So this one is not needed for prelims. Mains Kerala. This is important though. Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. They issued directions to disable access to the first episode of the documentary using emergency powers under IT Rules 2021. So this is an overarching executive power which can be used to ban any content for quite a long duration in India, any online content. So எல்லா வெப்சைட்ல இருந்தும் this was removed using the emergency powers. So this is the only thing we need to know. எதுக்கு கீழ வருது, under what basis they banned it. அவ்வளவுதான். So BBC எப்படி the basis for this documentary was an unpublished report which BBC used, and according to that report this sentence was given. ஒரு ரிப்போர்ட் இருந்துச்சு முன்னாடி அந்த ரயாட் நடந்த போய் 2001 கொடுத்த ரிப்போர்ட். That report was unpublished. So our question is, why did you not publish that report so far, and why are you doing this now? So only these powers are important for you. So I hope you people must have studied this. Current affairs law, then one question might have come in a test, I think. Lusophone, the Portuguese speaking countries as given here. Likewise, Francophone, French speaking countries. Okay. So this is just a soft power move. Nothing more than the meaning of that word will be asked in prelims. Prelims ka adu therinja podum. And where did it happen? In a place called Donapala in Goa. So it is has anyone been to Goa? Yarume Goa ponadilla. So there is this really nice village and beach in Goa called Donapala. Wassenaar Agreement. So it is a part of multilateral export control regime. அதுக்கு கீழே 4 அக்ரிமெண்ட் வரும். ஒன்று வாசேனார், லைக் given here. ஒன்று வாசேனார் அக்ரிமெண்ட், இன்னொன்று MTCR, மிசைல் டெக்னாலஜி கண்ட்ரோல் ரெஜிம், ஒன்று NSG, நியூக்ளியர் சப்ளைஸ் குரூப், அண்ட் ஆஸ்திரேலியா குரூப். India is a member of this and this. NSG la மட்டும் இல்ல. China is a member of only this, and China is not a part of any of the other 3. So we have a better say over this export control group, and we are trying our best to get into nuclear supplies group as well. And this Wassenaar agreement deals with agreement on export controls on conventional arms and dual use goods and technology. What do you mean by dual use goods and technology? Both weapon, military as well as civilian use. For example, missile technologies. Scramjet regular. Scramjet can be used as a rocket to launch our satellites or in aircrafts, or they can be used in missiles as well. So scramjet, a couple of some biotechnologies, cyber technologies can be under Wassenaar agreement. So presently India is the chairman of this, so they might ask about this. So these are the Wassenaar countries. So எந்த item in the agreement குள்ள வைக்கணும் and everything is made on a consensus basis. The decisions are made on a consensus basis. So 8 broad weapon categories are covered, like tanks, aircrafts, including military drones. Those things are covered under this. So you can write down MTCR as well if you want. MTCR la India is a part of that, and it is missile technology control regime. India joined this agreement only in 2017 or 2019. I'm not sure. And even this MTCR, India joined only in 2016. இதெல்லாமே ரீசெண்டா ஜாயின் பண்ணது இந்தியா. And for these two regimes, we do not need to sign any treaties as a prerequisite. ஆனா NSG குள்ள போறோம்னா we need to sign NPT. We have not signed NPT so far. That is why we are being restricted to join this NSG, Nuclear Suppliers Group. Only because we are not a part of Nuclear Suppliers Group, we are signing deals like 123 with USA, 123 Nuclear Pact with USA, Civilian Nuclear Pact with Japan. So in the deal, in order to get nuclear material to run our reactors, if we are a part of this group, we'll automatically get it. Since we are not a part of this group, there are 48 countries in this group. We are not a part of it, and Pakistan is also not a part of it. Every country in the world, like USA, Japan, Russia, are supporting India's entry into NSG, except China. China because China thinks Pakistan has also not signed NPT. If you want to allow India, you should allow Pakistan as well. And we will know, every country knows what will happen if Pakistan gets nuclear material. Okay. Kadasiil irukka this Australia group. This deals with biological and chemical weapons. And there are some treaties, and India has signed it. India is also a part of it. So next is OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation. The Secretary General of this cooperation visited LOC, that too from Pakistan side, and taking their advice and inputs. So their decision might, if there is an issue on Pakistan occupied Kashmir or LOC, their decision might be heavily influenced by Pakistan. We already know that, and they are visiting the LOC from their side as well. They do not know our side of the story. So our Ministry of External Affairs has condemned that visiting. Also, this is the second largest intergovernmental organization after the UN. So it has almost 2.5 billion people in it. யாரெல்லாம் இதை ஜாயின் பண்ணலாம்னா only UN members can join, but members with a Muslim majority, countries with a Muslim majority. And two-state solution, what does it refer to? Israel-Palestine. So India is also supporting two-state solution in case of Palestine and Israel. Western countries they recognize only Israel. They do not recognize Palestine. India is one of the few non-Muslim countries to recognize Palestine as well as support this two-state theory. And this is where we have consensus with OIC. Matha vishayathula they don't like us, but here we have a consensus. And India is demanding to join OIC. We want to join OIC. Why? We are not a Muslim majority country. But why do we want to join OIC? Oil க்கு சம்பந்தம் இல்லை. Muslim population. Which country has the largest Muslim population in the world? No. Indonesia. Second is India. So because of our sheer population, sheer numbers of Muslims we have in our country, just because we do not have them as a majority, but we still have a substantial amount, more than any of these countries except Indonesia. We want to be a part of it, but they're not allowing us. That's it about இதுக்கு மேல எதுவும் கேட்க மாட்டாங்க filmsக்கு. Did you come across this thing? Just because last year they asked something called greenwashing, thought of including this. Read this first 2 points and see if you can understand. So this was a news because of Qatar World Cup. Qatar World Cup 2022. So Qatar is known for a lot of human rights violation, and everyone, a lot of football fans. Is anyone of you a football fan here? So if you're a football fan, you would know that the Western countries did try to boycott. Even the fans wanted to boycott Qatar World Cup because of their human rights violation. How are our relations with Qatar right now? Do we have a good relationship or a bad one? Neutral. We do not have a good relationship with Qatar. So in the Middle East or the West Asian region, there are 3 different sides. One is led by Saudi, one is led by Iran, and this is what is supported by the West. Israel, West idellame, they are on the side of Saudi, and one is supported by Iran, led by Iran, Shia. This is, and the third group is a group called Turkic Qatari Emirati. So this one, we have decent relationship with this, a very good relationship with this, but a terrible relationship with this. So Qatar and Turkey and such like-minded countries always vote against India on issues like Kashmir issue. UN they always vote against us. Not merely because they are hostile towards us, they also have a really high number of human rights violation. On the World Cup நடக்கும்போது the stadium கட்டுறப்பவே around thousands of laborers were died. And they also have this restrictive visa policy called kafala visa. So on the visa policy எப்படி இருக்கும்னா, any immigrant labor working in Qatar under any position, even if you are a manager or a doctor from India who's working there, and if you want to come to India, ஏதாவது எமர்ஜென்சிக்காக வரணும்னா, you have to get the permission of your employer. இல்லனா they won't allow you. So you cannot. ஆமா, no matter what your designation is. எவ்வளோ பெரிய வேலையில இருந்தாலும், if you are an immigrant labor there, you will have to follow that kafala visa system. Okay, so such restrictive practices are there. And coming back to sports washing in கொடுத்திருக்க மாதிரி, using sports, the country tried to hide, like it shows here, hide all their skeletons or push it under their carpet. Okay, அவங்க ஊர்ல இருக்க பிரச்சனை எல்லாம் மறைச்சிருவாங்க by conducting some sports events. Does India do that? Has India done that? So recently, this Amitabh Kant was asked, why did India take up G20 presidency? 2 வருஷத்துக்கு இருக்கும்ல G20 presidency. Why did India take this up during election year? Because we are seeing this G20 logo everywhere now. Trainla பார்த்தா இருக்கு, பஸ்ல பார்த்தா இருக்கு. So it will be in your UPSC hall ticket, believe me. So மேக் இன் இந்தியா இருந்துச்சு யூபிஎஸ்சி ஆல் டிக்கெட்ல 150 இயர்ஸ் ஆஃப் காந்தி எல்லாமே யூபிஎஸ்சி ஆல் டிக்கெட்ல வரும். ஸோ அமிதாப் Kant was questioned by media why India took up the chairmanship or the presidency at such a crucial juncture when there is election, because 23-24 வருது and 24ல election நடக்கும். Why is India having this? Is that to try to win some votes in India? அதுக்காக தான் பண்றீங்களான்னு கேட்டாங்க. What he said is it was given to us on a voting basis. இன்னொரு விஷயம் என்னன்னா Commonwealth Games of 2023. This is being held at Trinidad and Tobago. Commonwealth Games தெரியும்ல, Commonwealth என்னது, former British colonies. So TNT ன்னு ஒரு ஐலாண்ட் இருக்கு in Caribbean Sea, West Indiesல இருக்கும். They are hosting it, but India had a chance to host this. If India really wanted, the government really wanted to win elections and votes based on sports washing, then India would have done this. So this was his response, not a political response. He's a CEO of Niti Aayog, so we have to take that into account. We do not participate in the meetings, but on the sports event, we do spend a lot. We send good contingents, and we even hosted that in 2008, I think. 2008, around that time, sometime. Okay. So there was this person called Suresh Kalmadi who got arrested for the scam. That 2008 or 2010 Commonwealth Games was really scandalous. நிறைய பிரச்சனை இருந்துச்சு. So this gets projected as a country soft power if someone is conducting games. And 2022 Qatar World Cup முன்னாடி World Cup எங்க நடந்துச்சு தெரியுமா? 2018 it happened in Russia. Even that was boycotted by some Western countries. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி 2014 that happened in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro. It has one of the largest slums in the world. மும்பையோட மோசமா இருக்கும் அவங்க slum. And for that reason they too have a lot of human rights violation. So அதுவும் boycott பண்ணாங்க. And due to all this, இதெல்லாமே என்ன ஃபுட்பால் கப் தான் சொல்லிட்டு இருக்கேன். 2014 Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, 2018 Russia, 2022 Qatar. So now they are wondering if the football association, the full form of the Federation International of Football Association, FIFA, they conduct the World Cup. So now we are wondering if this entire body is corrupt or not. Everyone knows that they have been corrupt for the past 50 years, but now they are blatantly corrupt. But this body should not be corrupt because it is, like it says here, FIFA has more members than UN itself. Adnala, it is one of the unifying factors of the world, and they cannot afford to be corrupt, but they are, unfortunately. And corporate partnerships also play a role in this, not just country soft power. Corporate partnership in the form of sponsorships. Chelsea no football team irukku theriyuma? Chelsea football team, it's a football team based in London, a football club based in London, and it is owned by Russian business tycoon, and he is also known to control some mafia in Russia. So இந்த மாதிரி உலகத்துல இருக்க எல்லா ரவுடியும் அங்கங்க ஒரு ஃபுட்பால் டீம் வச்சிருக்கோம். That's a really good place to invest. So this is all about sports washing, okay? Like money laundering, brainwashing அந்த மாதிரி sports washing, using sports to clear your names out of scams and scandals. So India got a presidency into UNSC. Again, this is 2 years. It is one of the 6 principal organs of United Nations. Principal organs na ரொம்ப முக்கியமான organization, not specialized or small organizations. And who are the P5? P5 na நிறைய இடத்துல படிச்சிருக்கீங்களே, permanent 5. UK, US, China, France, not Germany, Russia. So P5 plus 1 and sonna, this 1 refers to Germany. P5 1 plus 1 எப்பப்பெல்லாம் சொல்றாங்களோ, this 1 refers to Germany. They purposefully left Germany out of that. P5 யாருன்னு, if you look at your history, it will tell you that P5 refers to the winners of World War II. So there is a club called G4. It consists of countries like India, Germany, Japan, and Brazil. So in the 4 country group of 4, these 4 countries want to enter UNSC as permanent members. They want reforms in UNSC. And there is also another group which opposes this G4. Adu theriyuma? There's a club called Coffee Club. So there's a club called Coffee Club which opposes the entry of G4 into permanent council. So who do you think will be present in Coffee Club? Pakistan, Brazil oda neighbor yaru, Argentina, Japan oda neighbor yaru, China, and again this Korea, and who are Germany's neighbors, Poland. So there are some countries like this which form a part of Coffee Club, and they prevent this G4 from entering the permanent council. And this permanent 5 plus 2 வருஷத்துக்கு ஒரு வாட்டி 10 மெம்பர் எலெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க, totally 15 members. So these are the functions. Do you want me to send this presentation to you? Okay, I'll send it after the class, so you can read this by yourself. Keep moving. India recently signed it with, who's this person? Mohammed bin Sultan. So India recently signed MLAT, Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty. So this is the definition of MLAT, which I'll send to you. You can read it. One important thing for prelims is this: the central authority for this treaty is Ministry of Home Affairs, not External Affairs. India has it with a lot of countries. Is this person close to West or not? Saudi Arabia, in international relations, Saudi Arabia, what a relation with West, how close is it? Do they have good relationship with Western countries or not? They used to. Right now it's changing a little. Okay, they're not exactly moving towards Russia. Western countries are villainizing this person. 3 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி they were calling him as heroes, but now in over the last 1 or 1.5 years, if you look at your YouTube suggestions, they will Economist no ஒரு magazine இருக்கு தெரியுமா? Economist. So there's a magazine called Economist. Magazines like that also have YouTube channels, and now those Western media outlets are projecting this person as a really bad person because he went a little away from Saudi Arabia. By the way, is the largest arms importer of the world, so he's not buying arms from the West anymore. So even India is a potential seller for him right now. So since he's looking a little away from the West is villainizing him. Okay, so they used to control the oil prices. Even now they are leader of the Arab world, and USA இவங்க கிட்ட என்ன சொல்வாங்கன்னா, you give us the oil, and அந்த ஆயிலுக்கு பதிலா ரிட்டர்ன் வந்து US just prints dollars and give them. All US had to do is print the dollar and give them, and what US tell them is you should buy you should sell your oil only for dollars and not for any other currency. So that was the condition under which it was working, and right now we are moving towards something called as de-dollarization. Anniki testla vanduchilla. So some of his measures are sending the world towards de-dollarization, and that is exactly why the Western media is demonizing this person. Okay, so we'll move on. So Iran got removed from this commission, and it was proposed by a US ambassador named Linda, I forgot some full name. So Iran's membership was termed as ugly stain on the commission's credibility, and it was proposed at UN ECOSOC. You should read about ECOSOC, UN ECOSOC, and ECOSOC is also one of the 6 principal organs of United Nations, like UNSC. But India abstained from voting. Like I said, on the mono group, India's really close with Iran, so India had to abstain. How close are we with Iran? Right now, we are not trading much with them because we are facing sanctions from the US. But before that, we even used to directly swap currencies with them. So, in order to buy any commodity from any other country, not oil, it was natural gas. So, in order to buy some commodity from a different country, we have to give dollar or gold or something that they accept, correct? But with Iran, we were giving rupee at one point of time, and they were accepting rupee, and they were using that rupee to buy something from us in return. So that's how we were close. And but due to sanctions, US sanctions right now, we are not trading much with Iran. Our trade with Iran has declined by 1/3. Okay, more than 1/3. By the way, we also trade with Russia, and USA has sanctions against countries with trade with Russia. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? Katsa. So even I forgot the name of that. Some adversaries of American முடியும் அந்த ஆக்ட் பேரு. So okay, let's move on. UNSC blacklist. So blacklist is done by sanctions committee. This is like the teeth of that committee. Teeth of United Nations Security Council. In the committee, they'll be passing resolutions on certain issues, and 1267 is if the number UN 1267 now or number on the number of on the resolution. Okay, ஒரு resolution pass பண்ணி we went to 1267 in the year 1999, and this is the most important resolution as far as we are concerned because it deals with terrorism, and there is no international convention or treaty which defines terrorism. There is no global definition for terrorism. So இதுக்கு கீழ we keep listing whom we consider as terrorists. Okay, so where is this person? This person, Abdul Rahman Maki from Lakshkar. So this Maki was recently added to that blacklist by India, and we consider this a great achievement. So நீங்க prelims என்ன படிக்கணும்னா what is sanctions committee and how it gets added to the UNSC blacklist. Okay, it is done by consensus. Consensus ku போறதுக்கு India will have some friends in UNSC, Pakistan will have some friends, but our friends should be more than their friends. To achieve that, it's a great task because China is always on their side. So have you heard of this one? Five Eyes Intelligence Agency. So this was started in 1945 by signing an agreement, signal intelligence agreement between UK and USA. It was back then it was called UKUSA, UK USA. Yeah. So after that, later on, countries like Canada, New Zealand, and Australia joined it. Right now, அவங்க என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா each member will collect intelligence in their part of the world. So if you look at that this clearly, எல்லாமே உலகத்துல ஒரு கார்னர்ல இருக்க மாதிரி இருக்கும். So you can USA and Canada are close by, but they'll probably look at some other part of the world. For example, இவங்க ஆப்பிரிக்கால போய் இன்டெலிஜென்ஸ் கலெக்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. This will be collecting, USA will be collecting in North and South America. UK will be collecting intelligence in entire Europe. They might be collecting intelligence in Asia, and they'll be collecting information in the Pacific region. And each member is supposed to collect intelligence from different parts of the world. Right now, this is a news because USA wants India, Korea, and Japan to be a part of this. Why? Why only these three countries? What's common here? Common adversary called China. So this all became a part of USA's Pivot to Asia initiative of 2011. So as a part of that, USA started shifting their geopolitical focus towards Asia. They even renamed their Asia Pacific theater as Indo-Pacific. So on the mari changes irukanaala, we are strategically USA is trying to move closer to us. So what opportunities do we have? Should we sign it? Should we enter it or not? We do have a lot of good opportunities. Like we'll get intelligence from all parts of the world. உலகம் ஃபுல்லா எங்க எல்லா இடத்துலயும் என்ன நடக்குதுன்னு நமக்கு தெரிய ஆரம்பிக்கும். Because look at the name itself, 5 eyes intelligence, eyes looking at all corners of the world. So intelligence wise, we'll be in one of the greatest military alliance, not an alliance, in a military group ever. Okay. Intelligence grouping, not a military grouping, sorry. Sign and signal intelligence. Sigint. So இது கண்டிப்பா பார்த்திருப்பீங்க. U20. So question might come asking if it was signed this year or இந்த வருஷம் தான் ஆரம்பிச்சதானே. No, started in 2017. So it focuses on city-based diplomacy, city development, சுத்தி சம்பந்தப்பட்டது, city development of all the G20 countries, and it runs parallel to G20. Priority areas are given here, and I'll be sending this to you. So we'll move on. Try to finish it fast. I just wanted to show one pressing issue of the world, which is the Peru protest right now. Pedro Castillo was the president, and he was arrested and deposed last year due to some corruption charges. And Pedro Castillo was replaced by his vice president, Dina Boluarte. And people have been protesting. Over 400 people have died in these protests, and this vice president, ex-vice president, who's now a president, she's also not restricting the use of police force. So as you can see in this image in Spanish, this is Castillo is my president. Okay. In the Mari issue-based question will come in prelims. They have been asking this almost every alternate year. Last year they gave it in pairs. So how to study this is, the best place is Wikipedia. Wikipedia, you just Google list of ongoing conflicts in the world, and there will be a list given in Wikipedia. On the page open பண்ணீங்கன்னா, you will just have to go through what's given there. ஒரு countryல என்னென்ன பிரச்சனை இருக்குன்னு தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் கண்டிப்பா. And at least try to do 10 or 15 countries a day until you take your prelims. Africa is an entire continent. There are a lot of minor wars. At least there should be at least 100 civil wars taking place in Africa today. So எல்லா கண்ட்ரில என்னென்ன நடக்குதுன்னு அவ்வளோ டீட்டெயில்டா படிக்க தேவையில்ல, பட் த ப்ராடர் இஷ்யூஸ், எந்தெந்த கண்ட்ரில மிலிட்ரி coup வருது. ஸோ இன் பெரு, this person was charged with a military coup. So they said that he was about to conduct a military coup and capture power, but he was already president. They thought he was going to consolidate power. So அந்த மாதிரி எந்தெந்த கண்ட்ரில military coup வருது. Something took place in Maldives a few months ago. So இதை மட்டும் படிச்சுக்கிட்டா போதும். Just search and read on know-how basis. So Egypt might be asked because this person was invited as Republic Day chief guest, which is the highest honor our government can give to a foreign head of the state. And looking at the history of India-Egypt relationship, Abdel Nasser and Jawaharlal Nehru signed something called as Friendship Treaty in late 50s. And Egypt was instrumental in the formation of non-alignment movement. India, Egypt, Ghana, Indonesia, Yugoslavia, etc. Right now, Egypt is on the brink of an economic crisis. and Egypt is interested in buying Tejas aircraft from us. In the country now, which are the countries who are interested in buying Tejas from us? So do go home and Google that as well. So it has never happened. This is the first year in history where India is trying to become a major arms exporter. So far, we have been only import. BrahMos to Indonesia, and Vietnam is also trying to buy Tejas. Yeah, the countries do not want to buy from USA because the cost is too high, and they do not want to buy from Russia because Russia right now has a bad image on the world sphere, and also Russia is not Russia is known for poor after sale service. Even we suffer that. India is a really good friend of Russia, but Russia is really poor when it comes to after sale service of their military hardware. Adnala Russia is also not an option. And China, buying from China will definitely irk a lot of Western countries. So all these small and upcoming developing third world countries are looking up to India to buy military hardware. So right now, the hot military hardware which we are capable of selling are LCA Tejas and LCA like combat aircraft, and BrahMos, Akash, and our radar systems, which are being built by DRDO. And Egypt is also often known as India's voice in OIC because of Egypt is a Muslim country, but they are probably the most moderate Muslim country in the world. So they often try to support and maintain the equilibrium to support India in OIC. And we are performing this military exercise with them. That's it regarding Egypt problems. Indus Water Treaty. So this was brokered by World Bank back in 1960. According to Water Sharing Agreement, the southern three rivers or the eastern rivers are fully controlled by India. Eastern rivers, Ravi, Bias, and Satluj. And on the western rivers, Indus, Chenab, and Jhelum, 20% is supposed to be used by India, and 80% of water volume should be used by Pakistan. And even in that 20%, we have some restrictive usages like we can use it for agriculture. To some extent, we can use it for agriculture, and we have to use it only for non-consumptive uses. Non-consumptive now, not constructing any major hydroelectric power plants. Do we have any hydroelectric power plants on those three rivers? Yes, we do. We have this Kishan Ganga, Ratle, and there is one other plant, I forgot the name. It's in Kishtwar district of Kashmir. So we do have, but those projects are of the nature runoff river dams. So runoff river dams or runoff river, not dams, hydro projects means you just construct turbines across the rivers. So river ஓடிட்டு இருக்கும் போதே the turbine சுத்தி விட்டு it will create electricity and run. Unlike constructing a large structure, a dam, and storing water. So in the runoff river hydro projects, we do not store water. That's it. Matta Peria project, we store the water and generate electricity. So this is allowed even in the western rivers. So the treaty also gave mandate to set up permanent Indus Commission. ஏதாவது இந்த ட்ரீட்டில கொடுத்திருக்கிறது ஏதாவது பிரச்சனை, if we want any clarification, we have to go to that commission. And after going to that commission, if either of the parties is dissatisfied with what the commission says, then we can take up the matter to World Bank and asking them to create a neutral expert committee. So on the neutral expert சொல்றத we have to obey what the neutral expert says. Even then, if we feel that the neutral expert was not really neutral, then what can we do? We can go for permanent court of court of arbitration. Any court of arbitration present in the world. Permanent court of arbitration is one example of a court of arbitration. So that's the dispute resolution mechanism which is given in the treaty itself. So can you name the rivers from north to south? Northernmost is it? Okay, this is the order. And you people know what's meant by DOAB? DOAB. DOAB na கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? DOAB or DOAB. Region between two rivers in this Punjab region. Okay, any region lying between two rivers. So, do any of you have an atlas? Okay, atlas irka. Or can someone Google DOABs in these regions? I'll tell you a simple trick to remember those DOABs. So go to Google Images and look for DOABs. So what's the DOAB between Bias and Sutlej? This, there should be something called BIST. BIST. Okay, so and between Ravi and Bias, something called Bari. Chenab and Rachna. Jhelum and Chenab. Jek. Jek. JECH. Huh? CHAJ. JECH. CHAJ. Okay. And Indus and Jhelum? Sinsagar. Okay. So the trick here is, see, between two initials of rivers, B and S, it's always given here, B and S. R and B, Bari. C and R, Rachna. J and C, Judge or Jek. Okay. So this is how you remember that if ever they try to give the DOABs and try to ask you in between which rivers they are given, located. And also remember this order, IJC, RBS. Okay. And one also question is in 2021, for which UPSC gave a wrong option as the key, Chenab and Sutlej. According to Google Map and every other map in the world, it is Sutlej which drains into Chenab, and Chenab finally drains into Indus. But UPSC said Chenab drains into Sutlej, and Sutlej finally drains into Indus, which is what we have to follow. So Kishan Ganga is a tributary of Chenab. Adala project, that is the project under contention right now. Pakistan took the issue to. Pakistan does not follow this order, by the way. I told the order of dispute resolution. Pakistan does not follow that. In the case now, Pakistan directly takes it to court of arbitration right away. But India right now is asking. India has ignored that. India went to World Bank and asked for a neutral expert to be appointed on the issue. And this thing was in news as well. India assured the IMF financial assurance to IMF on bailing out Sri Lanka. IMF has to give us a package to restructure their Sri Lanka's loans. It's a package worth of $2.9 billion. In order for this package to be sanctioned, Sri Lanka, that is Sri Lanka's creditors, should give an assurance to IMF that Sri Lanka will be able to repay it. So the key debtors in this case are, which country gave most loan to Sri Lanka? Not China. Contrary to popular belief, it's Japan more than China. And then comes India. But among these three top debtors who gave creditors, not debtors, creditors who gave loans to Sri Lanka. India is the only country who has given such assurance to IMF so far. Only in சொல்ல முடியாது. In future they might give. India is the first country to give an assurance to IMF. So you people know what is Washington Consensus, correct? Do not confuse it with Washington Convention. What is Washington Convention? Sites. So Washington Consensus is referring to IMF. ஒரு 10 point இருக்கும். How IMF will deal with the country while pulling them out of economic crisis based on the country's how far the country has sank economy wise. அதுக்கேற்ற மாதிரி IMF will be suggesting measures, austerity measures on 10 different levels. India too was told to pledge gold in IMF in 1991 when we had this balance of payment crisis. So அந்த மாதிரி now they will be telling Sri Lanka இந்த காசு சும்மா கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். They'll give a lot of austerity measures. அந்த காசை வச்சு they cannot buy defense equipment. They'll have to use some percentage of it only for food, some for medicine. The மாதிரி நிறைய conditions இருக்கும். They cannot spend that money freely. So all that were given under Washington Consensus. Why Washington? IMF and World Bank were started at Washington in 1946 club Bretton Woods twins in சொல்லுவாங்க. So they were started as a part of that. So moving on to next one, Oman. Nothing much important for prelims here except for a strategic location. Oman map nalla theriyano, and Oman has a small enclave here which overlooks this place called Strait of Hormuz. Okay, so Oman kinda oru chinna enclave irukku. A lot of people tend to forget this. And there is a port called Dukum or Dum, whatever you call it. It's located here. India has allowed access to that port for logistics and military reasons. So if India can India can talk Oman into making that port like the status of giving it the status of Chabahar. Andamari, if we are close with Oman, we can use it as a inroad to Middle East Asia. Okay, an alternate route, because we can escape this if at all there is a blockade here at one place. This is a choke point in geopolitics. It gets reduced to just 52 kilometers at some point. So 3 or 4 warships, if they are placed here, our entire oil import will get restricted, and it is a major threat to our energy security. So that is Strait of Hormuz. It is an important choke point of the world. So அந்த மாதிரி பிரச்சனைலாம் இருக்கனால, if we can invest better in Dukum port, we have better chances at energy security as well as geopolitics. So the one thing I wanted to tell you people is, okay, this was news. அது டைரக்டா கேட்க மாட்டாங்க. You should know the difference between these three. தெரியுமா இது? Shenzhen area ன்னு. Have you heard of your friends or anyone telling something called Shenzhen visa? Shenzhen visa na, if you have that Shenzhen visa, look at the Shenzhen area. If you have that Shenzhen visa, you can travel. You do not need passport or any other visa to travel within the Shenzhen area. So once you start working in Portugal, you can work till Finland or Norway, anywhere, without buying a new visa or any passport. At borders, they will not check you. Okay, if you have a Shenzhen visa. And for people from the Shenzhen zone, citizens of that area, of course, they too won't need any of it. So Shenzhen areas it is formed based on migration issues. Okay, Eurozone na, the region countries which use euro as a currency, that is Eurozone. Not every European Union member they use euro. European Union la 28 பேர் இருக்காங்க, but only 19 countries use euro. For example, countries like Czech Republic, Switzerland, Yeah, Switzerland is not a part of European Union, but it is a part of Schengen. So just இவ்வளோ டீட்டெயிலாக country wise பார்க்க தேவையில்ல. If you do look, you will find a pattern why some countries are not a part of European Union. Just like UK, some countries did not want to integrate their economy that much with the supranational body like EU. Okay, so just remember this difference. And customs union anandriyunla, they have similar custom laws. Customs duty, we have one customs duty for India and a different one for Sri Lanka and a different one for Bangladesh. Even in ASEAN, Malaysia will have a different customs duty, Indonesia will have a different customs duty. But this European Union has crossed several steps, and they have integrated market as well as integrated common currency, as well as a common customs union. And even their political policies, like how much to fix a tax, etc., they are all common. So that's why they get called as customs union, and no other grouping in the world has reached this far. That's why they're called a sui generis political entity. Sui generis means it's unique, one of a kind. Okay, no other global grouping has went that far. So we can read this in a Wikipedia infographic. They would have given the list of treaties like Lisbon Treaty, Maastricht Treaty, how it formed. It would have been given. Okay. And India USA Trade Forum, Trade Policy Forum. So nothing much is important for prelims in this except this TED. So this was spoken about in this forum exclusively. And now this is a device which was created by National Oceanic and Atmospheric Agency of USA. NASA Mari NOAA is an agency. And turtle excluder device is a device which is added to your fishing nets, and that device will exclude turtles if they get caught as a bycatch. A lot of marine organisms get killed not because of direct exploitation. We do not want to catch them, but unfortunately they get trapped in our nets, and that is called as a bycatch. And fitting these devices in your fishing nets will allow the exclusion of turtles. Even if the turtles get caught, they can escape through those devices. So marine turtles have been in news for quite some time. So please do read what are the marine turtles which are present in India. Endanda coast endanda turtle irukum. Kemp's turtle, olive ridley, greenback, leatherback. So what are the turtles which are not present in India? Out of 7, 2 won't be present in India. Kemp's ridley and some other turtle, hawksbill or something, won't be present in India. Just Google that. Salami slicing. Whatever Shena Keklana, what is salami slicing, or which of the following best describes salami slicing? Salami in Europe is something like a sausage. You know what a sausage is, right? Like a hot dog. So salami slicing is they cut these things into small pieces. They use it on food, even sometimes on pizza. Most of the Western pizza, it's called pepperoni. When it originated in Italy, it was salami. International politics, it is practice of using a series of many small actions to produce a much larger actions, making smaller cuts, a lot of small cuts, and create a larger result that you desire. But that larger result that we want would be difficult to achieve or unlawful to perform. So we are trying to achieve something illegal or something too difficult by thousands of small actions. So this is called salami slicing. Which country do you think practices that? China. So China uses small provocations. And those provocations are so small that if the smaller countries in South China Sea, if they want to take up that issue to any court of arbitration, it will be kept aside because it's too small. China does thousands of such small provocations, and they end up getting a bigger result out of it, which they wanted. Another example for this is Pakistan's strategy of hurting India with 1,000 cuts. Have you read that in your history? India's independence. Pakistan's strategy of hurting India with 1,000 cuts. Pakistan tries to hurt India through multiple ways. Like one is terrorism is a minute one. Other issues like Khalistani and FIC and fake Indian currency notes and lots such issues to make our economy collapse. So these strategies in global sphere are called salami slicing. Okay. So prelims like eta salami slicing na NN and they would give 3 or 4 valid definitions and tell you to choose the best out of it. Okay, so that's it. I'll send this PDF to you. Shall I send it in Telegram group? Okay, the PCM group. Thank you.